Hey everybody, and welcome to the fourth and final weekend of the AWC Shadowlands Circuit. My name is Aya, gonna be your host this weekend once again here with Stiko, Venricky, and Supatees. This is the last chance that some of these teams are gonna be having to get those points to make it into the top four. A lot of teams have already solidified their spot, but it's been a long road here to get to this point. How do you think the teams are feeling right now, Ben?
Well, I mean, for some of the teams, they're going to be feeling pretty happy. You know, their qualifications not really going to move no matter what happens this weekend. But I mean, if you're in that position where you have a chance to make it in, depending on what happens with other teams, what happens with your team, I feel like that's probably a pretty stressful situation to find yourself in. So, teams like LF4, Bugs, at the moment, they're going to have a great performance. And depending on what happens with some of these other teams, their top four could be on the line. But I mean, if you're KUNGARNA, I feel like for them, it's more of like a pride thing at this point. They want to go through the circuit completely undefeated, have the momentum. Obviously, seeding is going to be on the line also. All these things really do matter moving into this final weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, every bit of this is going to count for a lot of these guys here. But this is the standings as we currently stand here with the European region. And I'm just so impressed with KUNGARNA, obviously, right there. In first place with 0 losses. And they've only got 2 more games left this weekend, Zico, to keep that streak going.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of... Well, not so much in Europe, teams on the cusp, but I would say in NA, the teams are definitely on the cusp. And then here, you want to see those that streak continue. And for EU, I think it's just between Bugs and LF4 for that last spot. But here in North America, I'm not sure. Actually, I think this is all solidified in NA. Cloud9, I think they needed to lose last weekend when we looked at it. Because now, well, actually, no, it can still happen. If Cloud9 loses both of their games, then Powermen and the Golden Guardians also still have a chance. But it's not, if Cloud9 wins a single game, then the top 4 in NA is done.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on those teams right there at that cusp. But here is the schedule for this weekend. I actually lied. KUNGARNA doesn't have 2 games. They've only got 1 game here today on Saturday. And they can take their crown of not having lost a single game. So we'll see if they can pull that off. But the first match of the day, as we can see there, we've got MYWAY versus DELERIUM, Supatees.
Yeah, so this is kind of the 2 teams that are 3-player rosters running Ret Warrior and Jungle Cleave. It should be an explosive game, I think. Between these teams, and they're both battling to try and finish higher in the circuit. I'm imagining for more prizing, trying to break the tie, trying to finish good here with the season, even though their qualifications are likely off the table at this point. But I was actually seeing this like Cinderella possibility outcome in the bottom side of these matchups, where we can see Cloud9 if they lost to Novus and then they fight Golden Guardians tomorrow, and if somehow Golden Guardians win today against Powermen, like, could we possibly see that series tomorrow be like a qualification series? It looked really interesting to me. I'm most excited for Casual Dads versus KUNGARNA, because Casual Dads has really impressed me as a roster. Like, they started trying to figure out what their comp was going to be with the meta, and having seen their performance recently with Nixie and Alec back together on Rogue and Mage, like, I feel like they may be the one team that could contest KUNGARNA and take more than just a game, which only Bugs has managed to do throughout this entire circuit.
Yeah, I love the first time we talked to Alec, he was like, yeah, they convinced me to play, and I came out of retirement and they were here casually, and now they're in a very good position in the AWC currently. But first up game starting now, MYWAY facing off against Delerium.
Okay, here we go. Delerium going to be locking in the Retribution Paladin Warrior with that Resto Druid. And I feel like I've wanted to see the Resto Druid from Punter. So I'm really happy we're going to be seeing it this week. MYWAY, obviously, with their patented jungle in game number 1. This blind pick, I feel like I want to say it is in favor of Delerium in this particular matchup. So let's see if they can actually pick up a win here.
Yeah, let's see what they can do here. Punter going to be starting the game in a Scare Beast Sphere, into a stun, into a freezing trap. Queen already in big trouble. Punter presumably using his IQD to break out of that freezing trap. Very, very bad start, I would say, so far for Delerium. But now it is their turn to get aggressive here. They can turn it all around right now. Can they get some CC here onto Relza? Can they get something going here? Maybe even swap to Relza. Caster's dropping quite low right now. Queen is all over him. Can they keep him alive? Relza's in a Hammer of Justice. Tony goes for a defensive sack when he gets stopped on its Squarlet, trying to make his way back. Caster kiting, gets the full freezing trap. And now, once again, it's going to be the jungle here, going after Queen. Potential for a fear out of that as well. And they do get it. It gets sanctuaried by Squarlet. And all in all, it looks like the jungle will survive. And they will not only survive, get the IQD and the Trinket from Queen. So, pretty big opener for them so far. Tony dropping a little low, but he has the Bark Skin. And he should be fine. And now the next setup from MYWAY could potentially force out the Divine Shield from Squarlet, or maybe even end out the game here.
Oh, Tony's a bit afraid, though. They're pushing for the kill, but they might regret it. Squarlet's getting blasted back here by Tony and Casu. Full freezing trap, chasing him down. They pop out the rallying cry, try and buy a couple of extra seconds for crowd control, but they get a cyclone out of it from Tony. They're chasing down Squarlet, pushing for the Divine Shield. Are they going to find it? They have to cut through eye for an eye. They do get it. A massive push here from MYWAY. Delerium need a response right now if they want to keep themselves in the game. Squarlet charges in, hammers down onto the healer, going after Tony. Tony bashes Squarlet, retreating away and avoiding damage. They're going to be forced to go after Relza. Relza's in a good position. He's going to be activating that Rapture, actually deciding to run Discipline Priest. I think it's the first time we've seen Discipline Priest this season, trying to bring in that extra physical damage reduction. The barrier is going to line up really effectively with the Ret Paladin cooldowns. Possibly some extra damage from that specialization is going to put their comp over the edge as well. So very interesting first game here from both sides. You also see the cross faction enabled with Queener running an Orc Warrior, but with an Alliance Paladin and a Night Elf Druid. I still feel like against these Jungle Cleaves, teams need to be exploiting the Dark Iron Dwarf to deal with the Berserk, which is now available. Squarlet's just going to fall over. They don't even need it. MYWAY with nothing but dominance in game number 1. And Relza's making that Disc Priest look good.
I mean, he always does, right? MYWAY, they're just such a phenomenal jungle cleave. And even in this game number 1, absolute dominance, like you mentioned. Just a lot of crowd control on Punter and kind of just overwhelming damage on this Retribution Paladin. And I have to agree, I feel like at this point, if you could play kind of any race you want and you're not limited by the factions, the Dark Iron Dwarf seems really, really important in the jungle. And you kind of know what you're walking into when you step into the arena with MYWAY. So I'm curious to see if they do make that adaptation for game number 2.
Yeah, and especially now with cross-faction enabled. In the past, people have had some, okay, but we want our teammates to be orcs, so we can't do that. But now that is enabled here in the AWC, and you can see some teams already taking advantage of it. So yeah, maybe we will see that dwarf come out, but here we can see those last couple of moments in the match. They already forced out Squarlet's Trinket and his Divine Shield. They also forced out Punter's IQD, so not really too much left for them to work with here. And pre-Ironbark, pre-Overgrowth on this trap here, so not a bad set of defense coming out from Punter, but still Squarlet just taking overwhelming amounts of damage. And most of that is actually from Casu right there. He had Power Infusion up as well from Relza, and just able to tear in right there. And yeah, we'll see what they decide to do here with racials.
I feel like Relza is making me kind of want to. When I was testing the beta for 9.2 and I saw the Disc Priest set bonuses, you get like this big penance, and you can run like machine gun penance with legendary combinations. And he was playing that build in this game, and he just kind of like pew 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 and Disc Priest looked super fun. But then Holy just ended up being so strong, so I feel like all the attention got taken away from it. So it's kind of nice to see somebody actually using it here, almost making me want to try it. I think Absterge was also running a Disc Priest on his stream recently on a 0 to Hero challenge. Kind of making me want to try it a little bit. I have to see it in the next game, but I'm trying to pay closer attention to the penances. How many penance ticks is Relza actually getting in some of these matches? Because if you stack modifiers, like if you go full meme, like you stack everything all together, you can get like a 50k penance in terms of damage. You're never going to go full meme, but like you can get some pretty big numbers with this deck.
I want to see it too. I feel like Discipline Priest defensives aren't that bad either into Cleaves. Having the power with Barrier and Rapture and Pain Suppression. I mean, maybe not as good as the Holy Priest, but still, it is really, really interesting to see. And I like the fact that MYWAY is kind of experimenting. And yeah, the cross-faction thing too. I mean, we talked about it a little bit today, but I'm really excited to see how these teams implement it. We've seen a lot of alliance. And certain races, you kind of get locked in. So it's going to be interesting to see maybe Shaman teams be able to play Orc, but also Alliance at the same time for their healer and little things like that. It's just another way these characters or these players can customize their characters. And yeah, I'm curious to see how they do mix it up.
Yeah, Turbo. You could have an Orc Warrior or an Orc Shaman, but a human IQD Priest.
Yeah.
That might actually be really important for Outlaw RMP matchup. For Swapsy's team specifically is what I'm thinking of. I mean, that way, if you've got a priest, they can always be human IQD, but if you got Orc DPS for the stun reduction overall. Okay, we'll have to see that play out. I need the schedule again to see when LF Org is playing, because that's kind of like my first thought is like maybe that changes the matchup or improves the matchup for them. But with this one, we're going to Runes of Lordaeron, so Delirium, they never slow down. This team is just classic Ret Warrior, just get in there, it's over quick. Whether we win or lose, we're just going to be getting some damage out.
It's the most fun way to play Ret Warrior.
Having no strat is the best strat with Ret Warrior, I swear, because then people don't know what you're doing. It's like, wait, why is the Ret hitting me? Oh, I'm dead. Warrior's over there, but Ret's over here. Like, the more chaotic you are, I swear it's the better for Ret Warrior, just throwing as much damage as you can into the game. So let's see if Delirium can manage to make their way through here. I can't imagine they've got a lot of games into Discipline Priests. With how popular Holy Priest has been. So this curveball as well for Relza is going to add to their advantage in this matchup. And he's got experience on Disc. Like, he's been playing Disc for a long time. Priest just in general for a very long time at this point. And yeah, like you said, Vinricky, the cooldowns are very powerful. The barrier is almost a direct counter for Avenging Wrath. You've got Rapture to rotate through. Your Fey Guardians can reduce your Rapture. You have a lot of ways to reduce damage if the Ret Warrior just wants to run at you. I don't think that's going to work. And I think they were anticipating that it would, and they're going to try it again, but I don't think it will, trying to run down a Discipline Priest. Trinket from Relza right away here, dropping the Powered Barrier on the Avenging Wrath, and that's just going to completely counter that cooldown. Nice fear. This is a good way to counter the barrier of a Priest, is to fear the barrier and then wait for it to fall and then connect some damage. But Relza has managed to escape away from Queener Squarlet in a Cyclone, and they've diffused that first set of cooldowns perfectly. Like, they got nothing done with that. Now Squarlet on the back foot and MYWAY are going to be leading the charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Scarlet's going to be in a little bit of trouble, having to connect a bunch of Word of Glories to himself to stabilize his health and help out Punter, especially now that he's in a full trap. Hammer of Justice will land onto Relza, but he preemptively uses that Night Fae ability on the Priest, going to be reducing incoming damage, and Tony's going to be completely fine. I mean, this is not at all what you want if you're a Ret Warrior. You want chaos, you want everyone to be scared, but at this point, MYWAY is looking completely stable, and it's Scarlet and Queener on the back foot. Punter's going to get interrupted once again. Any crowd control onto Punter. Oh no, the Spear of Bastion unfortunately won't land, and it looks like Queener will get dropped. Blessing of Protection coming in a little bit late. That's the second time in a row where Blessing of Protection just comes in at 2% health, and I feel like if they make those trades a little bit earlier, they can make this game last a lot longer.
Yeah, I think in general they had a really bad start in this game. I think it's because we might even see it on the replay because the game was so short. But early on, they got a lot of pressure because they trapped Punter's IQD trinket. So that quantum device, you can use it when you're in CC to break out of a CC, kind of like a gladiator's medallion. And if you use a quantum device, you'll have a longer CD on that, 3 minutes instead of 2 minutes, but you will be able to play Relentless. And you can see right there, Punter is in a trap that's right after he used his quantum device. So he gets trapped on it. And then Squarlet has already popped wings here, and they didn't get anything in terms of offense. And then he gets cloned on it. And then as soon as that clone ends, Punter gets kicked. And then they get another low clone on Queen. They get a kick on Punter. So Punter has really not done any healing here from when he trinketed. And then he gets another full trap. So this is where things really, really spiral out of control. Squarlet tries to Divine Shield and do a Blessing of Protection there on Queen, but it's just too late. And I think the main reason for that is the fact that Punter he didn't do any healing. Like he got CC'd basically the whole game, and he got kicked at the end there into a trap. So really clean stuff from MYWAY, but yeah, I don't know what they could do better on the side of the Red Warrior because I think they need pressure as well. So Punter won't be in that situation. I think a big problem for them is they had no pressure like whatsoever. They ran in, they put all their cooldowns, they got barrier, and then they had no pressure for the rest of the game. So.
I don't know why he went Kyrian Warrior. I feel like you have to be Necro as Fury. Like, Necro Fury is such a big deal. Like, you get uptime as Fury because of your Reckless Abandon, turning your Raging Blow into Crushing Blow, and your Crushing Blow charges you. So you don't need to pin a target. You're just always charging to the target. You need the extra damage from the Conch Banner. I would have rather have seen them switch to Dwarf. That way, if Berserk gets activated, Stone Form, all right, I don't need a bubble anymore. Like, usually Berserk is like a bubble or a bop if you don't have a hard answer to it. So running that racial instead is just you remove that bleed and you just run right in on top of them and you can get some damage. I think going after the priest is a mistake. I don't think a disciplined priest, especially like a skilled disciplined priest like Relza, is going to die to this. This is probably like their #1 strength, is dealing with this type of situation. If there was a strength to disc over Holy, is dealing with being trained like this. So I'd rather see them going after Kasu and do the Hodge Stormbolt, where they're stunning both targets, the priest and the hunter at the same time, and then just trying to blow up the hunter and the stun. But they are going to make a swap over to Holy. I don't think that's really going to be too much of impact. I think the racials and the DPS matter more. It does give them the possibilities of cross-CCing 3 players, and that's what they need to focus on. Chastise 1 target, Stormbolt 1 target, Hammer of Justice 1 target, go after the hunter. And if they can kind of repeat that over and over, I think they're going to be able to pull off a win with this. But if they just keep on going in, just like zug, we're going to just attack the priest with no coordination outside of that, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's going to be the main strength of that Holy Priest. I feel like on Druid, it seemed like Delirium was getting bullied a little bit in the matchup. The pressure really wasn't there, and hopefully the Holy Priest locking down an additional target and having a few more answers as well, because like I said, I feel like Delirium, if they just make those cooldown trades a little bit earlier on, they could actually extend the match for a little while. And I feel like getting to that second Avenging Wrath or the second Conqueror's Banner, if they do go back to Necrolord, that's kind of like the Enraged timer against a Retribution Paladin Warrior, where they actually can run you down. You know, you trade out so many of your cooldowns during their first push, but once those cooldowns rotate back up, that's when they can kind of just run you over. So getting to that second point for Delirium, I think, is going to be really, really important.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing here. And they have a great map here, small map to work with, but I think this is a good change for them because, to be honest, Punter on the Druid didn't have too great of a game, at least in that last one. So bringing him back on the Holy Priest, he's been performing on it, and I think that's what he was playing when they took a game of Bugs, I believe it was. So if they can, I think if they can just sort out their defense, because that's one of the things about the Red Warrior. If you can stay alive and just continue to do those ghosts that Sid is talking about with the double stun, try to Stormbolt Caster, try to get a Hodge on Relza, and then just rinse and repeat. Eventually, you are going to have that damage rotating back up. You might get a Wings proc, you might get a Recklessness for Queen, and if you can connect in that moment, you're going to be able to force some cooldowns and kind of throw the cooldown trading game a little bit off script, and that's where you're going to start finding those opportunities to force out the big cooldowns. So let's see if they can do that. Game number 3, match point here, MYWAY versus Delirium. I'm pretty sure both of these teams, even if they win or lose here, they're out I don't think they're going to qualify, even if they own. But Relza right now, speaking of getting owned,
Sphere.
had to use his trinket, and he gets feared on his trinket out of the zone, actually. So not a bad opener here at all for Delirium. The best they've looked so far in any of their games. Able to force out a big cooldown. And they got the Roar of Sacrifice on Kasu as well. If they can snowball this pressure on Kasu, maybe get some kind of crowd control, that could be absolutely massive. Relza, again, forced to use his Eternal Aegis trinket there as well. So Relza, he has his pain suppression still, but Squall needs to be careful. He's pushing in here. He uses Divine Shield aggressively while he's on the target, but I don't think Relza is going to be in too much trouble here. He has the Fey Guardians on him, and Relza will shake that off, and that's Squarlet's Divine Shield. That is a big deal. That's the the button that you want to all in with and close out the match if you're a rat. He's not going to have that available, and they don't kill Kazu. And now Squarlet's going to be in big trouble. He gets the Ray of Hope. Punter, what are you going to do here? He grips him to the pillar. Is it going to be enough? He gets a big heal there, and Punter with no Guardian Spirit, no Trinket, and no Ray of Hope now. I am very afraid for Delirium. I think the next setup might just close out the match here for MYWAY.
Okay, let's see if they can nail it here. Match point for MYWAY, looking to end the circuit as strong as they can. Beautiful cross CC once again from MYWAY. Squarlet on the run, Blessing and Protection. If he gets purged on this, he's going to Fleshcraft while immune to kicks, get a little bit of an absorption effect going, and then turn it around on Kasu. Kasu feign deathing, absorbing some damage. Hunter finally out of crowd control and can manage to recover. Finally, some offense here from Delirium. Kasu at half health, but Squarlet can't connect. He's trying to just throw out range damage from the pillar and avoid the next incoming crowd control. If Squarlet makes a push here, he has nothing to trade. They need to wait for the Guardian Spirit, wait for the Medallion of Hunter, but Tony and Kasu, they're not giving them the time of day. They're pushing in right on top of them. They chastise Tony to stall. Massive damage on the Kasu. They drop a barrier on the Avenging Wrath. Really good timing by Relza once again. Doesn't look like Queen has a fear for it. No, there's the fear. Fearing everybody. Kasu in trouble. Delirium's first opportunity to put a point on the board. Will they get it? They get the aspect of the turtle from Kasu. Can they chop him through it? Massive cleave damage from this Avenging Wrath of Squarlet. Cleaving down Tony as well. Cleaving down Relza. Relza spending so much mana to heal through this exchange of cooldowns. That Conqueror's Banner and Avenging Wrath. There's really nothing you can walk off. They're going to have to survive for a few more seconds until those cooldowns subside. And it looks like the Avenging Wrath has faded. Now Squarlet on the back foot. They go for the Ray of Hope, but it might be negative on the Squarlet. Punter is interrupted here. Is he going to go down? Yes. Huge negative Ray there. MYWAY crushing it 3-0.
Yeah, great performance from MYWAY. It's just something you'll love to see. I mean, for Delirium, this match looked a lot better. So swapping over to the Holy Priest ended up working out a lot better for Delirium. They actually had kind of a clear win condition where Relza was almost tapped on mana. They had a lot more pressure. They were getting a lot more cooldowns. So you get the feeling that maybe if they started with the Holy Priest, the series could have gone a different way. But overall, MYWAY just kind of showing their dominance on that jungle cleave and just, swift 3-0.
Yep, very, very nice 3-0 there from MYWAY. Nice start for them to the weekend, but still, I kind of agree with what you said there, Van. If we saw the Holy Priest for Delirium, it might have been a different tale because they actually did have some good pressure here in the start. But still, I kind of do respect some Resto Druids getting played out here. And this was only 50 seconds into the game already. Squad had to use Divine Shield. And then here was Hodge there onto Relza. Trap onto Punter. Squad survives here with Fleshcraft. And that was the goal where, we kind of thought he's going to die. And then here, I believe it's the last couple of seconds of the game. Kasu takes a big hit of damage there during that fear. And he had to use his turtle there as well. So really, really big commitment. It just shows, once you get that trinket from Relza, you get that turtle. Kasu is actually not in a great spot here if they didn't get the kill, because he doesn't have turtle. He has his trinket, but he doesn't have sacrifice, and Relza doesn't have a trinket either. So not a bad situation at all to be in offensively, but of course, Delirium, they had nothing to work with there in terms of defense, so they did fall over. I would have liked to see the Holy Priest the entire series, I think, from Punter, but still. Going to be MYWAY with a clean 3-0.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be another point for them for the first match of the day here. Delirium, we know this team has been having a, pretty struggle bus of a season, Zico. But comparatively, how do you feel like that series went to the rest of their season?
I would say the last game looked kind of good, but it's just hard I think it's really hard for Delirium, the meta right now, because, they're kind of a Ret Warrior one trick. And right now the meta has a lot of mages, which tend to do pretty well into that. So it's rough for them, you know. I think jungle, RMP, stuff like that has always kind of been hard for Red Warrior because they can usually take your red down and just get kind of guaranteed CC. And that's usually what they struggle with. So I would say for Delirium, the last game looked good, but the rest of the series didn't look too good for them. I would say overall, they're a new team, so not maybe a bad first season. They did take some games off, counter comps as well, but yeah, not able to get that dub. I would have loved to see them get one.
Yeah, me too as well. I'm curious also if they decide to stick around for next season, because you're right, they're new roster. Maybe they can get a fourth and kind of round out their compositions a little bit here. But next up game, we've got SK Gaming versus Bugs. SK Gaming, they're currently second in standings behind KUNGARNA. And then Bugs is one of those teams that has the potential this weekend, Venriki, to make it into that top 4 if they perform very well.
Yeah, I mean, they're going up against a very difficult team in SK Gaming, but I feel like Bugs is just one of those teams. They have a very solid roster right now, and I think there's one of those teams that if they kind of show up to play and they have a good day, they really can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Apparently, they're really good in mirror matchups as well. I don't think we'll be going to a mirror matchup, but I would say compositionally, Bugs may even have an advantage over SK Gaming, so definitely not impossible, but I would say it's going to be an uphill battle for them. So this is going to be a really fun match.
All right, well, let's see what they bring to the table. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, SK Gaming facing off against Bugs. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now here in our second game of the day. It's going to be SK Gaming versus Bugs. We've got a couple different options that we can see, but it's going to be an RMP mirror game number one.
Wow, I mean, interesting. At this point, SK Gaming, they're just going full on RMP. Zeepai is going to fully reroll over to the Outlaw Rogue, and we're going to see a mirror match here. So I'm curious. Raikou did mention that Bugs, they are super good in the mirror matchup. One of the best in Europe. So we'll see if SK Gaming can go toe-to-toe, because at this point, I feel like SK Gaming, I think if they want to win this thing, they're going to have to be able to win the RMP mirror.
Yeah, that's the thing. SK Gaming, they haven't had like a super convincing answer, and we saw it in their matchup against KUNGARNA. Zeepai has been definitely tested here to pick up many classes, and the Outlaw Rogue is going to be his newest addition. Doing a great job with it so far. Doing a lot of damage here to Oscar. Kidney shot coming in onto Next. Next actually using his human racial to break out of it. Maro's still in big trouble here. They might proc him. Maro super low right there, but he does catch a massive heal. And now Oscar in big trouble, getting absolutely fried here from the combustion of Maro. He gets chastised onto Next, and they get a kidney shot there. They do proc Oscar there with the cauterize. And Zeepai still has a kidney shot here, I believe, unless Next Holy Water did just then. I think he actually might have Next with an insane play right there, or that would have been the iceberg, because he doesn't have human racial, and if he didn't avoid that kidney, he surely would have had to use it. So really big plays here from Next, but still on the side of SK, they're going to get that cauterize, which is of course a big lead here, Supatees. We know that that's kind of how we decide if somebody's getting dominated on or not.
Yeah, right now I would say SK Gaming in a good position, but they did proc Asgarath's Guardian Spirit, so it is a 3-minute cooldown, which could be an opening for Bugs to put themselves back in the game here. Zeepai chasing down Oscar. Brunhilde jumping over to Asgarath, getting a kidney shot, moving his way back to Maro. Gets Frost Nova dispelled instantly. Maro's in trouble. Cauterize going to be procced, and now you can tell only 2 minutes into this game that these teams are evenly matched.
Yeah, I mean, there really is no doubt about it. Cauterize going to be triggering for both of these mages. There is a no more safety net. It's going to be the ice block next, but Next is burning through a lot of mana here. He's already down to 50%. Asgarath has a massive mana lead, and that could end up mattering in this matchup. Nice little gouge there into an interrupt onto Maro. Brunhilde doing a great job on that Outlaw Rogue. Going to be controlling up Maro in the match. Full kitty shot on Oscar, but Zeepai is going to get feared away. Great positioning there. Good teamwork between the mage and the priest, playing defense and really avoiding Zeepai's damage. In the meantime, Maro's in the middle of the map, just taking full-on damage here by Brunhilde. Oscar's going to be blinking in, trying to get aggressive, but it might end up costing him another cooldown if he overstays his welcome. Zeepai and Maro are all over him at this point of the game. Nexus position very far away. A full blind goes out onto Asgarath. Brunhilde just going to be going for it. Cheap shot coming in from Zeepai into a dismantle. Both teams playing phenomenal defense and offense, and it's just a matter of time before these mages are going to have to trade out that ice block.
Oh, Boon of the Ascendant getting casted out here. Maro needs to be careful. He's trying to trade. He's trying to be greedy. He's kiting. He's doing a great job here. And finally, Asgarath will come out of
the boon.
Keep Maro alive, but the boon, they're doing some work there, but looks like Maro will survive. Yet another scary situation right there. And now Oscar, how is he going to survive? Maro's all over him in the midfield, casting out the Ring of Fire. Zeepai gets disarmed by Brunhilde. And Zeepai doesn't look like he's going to be able to generate too much pressure as a result of that. Now Maro with the Fey Guardians gets to just stand out here and free farm. Oscar actually pushing in for the sheep. Gets counterspelled on it though. Gets Dragon's Breath onto Maro as well. Into a Dragon's Breath onto Asgarath. Into a Fear. And they're still trying to get that sheep. They do get it onto Asgarath. Maro could be in big trouble here. Next is pushing in all over him. He's trying to dispel him, trying to be aggressive right now. Asgarath does come out of that CC though. And with that power infusion, does it manage to stabilize Maro. Guardian Spirit as well committed. Maro gets counterspelled. Asgarath can precast now as a result. So Maro should be fine to survive. Asgarath actually gets blinded on his heal. Had to trade out his IQD right there. They do land the Ring of Frost onto Next, but no follow-up CC. And it's Oscar once again here with the combustion. He hits a counterspell onto Asgarath. Big damage onto Maro. Trying to force out the ice block, but Maro does get a spell steal there, I believe, on the combustion of Oscar. Manages to dispel it in that situation. And he will survive as a result. But again, I would say it's actually Bugs kind of leading the charge here, being the more aggressive team. We'll see if they can keep that up, because it's not looking too good so far for SK. I would say in terms of mana, they did have a lead, but Next was able to sneak away and get some. And in terms of CC, I would say Bugs is overall playing better as a team right now.
Oh, here comes the boon from Next. Maro's going to duck for cover. They swap over to Zeepai maybe for a moment, no, just to dismantle him. and trying to get back into Morrow. This blind on next from Zeepai was big value. Removing the Boon of Ascended is such a massive point of burst for Bugs, so nicely done by Zeepai, really adapting to that Outlaw Rogue on the fly. He's always been a top-level player on that Elemental Shaman, but he is shining now on the Outlaw Rogue as well. If they can keep that Boon of Ascended from next contained, then I would imagine that the Night Fae Guardians of Azeroth is just going to edge them ahead in the matchup, whether it be on mana or reducing damage. See Azeroth in a blind sap, though. Good opportunity for Bugs to chase down Morrow, but Morrow is positioned so far away that nobody can touch him. Really good positioning by Morrow here. His combustion now going to be available. I would say SK Gaming are playing a solid defense despite the offense of Bugs, and if they can keep it up into dampening, then that's where they're going to start to shine. We can already see them here with pressure onto Oscar. He's interrupted on Frost. They're blasting him down with combustion. 3 seconds left on that lockout. He's going to alter time, blink back to the pillar, and then rewind here in a moment. I would imagine he's baiting Zeepai. I think he still has alter time up. I'm not sure if they purged it off. Looks like it had been removed. Oscar's still getting blasted, pulled out into midfield, trying to escape Zeepai, and then exchanging with Morrow still. I would say that Bugs really need this here. Bugs need to win out this weekend and have LF Org have a bad performance if they want to qualify to the top 4. So there's a lot more pressure on them and to keep up their momentum. Next charges into midfield. Azeroth pre-Holy Words the Chastise. Now next is blinded. Oscar is low. So is Morrow. Kick onto Azeroth. Opportunities for both sides here 6 minutes in.
I mean, this is difficult for SK Gaming as well. Morrow's going to get gripped away. This is a full blind on Azeroth. Big push here by Bugs. Morrow in trouble. Great defensive plays. Going to be using that alter time. He gets used. He returns to the middle of the map, but Morrow forced into the ice block. A beautiful push here by Bugs. Azeroth still needs to top him off. He's trying to avoid the kick, but he just doesn't have the healing. Morrow could just go down. A kidney shot here on Azeroth. Morrow's going to be forced to blink behind the pillar. Luckily, he does have that blazing barrier to absorb a little bit of the hits coming in from Brunhilde, but Morrow, in desperation, drops a Ring of Frost down to 1% health and will get seeded. Bugs takes the first win, and I was going to say, let's see if Morrow can survive. No, he will not. I was going to say, I mean, this is stressful for SK Gaming too, right? I mean, at this point, I think they've realized in order to win this, they need to play RMP, essentially. Like, I don't think there's going to be a different answer that I'm really convinced of just yet. So they have to win as RMP, and the fact that they're losing to Bugs, I mean, how are they going to possibly beat KUNGARNA? So I think they're going to have to come back in the series and hopefully pick up some momentum and steam moving forward in this tournament.
Yeah, because that's the thing. There's better RMPs that kind of like you're alluding to. There's better RMPs waiting out there. Of course, Bugs, though, definitely picking up a lot of steam here in their first season, starting to look like a really, really polished team. And this is still early in the match here. And this is when Oscar had to, when Oscar's Cauterize did proc. And SK Gaming, they kind of led the charge there in the start, but it felt like they were getting dominated towards the end here. And you can see Morrow, look at his Cauterize timing here as well. 20 seconds off when he's in that ice block. As he dies, I'm pretty sure his Cauterize is like a second off. And we'll probably see it here. So they get a kidney shot onto Azeroth, and they chase Morrow. Morrow gets a nice Dragon's Breath and into a sheep there onto Brunhilde. Gets kicked on the sheep. And Brunhilde just keeping up the momentum right now. And look at Morrow's Cauterize 2, 1, dead, and it's ready. So that's if he lives one more second, he probably gets a Cauterize, and you know, if he just gets the Cauterize, it might be enough to live a little bit longer. But with that said, they never actually forced out Oscar's ice block, and they did get Oscar's Cauterize early on, but aside from that, I really didn't feel like there was too much pressure coming out from SK compared to Bugs. It felt like Bugs was the team that were kind of dictating the momentum most of the match, and Morrow's kind of forced to run most of the match.
I think it's a playstyle thing. I feel like a lot of teams, especially the veteran teams, feel like the best strategy is to just kind of do damage, don't die, avoid taking high risks. I think when we interviewed Morrow for his video, that was one of his points as well. But I don't think that it works in the mirror. I think that you have to balance offense and defense, and you need to be making the right decision at the right time if you want to win this. You can't just only stall and only stay alive, because the other team will be taking advantage of that and take opportunities, and the game's going to slip through your fingers before you can get to the finish line. So the best RMPs that we've seen that are winning the most are the ones that can play both defense and offense. And right now, SK Gaming still appear to be only playing mostly defense. With Morrow's really good avoidance, he's avoiding the fight at all costs, but finding those moments and coordinating together aggressively seems to be still missing, at least from game one here. And if they are planning on using this into the finals, then that's what I want to see their main improvement come into, is more offense. But the other thing is strategy. I feel like Europe and NA play RMP mirrors, like, although we're seeing the same comp, completely differently. Like, EU is all about tunnel the mage, nothing else matters. Only tunnel the mage and get CC on the priest, or put all your CC into the rogue, one or the other. If you're mixing CC between the two, you're making a mistake. And then in North America, they're like cleaving. They're just killing the mage and the rogue. And they're playing resonators, and they're swapping rogue, and they're pulling off wins like that. So I'm really excited for the Cross-Region Tournament, because I feel like there's going to be a very big playstyle difference between the regions when those RMP mirrors that are likely to happen occur, and we get to see kind of which playstyle comes out ahead. Also Covenants. I'm starting to lean more so towards Boon. I feel like Boon is just the best for the mirror. If you get a Boon connected, it's a caught or a block. Like, if the mage isn't able to align it or have something timed with it, like, it gets a block on its own. And the Holy Priest still doesn't run out of mana, it seems. Like, Next is keeping up with Asgarath. The only advantage would be Fey Guardians for damage reduction, and then the mage gets to stand still for a little bit. But I think Boon is still just way more bang for your buck.
Yeah, you get the cooldown reset too with Night Fae, and you get a little bit more mobility. So it's a difficult trade. I don't really know which one's better, but you are right. When we do see Boon Connect, it seems like it's really impactful on the match, and kind of the benefits you get out of Night Fae aren't as noticeable, even though they're there, right? So yeah, curious to see exactly what they do. And I have to agree with you. I feel like it is really interesting seeing the North American teams, the strategy of, putting kidney shots on the rogue and just putting out maximum damage. So sure, go after the mage, try to control him as much as possible. But every once in a while, if the rogue, is trading out his vanishes and his cloak of shadows aggressively, because that's what these rogues are doing, right? Like, they're basically trading out their vanish, which is a major defensive cooldown, in order to get out more crowd control and have uptime, as well as their cloak of shadows. So they're using these defensive cooldowns to have uptime. And I think if you can keep the rogue honest by throwing kidney shots on them, having the resonator available, it just puts them in a lot more of an awkward situation where maybe they'll hesitate on actually using that defense offensively, and could really change the pacing of the game and what these rogues are able to get done. So yeah, I'm curious to see if that changes at all, or if these teams are just going to continue to just go after the mage 100% of the game, like we have been seeing. But yeah, like I said, for SK Gaming, I feel like this is just such an important matchup, because this is like a confidence boost, right? I mean, if you lose to Bugs in the mirror, like, let's say they get 3-0'd here, how is their confidence going to be feeling, going into the finals?
Yeah, that's the thing. You want that momentum going into the finals. You want to have a big RMP win, and you want to be one of the top point earners, and then that's going to give you the confidence and the momentum that you need. So for SK Gaming, they definitely need to change it up here. And on the topic of Covenants, I think we can debate Night Fae and we can debate Kyrian, but I think we all agree Ventir is just not the move, right?
I don't think so. I don't think so. If you know it's a mirror, I feel like Meh might have been playing Ventir because they might have played a different comp with like an enhancer.
Yeah, maybe
something.
he thought Druid. Maybe he thought it was Druid.
So I feel like Meh, like, when we see him fight a team that they know is playing RMP, then we'll know. Like, if he picked Ventir, then it was deliberate. But I feel like it still wouldn't necessarily be the best. I think Kyrian is still just more power. But the game has started here. Game number 2. SK Gaming, they want to swing this and win this on momentum so they can feel strong and confident going into the finals, whereas Bugs need this win if they still want to have a shot of qualifying into the top 4. They're playing for their lives right now. Asgrath is blinded. Beautiful offense by Bugs, crowd control into multiple members of the teams, or of the team SK Gaming. Excellent execution early on. Now we can see SK Gaming trying to do the same with a blind onto Next, chasing down Oscar, but Oscar's already in a great position, avoiding Z-Pie's got him in a Dragon's Breath, and he can't connect. 1 more second left to chastise on Next. He's out of crowd control. It should be Bug's opportunity to turn it around and find their moment to strike. Where's their next crowd control going to be going? They're still trying to avoid Maro's combustion for a moment here. That combustion getting decent value, but alter back for Oscar with Guardian Spirit. He should be able to sit through this comfortably. Dropping a defensive Ring of Frost, trying to get some distance away from the interrupts to free cast some fireballs in the near future, but just decides to blink away from it instead. Next, pre-Holy Warding, anticipating crowd control. He's moving in aggressive. Asgrath deaths the poly. They go for a DR Chastise. Next is trying to get in position. He fades to go for a Fear. Asgrath fades as well. Baiting the fades. I don't think that Next had his Fear off cooldown yet, so baiting the fade right there. Nice play, but Next gets caught anyways into a Ring of Frost on his Apotheosis. He's actually losing a lot of value on this crowd control chain, so getting punished a bit for that aggressive stance. And now Oscar's behind, but good positioning allows him to grip him back behind the pillar. Zeepai ultimately reconnecting, though. They land a defensive fear, trying to buy time for Oscar. The first Cotter is going to be procced. SK Gaming looking a lot stronger in game 2, pushing for an ice block as well. Not even 2 minutes in, Oscar manages to catch a big heal, though. He's back to full. Asgras sits through a blind. Zeepai's polymorph, Frost Novad. Zeepai deciding to cloak with shadows out. No reason to save that for survivability in this matchup, as the rogue seemingly never targeted, at least in EU. I do wonder if they want to punish a rogue for doing that. Like next combustion, maybe go after Zeepai if they can get it off cooldown soon. In the meantime, Asgras with Apotheosis should be able to heal Morrow back throughout this attack and keep his team aggressive, which is bad news for Bugs.
I mean, definitely. Let's see what they can do. This is kind of a similar start to game number 1, though, although I would say Oscar has been on the back foot for a lot of this time, and there was a close call there on tomorrow with that boon of the Ascended, but was able to weather that storm, hold on to the Cauterize, hold on to the Ice Block. Bugs a little bit behind right now. At the same time, Morrow's going to be using that combustion to try to get super aggressive here onto Oscar. Oscar's going to be tanking it with the blink, and that will reduce a lot of that incoming damage. Oscar exchanging blows with Morrow in the middle of the map, both of them getting interrupted. Fear now onto Asgrath. It's going to be Morrow who is in a little bit of trouble. Is there any follow-up crowd control? Doesn't look like it just yet. Dismantle going out onto Zeepai. Both these rogues are trying to control up the enemy rogue and just get out as much damage as possible at this point in the game. Next in a great position, as well as Asgrath, just very far away. Zeepai's going to hook over, go for a kidney shot at the same time. Asgrath, his kidney shot, Ring of Frost going to drop for Morrow. He connects it. Oscar goes for it, but he gets interrupted. So some mirroring plays coming in from both of these teams. But during that last push, SK Gaming definitely came out ahead.
Yeah, beautiful stuff so far. A lot of aggression coming out from SK Gaming, and right now they're pushing even further. Got a blind onto next into a fear, but doesn't look like they can find any more crowd control. There's a kidney shot by Zeepai, trying to push for the ice block. Double kidney coming in. Morrow going for the sheep. He gets it. It's a full one, and this is an easy ice block potentially coming out from Oscar. No, he gets the Guardian actually beforehand, so he will survive without next having to trade out his IQD, or Oscar having to use his Trinket right there. So beautiful stuff there. And now counter attack being launched here. Oscar looking for the sheep, and there's the Chastise. He gets kidneyed on it. Zeepai shutting it down before they get going here. And Oscar still now stuck in open field, taking a lot of damage here. Morrow's combustion doing some work. Oscar doesn't have the Cauterize. He can't rely on it. Next, needs to be careful here as well. If he gets interrupted, that could mean potentially the game here for SK Gaming. And they look like they will stabilize a little bit here on the side of Bugs. And once again, let's see what they can get done here. But again, it's going to be a kidney shot on the next. Oscar just forced to try to trade out these Dragon's Breaths defensively. Forced to just try to sheep Zeepai and run. He's trying to put his alter time here. Line of sight. He doesn't want to get in the line of sight of Asgrath. Morrow actually spell steal his alter time right there. Unless he actually just clicked it off there because he didn't need it anymore. Oscar going to be stuck in a kidney shot here. Morrow pushing in. Look, CC on to next. Gets counterspelled. But that's good for Morrow because Morrow wasn't going to land that sheep anyway. So now Morrow has actually an opportunity here to potentially go for some offensive plays onto next. He's trying, but Brunhilde is slowing him down with the gouges, slowing him down as much as possible to get a full blind onto next. Kidney shot onto Morrow. Morrow actually trinkets out with his human racial, gets a full Ring of Frost, trying to chase down Oscar. But again, Oscar, very defensive posture right now. Does not want to give away any cooldowns whatsoever. And it's kind of like we're seeing a swap from game number 1 in terms of like play style. In game number 1, it was all about Bugs' aggression, and now so far it's been all about SK Gaming's aggression. However, Bugs been able to hold on. Their priest has all their cooldowns. Oscar has 2 minutes left on his Cauterize, and he still has his Ice Block. So SK Gaming getting that early Cauterize is not really able to snowball their lead just yet.
Yeah, so what's going to be more valuable in dampening? Is the boon going to pull off a win? No, Oscar forced into the first block. SK Gaming not going to let that first game get to them whatsoever. Going guns blazing in game 2, but Asgrass in a fear into a Chastise, setting up to try and force Cauterize from Morrow as he blinks away, getting that blazing barrier. Brunhilde chasing him down, trying to cut through the Guardian Spirit. Not enough damage to do it just yet as Asgrath bounces into Serenity. Is he going to be able to heal him on the follow-up? The damage is just not stopping. Morrow desperately Dragon's Breath. Brunhilde goes for Polymorph. Doesn't actually land it, so Brunhilde Frost Nova gets vanished out of it. Cloaks offensively. Brunhilde is going for the kill right now, really trying to keep his team in the game here. They need to get a caught off this. Double DB blind. Nice setup by Bugs. Can they cut through the Aegis here? They proc the Cauterize. They're keeping themselves in the game. Ring of Frost onto Asgrath. They get the block. Massive spell around the corner. Are Bugs going to pull this off? Backs against the wall. They were in a terrible position, but this offensive push has net them so much value, maybe the entire game. That is off the backs of that Boon of Ascended from Next, as well as their excellent crowd control. And suddenly, it's Bugs who are in the lead.
Yeah, Bugs is looking really good in this situation. Morrow, really no defensives left. 10% dampening, but at the same time, Oscar does not have that immunity. Cauterize can be pushed through. Now Oscar's going to have to play a beautiful game of defense once again. He is going to be blinking away. Dragon's Breath on Zeepai, just trying to play as defensive as he can. Catches a huge heal by Next. Once again, SK Gaming does have that mana lead. Polymorph, though, here on a Brunhilde. Polymorph on Zeepai at the same time, but Zeepai will be dispelled. Oscar trades out the altar time behind a pillar to try to avoid as much damage as possible, and we'll be able to alter time to full. Great defensive plays right now. Just line of sight in the mage, line of sight in the priest, and without those dispels, mages are really, really tanky in this matchup. Oscar going for a polymorph, finds it on Asgrath. Asgrath trades out the death. Diminishing return polymorph does trade, so good control here by Oscar. Played very defensive, now trying to balance that offense, but they just don't have the damage right now. On tomorrow, for the meantime, SK Gaming with a beautiful offensive push, but at the same time, Bugs is kind of deflected it. This is the full blind. Oscar going to have to play defense once again. He just trades out the combustion. He's going for it. On tomorrow, his healer gets blind tap. He's the one that trades out the combustion. Really like these aggressive plays here by Oscar.
Yeah, Oscar, with nothing left really in terms of defense, had to trade out his Icebook earlier. He does have his Cauterize back, but definitely, usually this is the situation where a mage is just running, trying to stall for their CDs, but you can see on the side of Bugs, they really want this, and they've been able to equalize the match here to a lot of this aggression coming out from Oscar. Let's see if they can keep it up, though. Oscar's dropping quite low. Next in a counterspell right now. Morrow in a counterspell. Oscar going for a Frostbolt here, trying to slow them down. Next catching a big flash shield there in the back line. And now Brunhilde pushing in for the kidney shot. Next, can he get that sheep from Brunhilde? They do snipe a Ring of Frost, and Morrow in big trouble here. What are they going to do? He doesn't have alter time. If they can connect, this could be big. You get a fear onto Asgrath. Brunhilde's trying to connect, but Morrow is too slippery right now with those defensive plays, that defensive Ring of Frost around the corner as well. And now it's going to be Oscar on the back foot. How is he going to survive here? Trying to kite, gets the big alter time right there. Guardian Spirit as well. Boon of the Ascended does get interrupted there, I believe. And now Next gets blinded on it. So they're definitely trying here to get a big burst of damage here on tomorrow. But Next didn't actually use his boon here, so he's going to have it up. And I would have much rather see Zeepai blind him when he's already activated it. Because now, if Next connects tomorrow, that's going to be lights out. Can they connect? 1 boon hit, 2 boon hits, 3. Oh, Morrow, his Guardian Spirit, I believe, just procced right there, taking huge damage right there from that Boon of the Ascendant. But Oscar on the same time, his Cauterize is ready, but he's no Icebook 15 because it's a big heal again from Next. Next, by the way, with next to nothing left in the tank here. Oscar going for a Ring of Frost. It's interrupted by Zeepai. Morrow, mirror situation there. Gets gouged on his shifting power as well. Brunhilde trying to build up as much damage as possible. Brunhilde with a blind in 30 seconds, but Oscar getting absolutely destroyed by Zeepai here with Cloak of Shadows active. Counterspell on Next is going to fade. And Oscar going for a Dragon's Breath. Actually, I think he got Massive Spell on his Icebook right there, but he will recover. And now, if they can get anything onto Asgrath, this could be Bugs' chance to get back in the game. They go for the Chastise. Oscar gets Counterspell. They know Zeepai has got no Cloak. Asgrath and Next trying to duel it out here for a fear. Brunhilde gets the kidney shot. And here comes the combustion from Oscar. This is a high value combustion. Morrow will use the Ice Block to get a full blind onto Asgrath. To get a sheep onto Zeepai here. Ring of Frost potentially onto Asgrath as well. And Brunhilde actually going for the sap. Oscar going for triple DR polymorph. Next, with a fear ready. Why doesn't he go and press it? He does. And Morrow now still in a kidney shot. This has been a beautiful chain here coming out from Bugs, but they don't have the damage to take down Morrow. And now Morrow has combustion. He's getting aggressive. Oscar ducks out immediately here. Nobody wants to be in Morrow's line of sight right now. Next in a full blind. Oscar taking huge hits of damage here. If he stays in Morrow's line, he's trying to avoid it. Blinks in, counterspells Morrow on the follow-up, and then ducks back out in the open field, but he's still taking big damage there. He's going to be forced to go back to the pillar. Dragon's Breath on Zeepai, sheeps him up, and now a moment of recovery here for both RMPs. And Oscar, I would say, still with the lead right now as he has that Cauterize.
Boone of Ascended next needs to win the game here. He's going for it. Boone of Ascended has been popped 15 seconds away from Cauterize. Next is chasing down Morrow. Morrow needs to escape from Next's line of sight. I almost think he should have saved that Boone. There was no stun lock, no good way to connect on the Morrow. Can they finish it here? They really need to win with this. If they don't, he's not going to see it again. Can they finish? They proc the pod. Can they take down the pod? Oh my god, how's Asgrath healing it? No, it is going to fall. And Oscar blinking away. Avoiding Z-Pi, doesn't want to go down in a cross kill. As Next isn't a kidney shot. Guardian Spirit comes up in 1. And that Boon of Ascended, when it's there, gets work done. Bugs now moving to match point.
I mean, this is just so impressive. Bugs they're such a solid team. I mean, you just love to see it. They're up 2-0 right now, kind of fighting for their tournament life. This is a very convincing series so far. We had a great balance of defense and offense, great pushes. But yeah, I feel like all 3 members of Bugs they're so solid. Normally, newcomer teams like this don't have such an impressive performance. But I feel like the way Brunhilde, Oscar, and Next kind of coordinate, get out their crowd control, and do these setups, it's really, really impressive to see. Right now, you can see both the ice blocks. Morrow's ice block is actually reset at this point in the game. So he's got his ice block, he's got his Cauterize. This is where Bugs actually make a massive push, and they're able to get a ton of cooldowns at this point. So SK Gaming was actually looking incredibly good up until this point, but Bugs found an opening and managed to get the ice block Cauterize out of the way. And then this is obviously 4 minutes later of a grueling back and forth on these mages where the ice blocks both reset. They managed to get Oscar's ice block out of the way once again, and this is where Morrow ice blocked. So once again, just exchanging blows, and it's at this point of the game where dampening is just so high. The priests have burned through so much of their mana. They have a blind there onto Asgrath. He's going to just use his IQD to get out of it, but the damage is just too overwhelming. Asgrath just has no tools left. There's no healing, no Guardian Spirit, and although he put up quite an effort healing that seed at the end, that pod, it's just too difficult, the 40% dampening. So Bugs will win game number 2, and now at this point, Morrow, Z-Pi, and Asgrath, they need a reverse sweep, which is not going to be an easy thing to do.
Yeah, reverse sweeping a mirror, it's not going to be easy. And I mean, look at the scoreboard here. I would say Morrow actually outdoing Oscar a little bit there on the mage, but Brunhilde, Z-Pi, very even. And I would say it comes down to some pad damage as well, and some more coordinated damage, I would say, from Bugs. And pad damage is basically scoreboard damage, is basically damage when it's not going to do, it's not going to matter essentially for the outcome of the game. Whereas, the coordinated damage is, for example, if you have a sheep or, you have something, and the damage there is really, really going to matter if you can get it out, because you're going to force big cooldowns, and that can lead you to win the game. So, Bugs, I got to agree with Ben. Impressive performance. I would say in the start, it wasn't looking too good for them. Like, I would say Next probably had his worst start so far that we've seen in one of these RMP mirrors. He got CC'd to oblivion, he got kicked, he got counterspelled, and Oscar, he had to use his block. It wasn't a great situation for them, but they recovered. They found that one big push that Ben talked about in the replay, and then after that, they were kind of on even footing, kept pushing, and they were able to grab the win. And I just gotta say, I think a big reason for why they're able to get that win is the Kyrian Priest. Like, having Boon of the Ascended in dampening is so good. I feel like it really made the game. What do you think, Sid?
I mean, it got the block, it got the COD, it got the kill. So, I mean, if it wasn't there, they didn't get the COD, they didn't get the block, and they didn't get the kill. That seems pretty valuable on the side of Bugs. What I would rather see from SK Gaming is if they're fighting an RMP they know that can't play sub, is they play an Ellie comp. Maybe like an Ellie demo or something into these teams rather than Mir. I think they should only be afraid of locking Ellie into Kungana and maybe Casual Dads. No, Casual Dads have not played sub either. Nixie, we've not seen Nixie play sub. I feel like if they know they're fighting an RMP that can't play sub, they should try some Ellie comps. Even DK Demo lock, if Z-Pi still has DK. I think DK Demo is actually really good right now. And it can almost out-dampen these outlaw RMPs. But you maybe need to be more worried about the sub version.
What do you call DK Demo?
Try that in Kungana and they lost to non-sub. They lost to Outlaw in a Grand.
I swear we've saw Z-Pi win with Ellie into Outlaw and then get smacked by sub. Like, there's no shot against sub.
I don't think he won.
He did win. Z-Pi won one game as Outlaw Ellie into Kungana.
No,
that was Jamie.
Yeah, it was
that was
Jamie.
Bugs.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jamie. I'm sorry. Jamie, Ellie. So I feel like Ellie has a shot, though, into Outlaw, not into Sub. So if you're fighting a team, and there's only one team that has Sub. So, I mean, this is good
Acro plays it as
practice. Who
Acro
does?
can play it as well, but
Okay. Well, I'm saying for the top 4 that are likely to qualify for the top 4, like moving into the finals, if I was SK Gaming, like you should only play these mirrors if you're just practicing for Kungana, and that's the only thing you care about. But if you don't have the mirrors to a point where you can win them, I think an Ellie comp would be better for these teams that don't have a sub main.
I think whatever they do needs to be something that can beat Kungana, because that's their main competition. I think whatever comp they try the goal for that comp has to be to eventually be able to beat Kungana, because they're the undefeated team. So I see what you're saying. They can grab some easy wins, but big picture, I think you just got to invest in whatever will get you the big win in the finals.
Even still in a matchup against Kungana, you would have to play only one RMP mirror, and then you could counter pick with an Ellie comp. So you wouldn't have to play RMP mirror the whole series.
That's only if your theory about
if it works, yeah.
Outlaw Rogue is
but it's the only team that beat an Outlaw Rogue. Is the only team.
It
was Jamie.
Lost the series. They won
but they lost to Sub.
The
if they got to play a matchup and had the mirror, they win one mirror against Kungana. That's all you'd have to do, and then counter comp them on the Outlaw with the Ellie, which I'm not even sure if it's 100% a counter comp, but I feel like that's a better strat than trying to beat Kungana in an RMP mirror the entire series. Like, who's going to be able to do that? It's going to be so hard to do that.
Yeah, definitely going to be hard, and it's going to be an uphill battle for all of these teams trying to figure that one out. I definitely don't envy them, but at this point, Oscar and Morrow kind of exchanging blows, both having their Cauterize and Ice Block available. We're about a minute elapsed in the game. See, Morrow actually taking quite a bit of damage right now, trading out his Aegis, so using some of that defensive trinkets. And one thing we haven't seen from any other mages as well, besides just Wealthy Man, is doubling down on multiple defensive trinkets, just not even using Relentless, which actually doesn't really get that much value in this matchup. And just going from Emblem as well as an Aegis, I feel like that might be one thing we see from some of these other mages as well. Marlon's going to trade out a Blink. He does get counterspelled. Oscar taking a bit of damage, but he's just going to retreat to the pillar and should be okay. Zebai gets Dragon's Breath. And that, I mean, if you're watching, the reason why it's so difficult to take down these mages, well, as I say that, Oscar taking a huge hit of damage, is whenever they can retreat to the pillar and just throw a Dragon's Breath Sheep on the rogue or a Nova on the rogue, throw out an Alter Time that's undispellable, they can self-sustain for a long time. It's when the mages decide to get aggressive in the matchup and they kind of push forward, that's when things kind of get really unstable. So anytime the mages are in trouble, they're just going to be blinking to the pillar, and that's to avoid the spells, and also just get Dragon's Breath Sheeps on the rogue. But once again, Morrow trades out the Ice Block. A great start here for Bugs. Instant Mass Dispel. Morrow's in the middle of the map right now, and this is not the positioning that you do want. Asgrad's going to have to trade out a lot of healing here. Morrow getting some good control, though, and look at the Combustion. Combustion from Morrow. Oscar's just out of line of sight, completely avoiding that damage, but now finally taking a big hit, and it looks like it will get dispelled. Oscar, this could easily be the Cauterize. Guardian Spirit will trade here for next, and that will keep Oscar alive, but yeah, great push there by Bugs, netting a huge defensive from SK.
Yeah, definitely another huge start here for Bugs. And last game, they started on the back foot and they were able to win. So if they can snowball this start into a win, that would be a 3-0 against SK Gaming. We would definitely be making a statement here for the newcomers in Bugs. And one more thing, Ascraft did swap over to the Kyrian. So we're going to see if that has any impact here on match point game here. Morrow, he needs to be careful. He still has the Cauterize to rely on. Ascraft uses the IQD to break out of the blind right there. He still has to cast heals, though. Might get interrupted. Get chastised into a fear by Next. His DR fear. And Oscar get there with the Dragon's Breath. Boon of the Ascendant from Next. Gets faked out. They get a kidney shot onto Ascraft. Can they keep up the damage here? Morrow's taking so much damage. He's going to blink away with the Alter Time. And Next connects here. He can dispel it. Connects with the Boon of the Ascendant, doing tons of damage there in the backline to Morrow. Ascraft finally going to try to heal, but Oscar is there. He gets counterspell. Ascraft fakes it. They proc Cauterize. Ascraft with a triple fear there as well, but they do get the objective. Now Ascraft with his Boon of the Ascendant. Oscar's in the sheep shot. This is surely his ice block. I mean, his whole team is isolated. There's a Boon of the Ascendant. Oscar, you are crazy for blocking that late. You might even proc your Cauterize, but Guardian Spirit from Next will be enough. And that was a great counter push there by Morrow. And you can see already the Boon of the Ascendant for Ascraft actually getting some big value literally the first time he's using it, getting that ice block. So definitely nice for him, but now he's going to get caught up in a chastise into a fear. Maru, this could just be the game for him. SK Gaming on their last leg, trying to stay alive. Maru blinks to get a shield, uses the shoal shape, trying to kite, trying to stay alive as best as possible to get a blind onto next here. Ascraft with no IQD as well, remember. And Maru is literally in KO position here. If they can connect the CC chain and connect the damage, Maru can't do anything. He just uses human racial there as well, which is his last breaker out of stun. So Maru not going to be in great shape here, but he does connect with the Ring of Frost onto the next. Combustion onto Oscar. Ascraft in a blind. It's a 2v2 in midfield. Both rogues disarmed, so it's more of a 1v1 actually with these two mages. Maru did have the combust though, and Oscar is going to have his ready. Maru really didn't get too much value out of it. DeFi with the offensive Cloak of Shadows, trying to get aggressive. 55 seconds on that ice block. Bugs, they need to make a push, and they need to make it soon. Right now, Guardian Spirit is down for Ascraft. IQD is down. Maru has nothing. There is a 40 or so second window where they can win the game. Ascraft trying to Holy Ward the kidney shot, but he actually does Holy Ward the kidney shot there. Otherwise, Maru potentially would have been dead here. Brunhilde, can he get any more CC though? He's going to have his blind in about 30 seconds. So, not going to be too dangerous because Maru will have his ice block as well around that time. They have a couple of seconds here to push for the win, but they really need to make it count right now if you're Bugs.
Well, Boone is coming up in 10 and they have Combustion. They're going to press those both at the same time. So if Maru can't avoid this Boone bust combo between Nex and Oscar, he's going to get wiped off the face of Tolvaron here in a moment. So Asgrath has used Guardian Spirit on the Combust, which means he won't have it for the Boone. If Nex connects here, he's going to knock Maru over. He's crowd controlled at the moment. Oscar's retreating while he is crowd controlled. They need pressure on Oscar during this time to prevent Nex from being comfortable to send the Boone, and they are putting pressure. Guardian Spirit going to activate onto Oscar, and now Nex needs to get in a position to go for Boone. Although Maru has stalled long enough that he's got a block available, so they're going to need a Master Spell. Here comes Boone of the Ascended onto Maru. He's in a kidney shot. Ice block immediately. Master Spell going to connect. Boone for follow-up. Sap onto Ascraft. Does he have an IQD? They're just chasing him down on match point. 1 second left on the Sap. Basic Barrier Aegis activate. Is Maru going to be able to stay alive? A fear for follow-up. They just need a few more points of damage, but they can't find it. Maru stays alive throughout that, and now it's SK Gaming's opportunity to fight back as they launch Maru's Combustion at Oscar. Next, trying to just spam out flash shields to keep him alive, has managed to weather through the Combustion here with the Apotheosis, but they got Ice Block regardless, so the next time that Boone is coming up for Next, it seems like the Priest, oddly enough, is the healer. You're the game ender in this matchup whenever you get a good Boone like that. Asgrath has 0 mana, though, so if we can see consistent pressure from Brunhilde, this could have impacts on ending the game prior to that Boone moment. Next, into a full blind, into a Polymorph. This is looking bad for Oscar here. No Ice Block for 40. What is Brunhilde going to do to save him? He kicks Maru, but he gets the Polymorph. Now Maru suddenly on the back foot. No caught, no block. Blinks away. Alter times. Spell steals the Combust, cancels it. Asgrath is still in a full shape. He's invising to try and escape, but he's dotted at the moment. I'm not sure it's going to pop him out with a shield here. He's doing whatever he can as Asgrath sits through these Polymorphs to survive. Boons are coming up on both sides, but one mage doesn't have Ice Block. The other mage is going to have Ice Block. That is not going to be a trade that you want to make as SK Gaming. So Bugs in this position need to push the gas pedal down.
Yeah, I mean, Bugs just 1 away from closing this out, and this is a massive win for Bugs if they can pull it off. SK Gaming looking at a reverse sweep here, but it is not going to be easy. They are behind on cooldowns. They're behind in terms of mana. Everything is not going in the favor of great grip there by Oscar, or by next to Oscar. Playing defensive. Oscar gets the Polymorph on his Zeepai, but look at how far away Asgrath is. Going to have to get the Dispel. Does manage to find it, so Zeepai can start creating some pressure for the team. Oscar in the midfield, though. Boone. Blink kidney shot. Big damage here on Maru. How are you going to get out of this one? It's going to be an alter time, blinking behind the pillar, but he's still taking a lot of damage. There's a blind on next. At the same time, though, Maru incredibly low. Needs to use the alter time. He gets it off at 1% health and now interrupted. Still a lot of pressure here on Maru. Can he survive? Oscar might have to trade out the Ice Block, and he does. A great setup there by Zeepai. Zeepai really saving the day with that blind. Sap shutting down the Boon of the Ascendant of Next, as well as getting that Ice Block from Oscar, kind of protecting Maru, but a blind now onto Asgrath. Combustion by Maru. Both mages just kind of going for it at this point of the game. Maru, though, with no alter time, going to be taking a huge hit of damage and might get potted. Cauterize is proc as he's crossing the map, just trying desperation to survive, but they get it. Big setup there by Bugs. A great push, a 3-0. And I'm not going to lie, I did not expect this result.
Yeah, I think you speak for all of us right now, at least here on the desk, man. I don't think anybody expected Bugs to walk away with a 3-0 here over SK Gaming in pure RMP mirrors, just showing pure dominance here. And I gotta say, I think a lot of it, like SK, this was a really, really back and forth game. It felt offensively like there was moments where both teams could have lost the game, And I think a lot of it comes from the fact that Askrath went Kyrian. We got to see it here on Maro. This is his ice block. Next, obviously, pushing in there with Boon, I think. And then here, you can see Askrath's Boon of the Ascendant. You get a nice double Ring of Frost, Sheep Ring of Frost there. They force out the ice block. Now, in my opinion, Oscar ice block way too late here. If he blocked a little bit earlier there, he actually might be able to save that Guardian Spirit. Obviously, that ended up not marrying too much. And then here is towards the later stages of the game where there's a bit of a mage race going on. Oscar has to use his ice block, but it's nice that he has an ice block, unlike Maro in that situation. They connect a full blind here onto Askrath, go for the Ring of Frost. You get a Chastise onto Zeepai. So Zeepai can't actually, peel Oscar or Brunhilde, and then they get the double fear. And Maro is trying to stall for that fear to end, but then look at that kidney coming out there from Brunhilde onto Askrath. He uses his every man for himself threshold, but it's not enough. Maro will fall, and the rest of SK as well. And that is shocking stuff to start off our day today.
Yeah, that's what an upset. And then a 3-0 nonetheless. So that's a huge victory for Bugs. They could make it into the finals still, or sorry, into that top 4. They've got to win their game tomorrow, and then also I think it's LF Org that has to lose. So quite a lot of variables that are involved in that. So we'll have to see if they are able to make it. But Bugs tomorrow, they're going to be against MYWAY. How do you think that's going to go? So please, what's up?
Well, MYWAY's been struggling with every RMP, and considering how well Bugs just played, I mean, unless randomly this Disc Priest, he pulls that out and it's randomly good out of nowhere. Maybe they'll have a surprise with that. I'd like to see them try it, actually. Maybe like a bit of extra damage for the Priest actually might put the matchup over the edge for them to be able to kill against the RMP. But actually, LF Org, they have to fight 2 RMPs, and they've been struggling with RMPs. So like the likelihood that LF Org, like they could go down in one of these series, I would say is like at a decent margin. So like Bugs, this is a really big win for Bugs for keeping themselves alive potentially to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely huge. I mean, I bet you that the fact that they're very close into getting into that top 4 was a huge motivating factor for them. So SK Gaming gonna be kind of knocked down a little bit by that loss there. We can see where the standings are right now. Casual Dads in second, 4-1, and we're going to be seeing them play just a little bit later today in that last European matchup of the day. But really impressed by Bugs in that game, and I'm looking forward to the rest of these games. I feel like the teams that know that they're right there, Ven, are going to be using that for motivation and just see how the rest of the day goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one step at a time, right? Just have to hope things go your way. Hope the right teams lose/win, and also you're able to pull off the wins when you can. So I think for Bugs, you can't really ask more of themselves at this point. Just got to keep up the consistency and overcome those next few obstacles, and they're going to be looking solid.
Absolutely. Definitely a lot of mind games going on as we head into, the last matches of the circuit. It's been a long 4 weeks for a lot of these teams, and, keeping your head up for every single game, every day, weekend after weekend is not an easy feat that I don't think we give enough credit to some of these players for. Zico, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's you got to stay on top of your game for a really long period of time, not just for the circuit and not just for the finals, but for the whole year, right? You got to practice for the cups and always be on point with the meta. And these players, of course, especially the healers as well, I mean, you look at Askrath, for example, he has to play Druid, Pala, Priest, like whatever his team needs. So these guys are definitely putting in the work. And, if it was up to me, we would see them all qualify, but we will have to send some people home. And if you are on the side of Bugs, right now, you are praying that No Money Just Funny wins this one, because LF Org, as we saw in the standings there, are 3-2, and Bugs are 3-3. So if they lose here, then they will be 3-3, tied up with the Bugs, and it will come down to what happens tomorrow. So it's very exciting. A lot of stakes in this one, and No Money Just Funny with a real opportunity here to kind of upset, I would say, one of the best teams in Europe. Like, I mean, going into the season, this is the team that you would expect to be really up there in that top 3 at least. So this could be a massive upset.
Could be very much a massive upset. Lots of anticipation here. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, looking for Org versus No Money Just Funny coming up soon. Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are now about to see Looking for Org versus No Money Just Funny coming up next. This matchup, the results of it have a lot of things that it's going to be determining here. The standings of Bugs, their top 4 lives are on the line here. We're looking to see if Looking for Org will lose this one against No Money Just Funny. Because you can see right now Bugs very, very close to making it into the top 4 and moving on to the European finals. So I can bet that they are a little bit nervous watching this matchup. But what do you think in your mind, Supatees? Like, what's the most likely outcome here with these two teams?
I could see this being 3-4 and they're tied by the end of the weekend. I could see LF Org losing to Casual Dads tomorrow, but winning today against No Money Just Funny.
Yeah.
And it ends 3-4. And I don't know 100% what happens if that happens, where it's 3-4. If it goes based on overall match score, if we have to play a series. So I'll have to look into that. But that's an outcome that I could seriously see happening.
All right, here we go. We are going to be going into the Grand Arena. LF Org bringing in the TSG. So, sorry, the Turbo Cleave with the Enhancement Shaman as well as the Warrior. And I'm curious to see Lontar. What is he going to be playing?
Yeah.
Is he actually playing a human? Is he playing human? We got an Orc Blizzo. We got an Orc Swapsy. Do we have a human priest? It looks like he actually is going to be playing Undead. So really, really curious. He's going to be playing that. And not too bad, but it is a bit interesting to me because he does have Tremor Totem on his team already with the Relentless. It seems like Fear will be that punishing for them. But yeah, an early start here by the side of LF Org, looking to get aggressive on No Money Just Funny. And I would say out of all the compositions we've seen so far, the Turbo has looked like it has the best chance into the Outlaw Rogue Mage. So let's see if they can get it done in this game number 1.
Oh, well, aside from the double rogue, maybe. But Swapsy already taking a big chunk of damage here. But now we're going to see a turnaround coming out here from Blizzo. And Swapsy trying to turn it around onto Acro. Not able to force too much with that Feint active. Swapsy now no defensives, no trinket, about 50% HP. Counterspell secured on Lontar. Can he get anything out of it? He gets the Guardian Spirit, but Acro is there trying to CC Lontar. He gets the kidney shot out of that Chastise. And JJ is there with a Fear as well. Swapsy is dangerously low. That Guardian will time out. He gets Counterspell. He has the Fleshcraft. And that will be enough defense here to keep Swapsy alive. Now he is playing with a Night Fae Priest. So that Astral Shift will be coming back for Swapsy. In general, pretty fast. But still, there will be some opportunities to take him down. Well, we just got Astral Shift back. What? As I just said that, it was 50 seconds left. But he gets it back now. So that's going to be kind of how LF Org are trying to survive. These setups, trying to reset that defensive of Swapsy. Lontar now getting crowd control. Chastise into a blind. Swapsy has the Astral Shift. Doesn't want to use it though. He's trying to be greedy with it here. And he's getting away with the greed because there's no stun. And Tittery actually going to be the one taking huge damage here. Blizzard now coming out of CC. They're going after Acro. Ray of Hope will connect. JJ connecting with Flash Shields as well. Acro should be fine. And again, it is going to be Swapsy on the back foot, trading out his cooldowns there as well with the Astral Shift. Also getting the Fey Guardians. Tittery dropping super low. We've seen Blizzo chop these mages up all last week. So Tittery needs to be very careful when this man is in the game. Anything can happen.
So I'm guessing he expects like Chastise Fear to be the main crowd control. That's why he wants to be undead. And maybe he's not running the Chastise Stun, I would imagine, with an Outlaw Rogue. So here they get a cheap shot ring here. So instead of going for the Fear, is JJ going to get in a position to chain anything off this? They don't have a blind yet. Lontar's out of the crowd control, and here comes the Conqueror's banner. Blizzo is blade storming, and you know you're in trouble. Cauterize is procced on the Tittery. He is burning down, trying to escape to safety on the outside portion of the map. They swap to Acro. He's going to pop Feint and try and tank the damage on that Outlaw Rogue. He has managed to deflect a lot of that assault, but the Conqueror's banner already got the value. A 2-minute cooldown for a 5-minute cooldown is a big win on the side of LF Org. Now they need to focus on surviving to that next round, but actually they're just getting aggressive, and they get a block. This is an excellent position if you are LF Org right now. Swapping to Acro, you're ahead on mana. You've got 2 major cooldowns. They just need to survive this next Combust, which could be pulled out by Tittery at any moment. Swapsy pre-fleshcrafts the crowd control, anticipating it so he can heal his partner and keep them going. But now they're swapping to Swapsy. Can they just kill him through fleshcrafting trinkets? Pops out a big heal, and I think that trinket is more than fair. Using a medallion on a combustion is kind of like a standard trade that you need to make. So more than fair for LF Org, and they're just etching a little bit more ahead with every passing second.
Yeah, it is not looking bad whatsoever.
Big swap.
Acro getting swapped to. Big setup here. And will be the Guardian Spirit and the Ray of Hope. Let's see if it tops him off. Likely will. And yeah, Acro's going to be going to full health, but I like the setups and swaps coming in from LF Org. Keep them mixed up. And also, I mean, they just netted 2 massive defensive cooldowns by going after the rogue in the matchup. Kidney shot now onto Swapsy. I'd really like to see them reconnect to Tittery at some point. There's no Guardian, there's no Raid, there's no Ice Block, there's no Cauterize. I feel like LF4 have such a clear win condition ahead of them. They just need to be able to maintain that uptime on Tittery. Obviously not an easy thing to do, but if they can find it, I feel like LF4 is just moments away from
5
potentially
seconds.
going up 1-0 in this matchup.
4 seconds. 3, 2.
Big
gonna pop
damage
it?
coming in. Oh, Swapsy. Kidney shot. He's going to take big damage there. He gets gripped back, though, by Lontar. Lontar chastised into Double Fear. Acro. Disarm onto Blizzo. They're going after Blizzo. He's taking actually a lot of damage here. And Rage Region going to come out from Blizzo. And he's going to get the Guardian Spirit there as well. Better safe and sorry on the side of Lontar there. But that means Swapsy won't have it available. And here comes the combustion. Here comes the damage, though, onto Acro. Acro immediately running away from that Conqueror's banner. Blizzo still all over Tittery. Still has a lot of damage to work with here. Tittery's going to alter time back right there, using his human racial as well. But that means they're stuck on him now. Ray of Hope coming out. Kidney shot onto Swapsy. Sheep onto Blizzo. That Ray is going to have to do a lot of work, and it will with that Guardian Spirit. But now, again, they're in that situation with nothing. And JJ trying to get aggressive here as well now onto Swapsy. But Tittery, so much damage coming out here onto Tittery. He's on 1% HP, and they will prod him. They disarm Blizzo, and they crack that pod. They delete that pod. And LF Org are going to answer against the RMP here with their good old-fashioned turbo. And I gotta say, this is a huge match that LF Org needs to win, because this match, this is the one that potentially will qualify them. So LF Org, the fact that they're winning here in game number 1, it's very, very good for the rest of the series, and it's very good for their overall standings.
I feel like No Money Just Funny made a mistake here. Like with the Covenants for the Priest, I think in the mirror, where Mind Game's not as important. But when you know you're going to be fighting a hybrid, very important for JJ to be playing Mind Games rather than Kyrian. But this entire round was just LF Org dominating No Money Just Funny, getting cauterized very early on, only 3 minutes in, and then immediately off the back of it, getting Ice Block from Tittery. This is a very confident game from LF Org. This is a momentum builder for sure. But I think the build was incorrect on No Money Just Funny's part. If they had a Mind Games during that combustion where Swapsy trinketed, for example, while Lontar is crowd controlled, he doesn't just top himself. That kind of situation is why you need to have a Ventir Holy Priest for this matchup and this team specifically. But Blizzo really got the highlight on this play. I feel like the dismantles of Acro were also not great. Like, he dismantled Blizzo, I think, 10 seconds before this moment where Conqueror's banner came up. It's way more important to save the dismantle, I think, at that point for Conqueror's banner. So you have an answer. You can like disarm and then stun the trinket and get the warrior out of the game. It's all about removing that Conk banner whenever it's available. And if you're not able to hit the timing, then you're going to get a caught. You're going to get a block. So I do really want to see Acro focus more on timing his CC around that Conqueror's banner for game 2.
Yeah, me as well. I think it would be really, really good for him to actually make that effective trade. One thing I will say about Mind Games is, weren't we seeing a lot of these hybrids break CC? So
Swapsy was doing that.
Yeah, so Swapsy, if he has Mind Games on him, all he's going to do is heal the Priest, and that's going to break him out of Polymorph, Blind, Sap, etc. So maybe that's why the meta has kind of just changed, where the hybrids are actually, you know, kind of on point, using their healing Mind Games to do damage to their own healer to break crowd control. Then you don't really get too much value out of it, which I could definitely see. And I know for sure we have been seeing Swapsy do that, but we're going to be going to Enigma Crucible. Actually, I love this map. I'm super happy this one's being locked in. I'm not sure why No Money Just Funny particularly goes for it. I actually feel like it's not that bad of a map for Cleaves. This map is really interesting because it's the only map that I can think of that has pillars that actually have like little edges on them that you can use to line of sight and stuff like that. And I've noticed even myself when I'm playing like Mage Lock, for example, and I'm chasing down a Ret Warrior, they can actually use the little edges to avoid and like make me take wider angles. So I'm not exactly sure why No Money Just Funny likes this map, but it is a smaller map, fairly balanced, I would say. I wonder if they have any other options. I feel like for them, it's just 100% RMP, right? There's no way they're going to switch off of it.
Shadow Priest into this team.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. But yeah, LF Org, I like this. I feel like if they have full confidence in this composition and maybe they just practice it a little bit more, clean it up, it has looked good for them, and maybe this is the answer that they need to actually beat all these RMPs in the tournament.
Yeah, I really like that.
Right?
Yeah, but I really like what LF Org is doing here, because we're seeing a lot of teams. They're trying to kind of copy, the strength of like KUNGARNA or Outlaw RMPs in general. But LF Org are working on their own strengths. So, for example, we saw SK. They're adapting the Outlaw. They're adapting the RMP, and we saw what happened when they went up against, Oscar has been maining mage for a long time. Maybe he won't be as good as Maro, but he can at least hold his own. And then you're going to have Brunhilde playing Windwalker, but pretty similar to an Outlaw Rogue. And then, of course, you have Next as well, which is the main priest, whereas Askar has been playing a lot of Resto Druid. He's been playing, anything. He's been playing a lot of Priest too, but it does feel like you have that edge if you have somebody like Next who's so good on that Priest, mains it, and can start the the games with winning 2 games as Kyrian and then swapping to or making the other healer essentially swap as well to kind of copy his moves. I feel like you're constantly trying to catch up there to people who main RMP and main that comp. But with LF Org, they have some unique tools of their own, right? They got Swapsy. He's historically always been, the guy who stands up to the Rogue Mage. And you also have Blizzo, which, even when Warrior isn't good, I'm not saying Warrior isn't good right now, but even when they aren't good, Blizzo makes it work. So now when Fury Warrior actually has some solid win conditions, you bet that having Blizzo in the game can be a real game changer. So I'm happy to see that, LF Org, they experimented with some Shaman comps and Lontar playing Druid and things like that. But eventually they're like, okay, we're going to work with the Holy Priest, and then we're going to build some cleaves around that. And our Mage Lock, unfortunately, has been nerfed. So we got to pick up some new tools here. And it looks like they sharpened them for this last weekend of the circuit.
I still feel like after watching SK Gaming in that RMP mirror that I'd rather see them adapt some sort of Demonology Warlock comp moving into the top 4 of EU, and then KUNGARNA, you probably have to mirror them, what other choice? But a lot of these other teams that are only playing Outlaw RMP, I feel like an Ellie Shaman or a Demo Lock or it could still do really well. And right now, LF Org are trying to battle against the meta that's been established by a significant portion of the teams here in both regions. Can they manage to pull it off here? Ride with momentum, more securely fortify their position as well in the top 4. It's still not 100% locked in, but this would be a big win for them moving into tomorrow, because they're going to fight Casual Dads, who at this point, I'd say if we're making a hierarchy of RMPs, Casual Dads, I'd say are higher ranked than No Money Just Funny currently. So this is just kind of a momentum builder for them, a confidence builder, showing that it's possible to win without just having to mirror them outright. And JJ's sticking to the Kyrian, so obviously they are afraid of the mind games, just breaking crowd control. It still didn't feel like the boon got an insane amount of value. I'd almost rather see Fey Guardians to trade it with a Conqueror's Banner, but it's really Acro. I want to see Acro get control of Blizzo. Don't let him just run around with a Conqueror's Banner, because if he does, that's when a Fury Warrior is just going to own you. If you're not CCing the Conqueror's Banner, you lose. There's no way you're going to win it. You never beat a Fury Warrior if you don't CC the Conqueror's Banner. So if he's dismantling before it, or when it's just about to come off cooldown, or he's kidneying before it, the LF Org are going to win this 3-0. I think that's the most important thing here for No Money Just Funny, is Acro's crowd control around Blizzo's Conqueror's Banner.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. Looks like both teams are going to be taking a cautious approach at the beginning of the game. Swapsy and Blizzo really don't want to push off the pillar, and Acro's just going to be looking to pick his moment. But LF Org, I guess, they're not too afraid of this opener. They're just going to be moving in, find them to get the sap. We have a sap right now onto Lontar, cheap shot onto Swapsy, and immediately he's going to trade out his trinket. So for the combustion, the adrenaline rush, it's going to be trinket, astral shift, as well as his Aegis. Just wanted to kind of completely deflect that attack, and now it's going to be Blizzo with his Conqueror's Banner getting really aggressive here. Let's see if they can get any cooldowns, get that early cauterize once again. Swapsy needs to get there for purges. Unfortunately, wasn't able to. Great positioning there by Tittery. Doesn't allow Swapsy to purge off the altar time, and he gets huge value on that healing.
Yeah, and Tittery using the new map here pretty beautifully so far, but takes a huge chunk of damage, and that is going to be the Guardian Spirit there used onto Tittery. Blizzo went off to Acro there a little bit in a Stormbolt, but now going to turn his attention back onto Tittery. Swapsy looking to get ready here for an attack, actually. But he's the one getting attacked. He gets the intervene there, and now Lontar putting crowd control. JJ's forced to heal, though he can't follow it up with the fear without that cauterize risk getting triggered. So he will stop that attack and start healing instead. Tittery almost falling down there and having that early cauterized proc, but he will stay alive for now. Acro, though, taking a big chunk of damage as well, trying to kite away. No evasion for 20 seconds for Acro. Blizzo also taking a decent chunk of damage right now. Stormbolt onto JJ. Blizzo gets disarmed, and that Sydney is after the banner, so he's going to have that disarm back up for the next banner. Swapsy taking some damage, and also a full kidney here onto Blizzo. So Acro really using that vanish there to just slow down the cleave right now. But I feel like as the RMP, you kind of need some offense. You need a lot of damage. You need to try to push and get some crowd control here. Otherwise, this cleave will potentially out-trade you outside of those stuns. And now Acro here in a stun. Dangerous situation. Counterspell and Wind Shear. Acro might just go down here. And he will trade out his, I believe, Human Racial as well as his evasion and his cloak. So the rogue version of a Divine Shield basically just got traded out there, which is an entire spell book. And now they're going after Swapsy, but the Fey Guardians are there to protect him, and he will use his defensive there once again. Will use those Fey Guardians to reset it, and Swapsy will survive that. Blizzo getting disarmed here. This is right. The Conqueror banner just came up, and there's no disarm. This is going to be a very, very dangerous situation coming up.
Yep, big opportunity for Blizzo to close out the game here, but Swapsy's on the back foot. He could go down. 1 second left on Polymorph. Lone Star connects a big heal. Now Blizzo is popping off. Big swap onto Acro. They grip Acro away. Now they're just going to swap to Tittery. He alter times. He blinks. Is he going to be able to escape the Conqueror's banner? There's no crowd control. They Dragon's Breath him, buying a couple of seconds, but that's not going to be long enough. Big lightning bolts coming up from Swapsy, cleaving the whole team. Tittery being decimated at the moment as they trade out in desperation to try and recover through this moment. Finally, Kidney Shot on Blizzo, slowing down the assault. Kidney Shot on Swapsy, slowing down the attack even further here by No Money Just Funny, and they've managed to survive with the Cauterize and their Ice Block still intact. That is the main point of pressure for LF Org during the Conqueror's banner. They don't net the major objectives, which means No Money Just Funny can put themselves in a good position here. Combustion coming up. They're going to have Boon of Ascended in 30, but Acro is getting blasted as they swap over to him, and I love the swaps from LF Org. This is what's giving them a mana advantage over JJ, so he can't just single target all of his Serenities into one player. He's going to have to spread his healing, which is going to run out, and he's going to have to cast. When he casts, he's going to use more mana. A really good strategy here from LF Org. Now going back onto Tittery. Swapsy gets gripped away on the kidney. Now they swap to Blizzo in a kidney. Chastise on Swapsy, trying to remove some of that off healing. And I think focusing your crowd control on the enhance is actually a good move here. Deeper and dampening if they can make it that far. I think killing the warrior while CCing the shaman is a good option.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if they can do it. It's a blind on Lone Star. Blizzo is in a little bit of trouble. It's going to be up to Swapsy to kind of carry, but you can see he doesn't really have much mana left to work with. Running through a lot of that mana, and when an Enhancement Shaman doesn't have mana, the only healing he's going to be able to do is with that Chain Harvest. At the same time, though, Blizzo taking a huge hit of damage. Guardian Spirit trades, and this is looking a lot better here for No Money Just Funny. Swapsy looking like a complete brick wall in this matchup, so I don't blame them for trying a different target. And so far, in terms of pressure, it's worked out a lot better, but at the same time, Acro getting chopped up. He gets gripped away. Nice stun there by Lone Star, really setting up the opportunities for his team, and Acro's actually feeling a little bit afraid in this matchup so far. It's a full kidney shot here on a Swapsy. It's looking to just create pressure where they can. Dampening has just kicked in, but LF Org has a big benefit of actually a mana lead at this point in the game. Full Polymorph out of the Lone Star. GG is there for a full Fear Tremor Totem. Does Swapsy have it available? He does, breaking Lone Star out of that CC, and now it's LF Org's time to get aggressive.
Yep, and let's see if they can get an Ice Block here onto Tittery or the Cauterize. They will get the Ice Block there. Shattering Throw coming out now from Blizzo. They're pushing for more. Tittery does spell still the Power Infusion to slow down Blizzo. Blizzo with the gets defensively blinded here. Doesn't have a trinket for it here. Acro choosing to expend his blind. If he doesn't have a disarm, if he doesn't have a kidney or anything like that, he can send out the blind to try to slow down Blizzo. But the problem is, Swapsy though actually has to trade out his trinket, has to trade out his Astral Shift there as well, which is his biggest defensive cooldown. And Lontar also using the Fey Guardians there. Blizzo now with the Enraged Region, he gets disarmed as well on the Enraged Region. So offensive play there from Acro. And I was going to say, mana-wise, I would say LF Org are actually the team that's winning, but No Money Just Funny, pretty close in terms of mana. And I don't think these defensive blinds are actually going to be what nets them the kill. I think that if you're the RMP, you need to push in, get CC, and try to close out the match because the turbo should outlast you on fire. with a decent sized mana pool right now. JJ still a little bit to work with left. Hillary taking some damage right now. Can they reconnect here? It could be massive. This could be the cauterize. It could be what they need. And they will proc the cauterize here. Another successful push here from LF Org. And I mean, this is just a showcase of perfect defense from the Turbo for every single kidney shot on Swapsy. There is an answer. Here we go again, preemptively using his Eternal Aegis Trinket right there. Then he gets to intervene. JJ doesn't even want to use the Boon of the Ascendant here, because there's still a lot of cooldowns to go through here. He has Astral Shift to preemptively use as well. So Swapsy and Blizzard just putting on a show right now, and they get a nice root there on the grip. Full Stormbolt, and that is it on Tillery. They proc the seed and they pop it, and LF Org are up 2-0 right now. This is absolutely fantastic work from this Turbo Cleave. LF Org and Blizzo, you can tell they've been practicing a lot here.
It's great to see Blizzo and Swapsy kind of bringing back the bread and butter of the Turbo Cleave. They're not succumbing to the RMP mentality. They're not shifting over. They're sticking to the strengths that they know and kind of focusing on them. Will it pay out all the way through the series? So far, it looks pretty good here for getting them closer to locking in that fourth place position into the circuit. Once we get into the top four, like tomorrow against Casual Dads, if the series concludes here in one game, I think it's going to be a bigger tell of the potential of this composition. But they're really putting on a show in terms of defense, always having an answer when things get dicey. Like here, Trinket healing himself back to full when Lontar can't, and then rotating through for Astral Shift later on, rotating through for Intervene, just making sure there's always an answer, as Zico pointed out, and allowing themselves to survive till they can just grind down the RMP, getting cauterized and Ice Block, and ultimately ending the game. And it's really these preemptive moves. Like right here, if Swapsy does not activate his internal Aegis on this kidney shot, he's in a lot more trouble. With no Trinket, he can't Astral Shift. That buys time for Blizzard to get in a position. So you have to make preemptive moves against RMP. You've got to be like, okay, the kidney shot's off cooldown. Where's the rogue? Where's the mage? They're chasing my healer. I need to activate defensive right now before that CC hits. That buys you a couple seconds. They have to pause. And then while the RMP is pausing, you do this. You just run in and just kill them. So all of those preemptive moves are so important in a matchup like this.
I don't have a ton of experience on Enhancement Shaman, but I do know this is a very unique build that Swapsy's playing. He's not actually playing the Venthyr Enhancement Shaman, which is something we normally see. So I'm wondering if you could, I know you do play.
Is he running Necro?
Yeah, he's Necro, and he's playing totally different legendaries, not Lava Lash at all. And this build seems to be working out nice. So good experimentation by Swapsy. I don't know if you could elaborate more on it, Sid.
I mean, it's just tankier. It's the same logic as wanting to play a Necro Warlock into RMP for Swapsy. That's why he was playing Necro Warlock against RMP, is just you get to be more tanky.
Look at his damage too, though. Like he's destroying.
I'm trying to look at his gear. I didn't think anyone would actually play it because there's so many builds for Venthyr.
Yeah, I just noticed it. I was like, wait, he's Necro Lord?
And he's stacking movement speed. That's why he's so fast.
Yeah, he's playing very interesting build.
He's running Merilith. He's got the little frictionless coating, a little bit of an extra shielding before the go, as well as just the Fleshcraft itself. Like that might be enough to save a Trinket in the opener against RMP. You normally wouldn't have to worry about kind of like working down Fleshcraft before you send your go. This is very different. This is like, I'm glad you caught that, because like I've almost like default assuming the shamans are Venthyr without even like trying to notice it, because you've never seen Enhance played with anything else. It's always been Venthyr Enhance. So okay, so Acro's actually going to go sub. I was actually wondering if they were going to do this and focus on more of an aggro RMP. I feel like this is the strength of No Money Just Funny, is the sub RMP, not the outlaw. So I'm happy to see this. But yeah, Swapsies, this is really strange. Like you get Primordial Wave, you get more Flame Shocks up. I think you get some extra stats.
What is a legendary?
It's just extra stats, I'm pretty sure.
No, like he's something that gives him Feral Spirits cooldown.
Oh, that's normal. That's Witch Doctor, I think.
Okay.
Or Wolf Bones. I'm pretty sure that's the normal. No, is that Wolf Bones? Wait a minute, that might not be Wolf Bones.
I think you ran the same one last week.
Okay.
A second Maelstrom. Whenever you gain a second Maelstrom, I don't think so. I think, or maybe it is. It might be for Enhance. There's so many legendaries for Enhance. But it's just all about. I think for Necro, it's just survivability. He gets extra shielding. He's going to trade the burst damage of the Venthyr. But it doesn't seem like they need it. Blizzo can basically do all of the damage. Swapsy just needs to survive. And then Blizzo can just carry with offense. But it's working for them, right? It's got them 2 wins now. Can it beat Sub? If he can beat Sub, then they might have a shot against a team like KUNGARNA. because I don't know if they're going to have enough to be able to push them over the edge with subtlety.
It's really cool to see these teams still kind of experimenting and coming up with unique builds. Because I mean, I even called it out during the game. I was like, yeah, if he has no mana, he can still heal, with his chain harvest. He doesn't have it, turns out. So, yeah, I mean, it is interesting because Necrolord obviously does provide a lot of defense, but you could argue that chain harvest is some pretty good defense too when it's just like a free full heal on your whole team. So. I don't know. Even the damage that he's been able to output with this build seems really impressive.
I feel like it's lower than normal. I feel like he's been out damaging Outlaw Rogues. If we look at scoreboards from other games when he was Venthyr, I'm pretty sure he was out damaging Outlaw Rogues. Whereas now he was even with the Outlaw Rogues. But I'm pretty sure.
But is it pad damage? Like, that's what I kind of wonder, is like the Venthyr just like you're cleaving off like.
Yeah, but you kind of want to cleave against the RMP. You kind of want to like, oh, I randomly hit the rogue to 50% health of chain harvest, tab target, time to dump some damage. Okay. Like it just opens up an opportunity with chain harvest. So I'm not 100% sure on Necro because I've never seen someone actually commit to it long enough in competitive play to actually sell it for myself. And chain harvest is such a big button that you don't want to give it up. Well, it's also because it's not flashy either, right? Like Primordial Wave is just kind of flame shock. It's just like a green flame shock. It's not like these big powerhouse buttons like Abomination's Limb pulling people in. It's like, like you're not like immediately drawn to Primordial Wave as you are to other options like other Covenants. So it's not the most flashy. I didn't think it was the most potent, but this might be the secret ingredient here for Swapsy's Enhancement Shaman to pull off a win against RMP.
I think he just needs the defense more than he needs the offense. I feel like every time we see him play with the Chain Harvest, he has to use it so much defensively anyway. So yeah, maybe this is kind of the extra safety that he needs to actually be able to keep pushing and stay aggressive, get the uptime. But for LF Org, this is actually like a massive pickup. I believe their score line is 3-2, and we got Bugs on 3-3, and then we got Casual Dads at 4-1. Now, if LF Org wins here, LF Org are gonna have a 4-2 score line, and Casual Dads are playing RMP Mirror most likely into KUNGARNA. And I mean, I have some background because they wargame a lot, so I have some background info on how those have gone. I'm not gonna say like exact score lines or anything, but let's just say KUNGARNA probably feeling pretty confident heading into that one. So if KUNGARNA wins there, which is likely to happen, then Casual Dads will have 4-2, and all of a sudden, LF Org, being that team that's like fighting for the last spot, actually have a chance here to maybe even move up in the standings a little bit and kind of catch up on the last couple of days. So they could tie with Casual Dads in their scores, and who knows what happens after that. So this game, I would say, LF Org were like compositionally, we didn't expect them to find a good answer for the Outlaw RMP, but they've managed to force no money, just funny off of the Outlaw and onto the Sub Rogue, and right now with a 2-0 lead here in what is match point on Ruins of Lordaeron.
Oh, match point, Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery, as LF Org makes some serious adaptations, takes some big risks to try and deal with the current meta, and it's paid off 2 games in a row. Will it net them a 3-0 against No Money Just Funny's RMP, immediately chasing down Acro? He's going to lose a lot of survivability on that subtlety, so there's going to be way more damage for JJ to deal with. JJ has also gone over to Venthyr to get the mind games off during the stun lock to counter that Nature's Guardian. Let's see if it pays off. So far, we haven't seen too much offense from No Money Just Funny, only getting the Medallion of Swapsy, although that is a decent cooldown to get out of the way. They used Shadowy Duel already, Shadow Blade, so there's more than a fair trade for Swapsy. He's connecting onto Tittery. Blizzo's making his way over now to Tittery as well. Needs to get that hamstring up as soon as possible. JJ's positioning for crowd control on Lone Tar. They get a blind onto him. Kidney shot. Where's the mind games? It's off cooldown in 1. They need mind games during the stun lock. They're not going for it just yet. They're getting just interrupted at the moment. I'm really surprised they didn't send the mind games yet here onto Swapsy. Maybe they don't want to break the sap at this point. But he's able to just sit through all that crowd control for free now and reconnect heals. That was a big moment where they needed to try and get an IQD from Lone Tar. Is he actually maybe still playing IQD against Subtlety? I feel like if he's playing IQD, Acro should kill Lone Tar in this matchup. Mind game swap to Lone Tar, but they're not going to get the time. Acro is getting chopped. LF Org with just utter domination, 3-0.
I mean, if you're LF Org, this is something you definitely want to see. going toe-to-toe with the RMPs. It has been kind of the composition to beat at this point, and the fact that LF Org has kind of come up with this unique build, actually able to take them in a 3-0 in this series. I mean, that looked really, really good. It kind of gives you hope for this team against some of these other RMPs.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a blowout, honestly. First game, you kind of kept you on the fence a little bit, like, okay, yeah, there's some good opportunities on swaps here, but the second game, absolute steamroll. And I mean, this sub rogue, and this is the drawback of the sub rogue, right? Like, you get one shot level damage, but you know, and we see it here with the resonators going off, a lot of damage happening, a lot of you know, the ghosts are very, very potent, but you don't have 100k HP like an outlaw rogue. So when you get swapped to, things can spiral out of control. You just blink and you might miss it when one of these rogues goes down. And yeah, I mean, Acro here just gets absolutely obliterated. And that's how it goes sometimes. LF Org going to be picking up some. This is, I would say, probably their most important game, because if they got upset here, that would just be really, really devastating, because all of a sudden, those other teams that we discussed earlier, like Bugs, they would have a big shot at actually overtaking them in the standings. So this is LF Org. It's a very needed win, and they get it.
Absolutely, and we'll see if they can ride that momentum also into Sunday. Subtees, I think it was you that was mentioning their game with Casual Dads tomorrow. How do you think they can do against those guys, considering how we just saw them perform just now?
So what I foresaw before this, and what I mentioned, was I thought LF Org would win this series, but tomorrow against Casual Dads, I could see a world where they lose. And then we see a tie between LF Org, or it comes down to head-to-head between Bugs, because I feel like Bugs are in a really good position at the moment with how well they're playing. And they fight MYWAY tomorrow, which has been struggling with their comp, or the entire circuit. So I could see it, but now I'm actually wondering, maybe Casual Dads ends up tying with them, and they got a tiebreaker for who's going to be third or fourth in seeding. And the seeding is a big deal when you look at the Cross-Region Tournament, because that's how determining whether the server is EU versus NA type of deal. So if you want to be winning not necessarily just the EU tournament, but also the NA, you want a higher seed. So this is a big win for LF Org, finding this new strategy, finding this new build. And I'm happy that people are trying different things as well. Yeah. I feel like there's so many things that I've been left unexplored and on the table. Like, some people just get deadlocked into like, this is the only option, and they refuse to experiment outside of it. And so this little experimentation paying off here is nice. I like that.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I love when we get to see teams kind of expand what they're doing just a little bit and to have it work out for them. So looking for Org, another 3-0 on the board here. And now next up, we've got coming up here our very last European series of the day. It's going to be KUNGARNA versus Casual Dads, the team we were just kind of talking about a little bit here. Ben, what's your take on this one?
Well, KUNGARNA, obviously the team to beat right now. They're undefeated. I would say out of all the teams in Europe right now, I actually would put most of my faith in Casual Dads to actually take a win and have a close series. So they've been looking really good with their Outlaw Fire, Rogue Mage Priest. And if it comes down to just strict mirror matchups, I think Casual Dads has looked super solid so far in the tournament and could actually test KUNGARNA here. And this could be, this could potentially be, one of those matchups that's the finals of Europe. And we might getting a little bit of a spoiler as to what happens. So we'll see if KUNGARNA can continue the reign of terror in the European regions, or if the Casual Dads will be able to put up a fight.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We're going to go to a break. We're going to see what Casual Dads can do up against the powerhouse of KUNGARNA. We'll see you soon. everybody, welcome back. It's KUNGARNA facing off against Casual Dads in an RMP mirror here. Casual Dads potentially could be the one to overthrow KUNGARNA, but looking at their records in the cups before we went into this circuit, it's 2-0 in favor of KUNGARNA. So let's see if Casual Dads can overthrow those odds.
All right, let's see if they can do it here. Casual Dads leading with a pure mirror here, and we are going to see double Kyrian from the Priests. And of course, the rogues are both going to be Kyrian. The mage is going to be Night Fae, and nothing crazy changing there. So we are seeing more of these top teams in the RMP mirror gravitate towards the Kyrian Priest. That Boon of the Ascended, so powerful. And we're going to see Waz already building up some damage here onto Alec, trying to get his Roll the Bones rolling and start to build up damage. Matt's going for the Boon of the Ascended. He's trying to fake cast it. He gets counterspelled. But Matt just using it as an extra school there to do damage with. Alec actually taking huge damage. Matt's in a kidney shot, and he gets something on Clyde, though. Doesn't look like it was. Does get feared right there, Matt, in the blind. Into a full sheep, and it's actually going to be Raikou here taking massive hits in the opener. Raikou! Beautiful alter time, though, by Raikou. And he's going to get a massive heal there from Meh as well with the Guardian Spirit. And here comes KUNGARNA, full blind onto Clyde into a full sap. And the Boon of the Ascendant is active and absolutely destroying Alec here, and he catches a massive heal there from Clyde, but still dropping down dangerously low here. Clyde gets DR Sheep. Alec going for the Ring of Frost. Can they get any cooldowns here? Can they proc the Guardian Spirit maybe? Doesn't look like it. Clyde going to be coming out of CC now and should have some heals to work with here. Alec getting counterspelled, which means Clyde can potentially free cast here. And so far, none of these RMP mirrors really netting a cooldown, but on the side of Casual Dads, they did proc Raikou's Guardian Spirit, so Casual Dads in the lead.
All right, let's see if they can maintain it here. We're only a minute and a half in, and sometimes these mirrors are going upwards of 10 minutes. So an advantage here could be stalled out to the point where it's no longer of any importance to the outcome of the match. And with such a roster of KUNGARNA's level and status, like this team could easily stall. Raikou behind the pillar pre-alter times gets big value there as Matt is finally out of crowd control and should be getting a big heal in a moment onto Raikou. Clyde is now into a kidney shot, dismantle on Nixie. Alec is basically alone, chasing him down here. Ring of Frost out of the fear, nicely timed by Raikou. Can they connect onto Alec is the question. He repositions behind the pillar, avoiding Met and Raikou. And it seems like those are the most important players to avoid is the Mage and Priest, whether it's Boon of Ascended or Combustion. But Combustion is now connecting onto Alec during the kidney shot. He gets the damage. Clyde appears to be ready for it though, as this is the last hope for EU. Will they be able to end the terror of KUNGARNA in the EU region? They've not lost a single series this entire circuit, and this is the last team to have a shot before the European finals. Right now, they're falling behind. Clyde in a blind. Alec on the run. He's trying to blink away, but he reconnects. This is caught. Going to get procced here. Clyde fades. Guardian Spirit. Big heals come out, and Alec is now launching fireballs back at Raikou, trying to put his team in an offensive position, but he's now just falling behind again with nothing but a kidney shot onto his healer as they have to pop Apotheosis. It should amplify Clyde's healing enough to keep his team popped during its duration. Hopefully they can get offensive with it. I think Med Death the chastise there, but ultimately does get feared anyways by Clyde. With that fear, can they connect the Boon of Ascended? Clyde has it available. He's not going for it just yet. When is Clyde going to pull the trigger? He's mind controlling, trying to get Waz off of Alec and open up Alec onto Raikou. Apotheosis from Meh now should boost his healing to keep him alive throughout this. And it's really the Boon of Ascended of Meh and the Boon of Ascended from Clyde that I'm looking at right now. Who can connect a good boon? Because that could just win the game if you get a massive spell on the block off of it. And they seem to be the key players in this matchup. Meh is trying to launch his right now, holding back on it as Alec is out of line of sight, setting up for a fear. Gets a fear onto Clyde. Now he's chasing down Alec, looking for the Boon of Ascended. Massive swing of pressure onto Alec from that. He tries to blink away. He activates the Aegis, but it may not be enough, as an ice block will be forced. And Meh actually gets out of the blind. He's launching even more damage with that Boon of Ascended. He's pushing for the win with the last remaining seconds. And it doesn't look like he's got enough. Maybe he's close. Alec gets gripped back to the pillar. Clyde is trying to stabilize him. Clyde pre-fades, anticipating crowd control. Tried to pre-fade the blind, but didn't hit it. Now Waz goes for the kidney shot. Has blind available. Does Clyde have IQD here? Could be the end of the game for Alec. Full blind into a sheep here. Clyde does break out of the sheep, but Alec is in so much trouble. Pressure is mounting for KUNGARNA in game one.
Yeah, it is definitely looking really good. At the same time, Raikou taking a little bit of damage, but just playing so well defensively with his team. Alec definitely a little bit on the back foot. Actually playing Orc, so he's the only one in this match not playing Human at this point with the Relentless Trinket, and I don't know if it's working out for him. Alec going to be blinking away. They're all over him. He could just get crushed. He's got no blink. Cauterized procs. Do they have the damage? They do. The Wild Seed is out. This is absolute domination from KUNGARNA in game number 1. That was definitely a really clean win.
Yeah, that was that was about as clean as you can get. You had the full Ring of Frost, you had the mind control rolling, whole team is in CC, Alex in a kidney. Just a clean finish there by KUNGARNA. And that's the thing. These guys are so scary on the RMP. You know, they main the RMP, and of course they've just been playing it this whole time. And yeah, it can be a tough beast to take down. Casual Dads, I would say also kind of a main RMP team, but they were predominantly playing that Rogue Lock and Mage Lock at the start, but now finding themselves playing a lot of RMP mirrors, and I would say one of the best teams at it. But still, just this entire game. I mean, look at the cooldowns. Raikou, he's got block, he's got cauterized. They had a lead at the very, very start, taking that 3-minute Guardian. But aside from that, it really was just KUNGARNA in the driver's seat. Look at that. You get the Ring of Frost onto Clyde. Out of the, they get a Fear into the Sheep, into the into the Ring of Frost, into the Mind Control on Nixie. And then, I mean, here the entire team is just in CC. Meh is always involved in these kills. He's got the Power Infusion running. He's assisting with CC. He's assisting with Dispels damage. And you can see it on the scoreboard there as well. Really, really nice offensive game. And it's going to end in 4 minutes. Now, I want to ask you guys, what do you guys think? Because we talked a little bit about the Cross-Region Tournament. What do you guys think stylistically here? Like, if you have one of the North American teams, for example, cleaving the Rogue and using a lot of kidneys on the Rogue versus KUNGARNA here, super clean, running down your mage, like, who do you think actually would come out on head stylistically?
That's tough.
I mean, I don't know.
I feel like I have to see it play out before I know. I mean, one of them has to be better, right? There can only be one best, right? So one of them has to be better.
Right. One of the strategies is better than the other.
I don't know what you're getting at here, Zico. I feel like this is a bit of a loaded question, but I would say so far, KUNGARNA, to me, is the best RMP in the whole world. So someone's going to have to step up to them. Like, I think going into the cross-region tournament, if we're going to RMP mirrors, KUNGARNA is going to come out ahead, in my mind. And I'd be happy to see someone, you know, kind of rise up and change my mind. But at this point, I think KUNGARNA, they're kind of looking unstoppable. This is absolutely their meta. If RMP is the best comp, they're the best RMP. No doubt in my mind.
What about Liquid? Maybe with their double Rogue? But they have played it in more games and lost with it.
I feel like the double Rogue is going to get solved. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like when it was fresh, RMP was struggling with it, but I think as you get more games, RMP probably starts winning more than it loses. So
I'm really not sure. But
I couldn't say. I feel like Liquid would be one of the teams with the best chance. And maybe, like, I like, there's a part of me that says 3.5 men. There's no way they're gonna like, beat KUNGARNA in an RMP. I'm sorry, but I just don't think they will. But at the same time, like, maybe
they could
be North America. I think KAWHI is probably the best chance for a North American team to take them down. And maybe
Cloud9 too, maybe.
Quiet.
Cloud9. What Cloud9 gonna do? They're gonna RMP mirror them?
You don't think it's close? I feel like Cloud9's RMP has been looking better.
You think it's close?
I think it's been looking better. Maybe not close.
I mean, I think Cloud9 is worse than 3.5 men, and I'm debating if 3.5 men are even gonna have a shot here.
Jeez, okay.
I think Cloud9 is good, but I mean, we're talking about a different level of good now, Sid. So I'm not sure. Cloud9, the only way I would see Cloud9 beating, like, this is what I think, okay? I think any team could beat any team if they can figure out a way to make their main game work. So, like we just saw with LF.org, their main game, get Blizzo in there, have Swapsy on Enhance or DK, and be like the counter RM team. If they can play that style and find a way to beat RMP with it, they can beat anybody. And I would say the same thing for Cloud9. If they can play Mage Lock, if they, I don't know, play Demo Frost Mage, and they play it to that Cloud9 level, I think they can beat anybody. But they have to be playing their main style. This is KUNGARNA's main style. You're not going to beat them at their main style with a bunch of alts. Like, I don't see it happening.
What if we see Casual Dads come back in this matchup, though? Will you change your mind?
If Casual Dads come back?
Well, Casual Dads makes this like a close 3-2. You know, like they pick up a few wins. Are you going to change your mind about the whole thing?
About Cloud9?
How about KUNGARNA just beating everybody?
I'm not saying that they're going to beat everybody. I'm saying that I think KAWHI can win, and I think Liquid can win. I would say like it's like a 40-60 in advantage of KUNGARNA. But I think that would be a close match, either of those two teams. Now, in an RMP mirror, do I think anybody can win? To be honest, no, I don't think so.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. If Casual Dads actually like makes this, they're not out of it yet. They did lose one game, but what if Casual Dads picks up a few wins? Maybe that's like a signs of life for some of these other RMPs.
I know their war game scoreline as well. So like, even if they 3-0 KUNGARNA here, it would be like, you know, it would be like a drop in the ocean if you look at their like total score.
Yeah, but the games that matter most are the most recent games. You know,
True.
Games that matter most are the most recent games. So even if that is true, but I mean, at this point, let's see. Casual Dads, we need to force a cauterize. We need to force an ice block, like one step at a time here in the match. We'll see what Alec can get done early on. Looks like Nixie is going to get opened up on as KUNGARNA wants to start off the game. A little bit of pressure here on the road, but immediately going after the mage. That seems to be the main line of play here in Europe. Just tunnel down the mage, clean crowd control setups from start to finish. Raiku's actually going to be blinking in. Alec behind the pillar right now with an alter time. He will activate that. Mez actually in a full blind as Nixie's looking to set up his team. Dismantle though on a Nixie. Alec on the back foot. He does blink. Trades out the Aegis. Can they get the cauterize? Can they get the ice block? Big heals coming in from Clyde as Casual Dads hold on. A beautiful assault there by KUNGARNA.
Beautiful stuff here in the opening stage of the game. Alex still taking some heat here in the midfield. Needs to be careful. Goes for the double Dragon's Breath. Meh with the boon. Finally going to be running out there. Alec gets a chance to breathe right now. And Clyde, though, trying to push in, trying to get some heals. He's trying to Holy Ward Meh's fear there. But Meh doesn't even have fear right now. He's just running on top of Clyde, trying to bait him here to use Greater Fate, use Holy Ward. And he's succeeding at it. And meanwhile, in the midfield, both mages just trying to reset their combustion. Right now, Raiku's going to have his before Alec. And Alec actually blinking away when Waz uses his hook there. So Waz has a small window here where he could stun him, but Alec will have a blink now. Once again, full sheep onto Meh, though. And they get anything out of it. They do get a fear as well. And Raikou actually does take a decent amount of damage. Boon of the Ascendant gets loaded up there by Clyde, but he's not able to go for it since Raikou has that counterspell going after, again, Alec here. Nixie's going to make his way back onto Raikou after sitting that sheep. And it's going to be the CC chain now. West pulls the trigger. What can they get done here? Blind into full sheep. Alec getting cornered right now. Meh on one side, Waz and Raikou on the other. And right now he's taking damage from all three members. He's going to use his trinket. Is it going to be enough that they get a DR sheep to continue the chain? And they stun lock him behind the pillar, out of line from Clyde. He's lining Clyde too much here. And as a result, we'll have to use his cauterize. I feel like if Alec ran to Clyde a little bit sooner there, they didn't line each other for an extra second, maybe the Guardian Spirit would have been enough right there. But as a result, they will get both. And KUNGARNA will take their first big two-down lead.
I mean, the main strength of KUNGARNA is they always know the best and shortest line to victory, and they're always taking advantage of it. They don't miss an opportunity if it presents itself. Whereas Casual Dads, they're not even finding those lines just yet. They're just struggling to try and counter the lines that KUNGARNA are finding. So they're going to have to turn this around big. They're going to go for a kidney combust, but they get double DB'd. Raiku's going to Aegis the combustion, and they don't chain the kidney shot. Now, Meh, here comes the boon of Ascended. Massive damage onto Alec. This could be an ice block. They blind Meh. I really like that blind there, but maybe it won't matter. Raikou getting blasted now, keeping themselves in the game in terms of burst damage, but not enough CC. Meh comes out, stabilizes Raikou. Now Meh is pushing forward. Clyde pre-Holy Wards. Meh is trying to purge off that Holy Ward before going in for Chastise. Meh gets put into a kidney shot, slowing down his pursuit of Clyde. Alec is still taking a lot of damage. Clyde dodges, or actually Dragon's Breath to take off the Holy Ward, but Clyde gets the first fear on the Meh. Now Clyde into the kidney from Waz, setting up Raikou. Raikou gets interrupted, has to go for a ring. Gets the Ring of Frost on the Clyde. Alec line of sights though. Nice position from Alec here. Out of line of Meh and out of line of Raikou during the stun lock, but Meh makes his way over on top of him. Purging up those blazing barriers, getting ready to keep his dots up. Holy Fire as well. Clyde into the full blind. A big opportunity here. Meh in position. He's going to go for fear. Gets a fear. Can Raikou get anything out of the fear? He tries to sheep. Gets counterspelled. Too many interrupts to stop his crowd control here. He's just launching damage at Alec, trying to overwhelm him with pressure. Now Meh into the Chastise. Casual Dads trying to find their footing. And somewhat have found at least a decent place to stand that is stable at the moment. Now they're trying to push forward, but the crowd control is lost. They actually just go for a cheap shot. Is cheap shot going to be long enough? Raikou blinks away, gets that blazing barrier from the Burning Soul. And is it going to be enough to hold on to the cauterize? Gets gripped on the kidney shot by Meh. Meh trying to get big heals out here with that Sanctify. Boosting his heals here for the next couple of seconds, but he doesn't have any Serenity charges. He's struggling. They go for blind, but it's on DR. Oh my goodness, they were 1% away from proccing Cauterize on Raikou here, but Casual Dads are showing signs of life.
Yeah, let's see what they can get done. I mean, we're almost in a dampening territory right now. Alec still without that Cauterize, can't be feeling too safe. A full kidney shot does land from Waz, looking to set up his team, but good positioning from Alec behind the pillar. Gets the Dragon's Breath, goes for the Alter Time. Can it get dispelled? Doesn't look like it will, and Alec will have that safety net for just a little while in the match. Now actually Raikou on the back foot as Nixie's starting to generate some pressure for his team. Mana relatively even for both of these healers as both mages exchanging blows in the middle of the map. Raikou gets interrupted. Double Dragon's Breath coming in from Alec. Soul Shape to the pillar. Shifting power coming in. Alec with evasive maneuvers, just trying to avoid damage, trying to be at the right position, before the damage does come. As he has to play a little bit defensive here. There is a combustion available for Raikou, and he wants to position himself in a way where he can line of sight as fast as possible when Raikou decides to pull the trigger on that. And I think Raikou's going to likely try to be patient.
Ooh.
Here it is. Big swap on Clyde. Can they get it done? Can they take him down? Raikou shows some discipline there. He gets gouged on his combustion. Not going to be just trading out the snap ice block to go for the kill. But I like the fact that KUNGARNA is mixing it up and going after multiple targets. So Alex is playing too defensive.
Yeah, that's the thing. These priests, they don't have the set bonus, and they don't play Res Legendary and RMP Mirrors. All of them are using IQD. If you have a KO situation where, Alex still has his ice block and the priest doesn't have any of his breakers, you could definitely take him out. Fortunately for KUNGARNA, Nixie was too quick there with the peels, but I like the initiative. Let's see if they can continue snowballing this pressure onto Alec, though. Man gets sheeped here. Alec going for the combustion here, getting aggressive onto Raikou, but has to line of sight Raikou on his own combustion. He's actually just free taking some damage here from Alec. Meh still in CC, and Raikou obviously using that Eternal Aegis is the reason why Alec backed away there. Now Raikou will catch that Guardian Spirit from Meh, and they did proc it earlier, so Meh is going to have that back now on a short cooldown. Full blind secured here onto Clyde. Going after Alec behind the pillar, doing a great job avoiding CC here. He's actually looking for more CC of his own. Waz gets the sap there onto Clyde and stops the sheep by Alec. Will get the ice block there. Massive play coming out from Waz right there with the kidney into sap and make sure that he even stops the CC on his team. And now all of a sudden we are one CC chain away here potentially from closing out the game. But first it's going to be Casual Dads looking to get aggressive onto Raikou. Raikou doing a good job kiting. He counterspells the Boon of the Ascendant, and that should be enough defense in that push to stay alive for Raikou. And now once again KUNGARNA looking to prepare. They have combustion. Counterspell is out of the way. Can they get any CC on Clyde? If they can, it could be lights out. Nixie has blind though. Nixie can pull the trigger before him. Can also be lights out, but there it is. Kidney into blind onto Meh. Raikou with the combustion active here, and Alec will just spell steal it, cancel it, and just duck around the corner. And now it's going to be Clyde put in CC chain. Alec on the run here. Let's see what they can do. Waz is all over him. Meh is there as well. Can they get any follow-up, though? Doesn't look like Raiku's going to be able to find it. He gets gripped out of the kidney shot. Raikou will trinket, trying to... actually, he just blinks out of the stun there, trying to stay alive. Couldn't really go for the CC there. And Meh is actually in crowd control. Raikou might actually proc his Cauterize here, but he catches a big heal there with that Guardian Spirit. Once again, very back and forth so far this game. Clyde actually using his human racial to get out of a kidney there, and Meh getting counterspelled. Dragon's Breath onto Nixie. Raikou still not out of the woods yet. Meh gets kicked into a kick there. Very rare to see Meh do a mistake like that, but he does get a few heals out. Nixie sheep, and Meh will come out of crowd control now. There's no interrupts, and now he can get aggressive here. Cast the Boon of the Ascendant. He's looking for crowd control. They get the kidney and the fear. It's a bit overlapped though, but they might just be able to push through here. KUNGARNA looking to get that Cauterize from Alec. Can they find any more follow-up? CC, who has with a blind very, very shortly here. 10 seconds remaining on that CD. If they can get the blind when Alec is still low, that might be enough offense here to actually push him over and potentially just kill him outright. Let's see if they can do it here. Waz has it ready. He's quite low still. And obviously Clyde trying to avoid it, but there it is, full blind secured. And this surely will be some big cooldowns here. Alec gets kidney shot behind the pillar. He trinkets back. Alter times back to the middle of the map. Waz all over him still though. 1% HP. Alec going for the Invis here. Raiku's on one side, and he will proc the Cauterize. They don't have any more CC on Clyde though. And Clyde will be able to keep Alec alive, but that was his last line of defense for the next 2 minutes, and they're not done yet. They're continuing the chain. They're continuing the damage. Clyde can't cast. Raikou has counterspell. Raikou blinks in for the counterspell, but not able to find it, and Clyde will spam heal now and recover Alec from that push.
All right, let's see. Can he hold on here? Dampening's getting pretty high at the 9-minute mark. Alec has just not been topped for so long at this point. They're trying to stay aggressive on Raikou, trying to win the game, but they're in shambles right now. They're beaten, battered, and bruised, trying to pull off a victory against KUNGARNA. They're just unbeatable and unstoppable. Will they be able to pull off a miracle here with nothing left? Waz is pushing for the win, 1% health, and they will proc the Wild Seed. But Raikou at the same time, nope, not going to be going down with a triple Dragon's Breath. Answers and responds 2-0 in the series, and it is looking like nobody can stop KUNGARNA.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking untouchable in these mirrors. Beautiful offense. I will say, there was a few moments in the match where Raikou was a bit scared, but I mean, even if you're getting somebody low, if you're not forcing out the cooldowns, it's not that scary. I mean, there's so many like kind of immunity pause healing mechanics that Holy Priest have, so if you're not fully getting those cooldowns, I mean, it can look like you have momentum, but it's just, this is definitely another one-sided matchup coming in from KUNGARNA. Alex did a pretty good job living here, playing very, very defensive in this match. There was even moments where KUNGARNA was like, all right, well, if Alec is going to play like this, let's actually just swap it up. And they made a swap over onto Clyde, which is actually really, really nice to see. But it's just slowly but surely making those efficient trades, connecting the damage at the right time with the crowd control that puts them ahead, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really want to see this more because I really feel like all these RMPs, they're playing 10, 20-minute games sometimes. Not specifically talking about this matchup here, but in general, I want to see more swaps to the Priest because I feel like they can close out the match earlier if they stop being so one-dimensional and they actually look for those swaps. They're not playing Res Legendary. If there's no Guardian Spirit in play, there's no IQD in play, you can definitely swap with a Combustion and actually just 100-0 a Priest. So I would love to see more attempts like that, especially when the Guardian Spirit is not available, because you're not playing with a Ventier Priest. So if that is available, it will most likely block the kill. You might proc it, but if you're going all in like that on a healer swap, you just land a kill. And speaking of landing the kills, we're going to just did there on the replay. And again, it's going to be, like you said, some signs of life from casual dads. Sometimes they had good CC chains. It looked kind of scary there for Raikou, but ultimately, what do we say with our RMP mirror tests? We say if there's no cauterize, it's pure domination. Isn't that right, Sid?
Mm-hmm. No caught or block. I think if you can't get a caught or a block, then you got dominated.
Yeah. So
That's
far,
a gold standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So far, they didn't proc any, right? They didn't get either in both games. So it's so far. They're not living up to the golden standard right now on the side of the casual dads.
What are they gonna
Nixie,
do?
though, he's putting in work in these matchups. I mean, he's just like, what matters most is not even the scoreboard damage. What matters most is connecting the damage at the right time, right? Like, getting the damage out at the right time when the mage can no longer get away and you can kind of overwhelm him, through the altar time and the blink shields, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So just doing damage isn't enough in this matchup because there's so much defense for both teams that can sustain for a long time that you really have to overwhelm in order to push through those cooldowns. And that's what we're seeing KUNGARNA do. And unfortunately, what we're not seeing from casual dads. But it's not easy. KUNGARNA is insane. I mean, RMP mirrors, these guys, I don't even want to know how many games played they have over the expansions together with this composition. Like, this is perfect for them. So teams are really going to have to rise to the occasion. I do kind of agree with you, Zico. I feel like in order for a team to beat KUNGARNA, they're going to have to, they can't beat them at their own game. They're going to have to figure out, what they can do, how they can kind of accelerate or excel at their own strengths. And that's going to be the only way we really see it done. But Casual Dads has one more chance here. Otherwise, it's going to be, I think, our fourth 3-0 today. Yeah,
that's right. It's been a day of 3-0s. And that's the thing, man. That's typical. I don't know if that's typical, but that's kind of what you want to see on the last day of the circuit. This is your last chance. A lot of these teams, this is their last opportunity to solidify where they belong. KUNGARNA, obviously here, they want to get the clean sweep of the entire circuit. They don't want to lose a series to casual dads, even if it doesn't matter for their standing, even if it doesn't, in the big picture really matter for them. They want to be able to say that they beat every single team, and they're going to be able to say that if they can win that next map, and they will solidify themselves as the number one seed, of course, as well as, casual dads. They're going to be fighting for seeding here. If they lose here, well, we just saw LF Org win, and they're going to be tied with LF Org. And then tomorrow, I believe they're on a collision course. So they're going to have to battle it out there to see who gets fourth, who gets third, and whatnot. So there's a lot on the line for the overall standings as well as in this particular game here. And this is casual dads as well. Like, even if you lose this series, it's like, yeah, okay, they're the best RMP, and we're casual dads renovating our kitchens. But at least if you go down, like not getting crushed, that's going to also feel pretty good moving into the finals here. But we're going to see potential last game here, match point for casual dads. RMP mirror on Asherman's fall. We're going to see Matt already charging in here. Matt is just so aggressive. He forces out Holy Ward and Greater Fade. He only used his own, actually used both for himself. He gets blinded. They're going after Raikou. Raikou going to use his human racial right there to break out of the stun. And Alec is playing Orc, actually, whereas Raikou is playing human. So a bit of a mage difference there. And we're going to see Clyde still in crowd control. He gets fear. Alec getting absolutely crushed here. And that altered time. Oh, no. He shouldn't have went back on that all the time. He went back there, and he actually altered to 1 HP. So they proc this Cauterize. This is a disastrous opener for casual dads. You can tell KUNGARNA, they just want to push over and finish this 3-0 already.
Yeah, casual dads, can they just at least get a caught? Can they at least get a block? That's like the first step that I'm looking for from them. But now at this point, you've used everything. Your Guardian got procced. It's a 3-minute cooldown. Your caught got procced. Your block got forced. Like, you have to play with absolutely nothing against arguably the best team possibly in the world. We'll get to settle that. At least we can give them the best RMP in the world pretty safely at this point. Can you pull it off? Playing with nothing. You're in complete shambles. I don't want to know. I can't imagine what the morale is at this point. Like, how are we going to survive here? Combustion's coming up for Raikou in 30. Like, we've got our own combustion. Can we get aggressive? They really need to get aggressive with this combustion, but they're falling behind. Waz is just keeping up the pressure. He gets polymorphed for a moment of reprieve, but a double Dragon's Breath from Raikou. Can he dodge it? Can they force it? They're so close. Raikou is dangerously low here. Can they manage to get a Cauterize at least from Raikou on this push? Alec isn't sending the combust. He's still just sitting on it, waiting for a better opportunity, I suppose, with some crowd control on Meh, but now Nixie's into the polymorph. Raikou has combust. Boon have ascended for Meh in 30. Alec is trying to escape. He knows he's got nothing. He pre-mirror images, trying to reduce damage, pre-alter times. He's line-of-sighting Meh on the purges, alters back to midfield. Waz is going to work his way to reconnect as Alec blinks back to Clyde's side. Really good evasive maneuvers here from Alec to survive throughout that combustion, but Boon have ascended is what I think will win the game here. Meh has that in 10 more seconds. If they have CC on Clyde and Alec is in the middle of the map, Meh will end this game. 5 more seconds, 4 seconds away. Alec blinks behind the pillar. Just nothing but defense from him. He's been doing nothing but run this entire game. Is he going to be able to hold on? Clyde into the blind. Polymorph on Meh, but the Wild Seed gets procced. And KUNGARNA go undefeated.
7-0. And I mean, they did it in style. How many games overall did they drop?
They lost one map.
They lost one map. 7 series, 1 map against the other 8 best teams in Europe, or 7 best teams in Europe. So, I mean, this is just looking absolutely insane for KUNGARNA. A beautiful performance once again from their team. And I'm really curious to see what happens moving into the finals, if any team can kind of figure out their RMP. Because right now, I mean, I don't know. They're just looking like a nightmare. They're just their own separate beast. This team is insane.
Yeah, I think it's if you are one of the other teams, you should probably start working on a way to beat these guys. I mean, it's easier said than done, but I don't think the way to beat them involves playing
just beat them
RMP
forehead.
Mirror. Well, what I'm trying to say is just, like this all the time right here. As soon as he goes back, actually, did they? That's hard to tell if they procced it when he went back there or if they procced it before he went back. I think it was after, because I think he altered on really low HP there, but could be wrong. Either way, that was the disastrous opener right there, basically forcing out everything here from the casual dads. And I mean, no matter when you look, it's just pure domination. You got a Dragon's Breath out of that blind. Maybe Raikou could have even gone for the sheep there, but they just went for the damage, and they had enough. Take Alec out. Oh, nice. We can actually see it here. Okay, so in the start, what actually...
Slow it down like 5x.
Yeah, we need to see the altered time. Like, if he altered on 1 HP, because that's actually, I think, what happened. I think he dropped extremely low here, right at the beginning. So we're going to see blinks.
30%.
And when does he... Yeah, when does he alter? I think he takes the boon there. I think he does take like a big hit and then alters. Yeah, the boon. Yeah, there it is. And then here, he actually gets a big heal. But then he alters back to 1 HP, and that's why he panics completely, blocks and caught. So if he just clicked off his alter time, Alec was completely fine, and this entire disaster of an opener would never happen. But that's the thing. It's a high pressure situation. You know, you already lost 2 games, maybe a bit of tilt, maybe just a little bit of miscommunication there between him and Clyde. Maybe he wanted to use his cooldowns, or Clyde wanted to use his, or maybe Alec thought he had 30% HP when he altered. It's really hard to tell because it all happened so fast. This was mega slow motion for us, so we could see what happened. So you can't really blame him too much for that. But you know, if you want to call it bad luck or miscommunication or whatever, either way, that was definitely a big reason to why they lost right there.
Yeah, very interesting. I guess a bit of an underperformance compared to where we're usually used to seeing casual dads. But honestly, personally, I'm not surprised KUNGARNA was able to pull that off. It would have been better to have it not quite go to a 3-0. So certainly unfortunate for casual dads, but KUNGARNA, I mean, you guys already covered it. Just so impressive that they were able to finish this circuit off with 0 losses on the board. They still have to go to the cross-regional tournaments as well as the finals for this region. So we'll see if they even can get through those 2
look at that.
with no losses. Zico.
We got a 3-way tie for second right now, and I want to say that Casual Dads and LF Org are playing each other. I don't know who SK are going to be playing.
SK plays Delirium. I feel like SK are going to win there.
I think we can all say, okay, so here we go. This is for tomorrow. We still have NA, by the way. We're not done. We're just done with EU, and then we're going to swap to North America, and this is for tomorrow. So tomorrow, the last games are going to be LF Org versus Casual Dads. Whoever wins that or loses that will determine the standings. SK versus Delirium will, if SK wins, which, I mean, most of us are expecting them to win, because Delirium hasn't beaten anybody yet, and SK's, Titan, so beating them would be a pretty good team to beat as your first team. But we're expecting SK to walk away with that one. That would put SK in second. KUNGARNA already is in first, guaranteed. And it's going to be between LF Org and Casual Dads. And now what happens with MYWAY and Bugs there? Because MYWAY and Bugs... Now, MYWAY has no chance of qualifying, but if Bugs wins that, they will be 4-3. So
it'd be head
the
to head.
The loser of Casual Dads and LF Org will be tied with Bugs if Bugs beats MYWAY. So it's gonna go to head between those.
I feel like Casual Dads and LF Org have better win rates.
No, but they're head to head, right? Yeah, it's direct head-to-head.
Yeah,
Wait,
and
so
I don't know
play
if Bugs
each other,
has
or it's total wins.
No, they don't. It's who won between Bugs and Casual Dad and Bugs and LF Org. Yeah,
exactly.
And I don't know if Bugs beat either of them. We'll have to get confirmation on that.
Yeah, we'll have to look into that, because if they did beat one of them and that team loses, then Bugs will qualify. If they win against MYWAY. So there's a lot of crazy things that can happen here, but one thing that you can take for sure on this entire thing is that KUNGARNA, undoubtedly the best team right now in Europe, 7-0, losing 1 map, basically perfecting the circuit here. What an insane run. I believe they won, I would say, all of the cups or most of the cups as well. So just been a monstrous year for this team.
Yeah, for real. This team is unstoppable, and it looks like there's no end in sight to their reign. And then, we've got kind of a similar story here in North America. KAWHI has kind of been that team for a while, but you can see just on the points that Team Liquid has kind of been catching up. They've really found their stride this season. They've experimented with some new compositions. They've been playing that double outlaw rogue. They also had some success last weekend with that Windwalker DK. So I feel like it's very impressive here in North America, and it's quite contrasting that, we're in this RMP meta that everyone's talking about, but the 2 top teams in North America aren't really RMP teams. So it's kind of cool to see just a little bit of a difference there. But we are going into, that being said, the North American games. And first up, we've got 3.5 men facing off against KAWHI. And KAWHI, they have won 4 out of 4 out of 4 of the games that they played here against 3.5 men. So we'll see if 3.5 men can come up with anything before the face of KAWHI, because it's going to be a very difficult game for them. Supatis, what would you like to see from KAWHI's team?
don't know what to expect from them because like they've tried Fuse on Double Outlaw, but then we've also seen that KAWHI can play Ret Outlaw to counter Double Outlaw. So like this could be a really strange first. It's either like Shadow Priest Outlaw Holy Pally from Brain's team, and then RMP from Calvish, or Calvish tries some weird Double Outlaw thing, and then we see Ret Paladin maybe from KAWHI. Like there could be some strange things from both of these teams in the blind pick.
Mhm. Yeah, strange is a good way to put it. So we'll see what they bring to the table. We're going to head to a break real quick, and then when we come back, it's going to be KAWHI facing off against 3.5 men. We'll see you soon.
My name's Calvish. I'm a 16-year-old from Colorado. My primary class that I will be playing is Rogue. There's multiple stories here, actually, to the team name. The one I choose to believe, it's 3.5 men because Nuked is really short. Another story is it's 3.5 men because I'm 16 and everyone else on the team is an adult. Naturally, I was kind of drawn to the idea of competing against the best and trying to be the best, right?
Take them out. They can. 3.5 men do it in game 5.
I started playing WoW in Mists of Pandaria. I think I was like 6, 7, 8 years old or something. Both my mom and my dad raided. I would just go mob running with them and stuff like that and do LFR, pet battle, all of that. I've played like every class in the game, know exactly what the cooldown on their abilities are, and it really helps with offensive communication to the team and knowing when we should win the game.
I sap the mage, man, even though he's agony. I sap his trinket, he trinkets with agony. I stun his block and a I stun the rogue and Kenny his trinket win the game.
Right now, the team to beat, especially for us, I'd say, is 100% KAWHI. It's definitely been a struggle.
Now setting up on Kearney, a swap to the healer. He's got nothing. Galvish is dismantled. He can't heal it. He's going to drop.
Especially because that's not a team you can just lock a counter comp into. You have to play insane on those ults to beat them.
Potentially, they're going after Brain. Can they take him down? The smoke bomb drop.
I would 100% think that people hate on RMP too much. I'd say a lot of the issues relating to RMP can easily be avoided by positioning better, trading better, not overlapping cooldowns.
Devastating setup here by 3.5 men.
I sapped as well, Charge. Our team wants to win the circuit extremely badly, more than any other team, I'd say.
Poking aggressively onto Daze, dropping the smoke bomb, kidney shot, massive damage up from Calvin. That's a KO.
And so naturally, I mean, we just want to win. All we have to do right now is just build consistency, and we can definitely win the whole thing.
Another banger video, and that one was about Calvish here on 3.5 men. Of course, the rogue that we're going to be seeing in just a couple minutes. But interesting, his comments about RMP, Zico. What do you think of that? What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, they're a great RMP, and it's hard, right? When a lot of teams are playing RMP and it's like super strong. I can see why a lot of people think it's really good. You know, and it is, but at the same time, I can also see his point of view. They were a sub RMP before the Outlaw meta, and they were doing really well with it. So, yeah, I think they're in a similar spot to like KUNGARNA. You know, this is their mains, and they happen to be good as well. So I guess they would probably perform even if RMP wasn't that good, because like if RMP was okay or like mid tier, yeah. I see what he means, but yeah, maybe I slightly disagree still.
All right, well, let's see if they can best KAWHI here with their RMP. Interested to see, especially what KAWHI decides to bring out onto the table. It's game number 1 here for the first North American game of the day.
The comp's going to be, oh, they thought they'd lock some Outlaw cheese. They went in with the Rep Pally, but they were able to beat RMP as well in previous rounds of the circuit from the side of KAWHI, so I wouldn't count them out just yet here. Rep Paladins can crush out burst damage, even being capable of killing Outlaw Rogues, which are so durable. I feel like Rep might be one of the only specs in the game to consistently be able to do that. So let's see how it performs here with that double Paladin Rogue. Drake is charging in, immediately pulls Calvish out of stealth. No saps are going to be found. Excellent play by Drake here, and they're just going to start the cleave here. Attacking Nuked, Prev's into Kidney Shot, Resonators down, classic 3.5 men play here. Kidney Shot for follow-up, Prev breaks out. Is he going to stabilize? Hammer of Justice down on Calvish, blind on Kearney, massive swap to Calvish. Is he going to drop here? Insane damage, he's on 10%, almost going down. Managing to grappling hook back to the pillar just in the nick of time, but that was a close one.
I mean, he went down to 1% health, and he is not running the cheat death, so extremely close, and I would say even a little bit greedy there by 3.5 men, but I like the swap here from KAWHI. And I kind of wonder if KAWHI is actually intentionally wanting this matchup. Like, maybe they want this into RMP. And this is like a new composition that they have found. I guess time will tell. Nuke taking a huge hit of damage. Calvish down to Kidney Shot as they make a swap onto the Rogue. This is devastation. Big damage here from KAWHI. Is going after the Mage, making these hard swaps on the Rogue with a Kidney Shot, Hammer of Justice. And man, I mean, the pressure here for KAWHI has been great. They really haven't had to trade out any defensive cooldowns whatsoever. And I mean, maybe this is their new RMP answer.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, we gave Liquid a lot of flack for not continuing to play RMP into this last week, and if 3.5 men can't beat it either, then it could be actually that KAWHI has just found something here. But right now, Calvish in a lot of trouble. He gets kidney shot. He gets gripped by Kearney. Nice fade there by Kearney as well, making sure that he doesn't get cross-CC'd in that moment. And, I mean, the thing is, they don't have offensive dispel. So I feel like Nuke, it should be very, very, very hard to actually take him down. And maybe this is a comp that can kind of dampen RMP. I could see them win that way or with a rogue swap. I really don't feel like Nuke will go down. You can see there, that was his alter time. You saw how much value that just got. That's basically a lay on hands heal from that. And he can just reset his cooldown pretty frequently as well with shifting power on that. And there's no purge for it. So I feel like Nuke is going to be a tough target to take down. As long as he just spams out cheaps and tries to play defensive, I don't think he will die. So it might come down to mana or a rogue swap or maybe even a healer swap later on, or Prev dying, which I think could be very likely as well with these instant blinds as soon as Brain runs out of cooldowns. But Brain, he's got every single cooldown in the book right now, and so does Prev. So I don't see any opening just yet. Brain going for a big flash of light heal there with the Divine Favor. And Prev's going to be completely top there again from another kidney shot. And again, it's going to be KAWHI kind of dictating the pace here in the matchup. Drake actually getting swapped through here behind the pillar. Resonator is down for Calvish. Drake will respect it. Trade out his human racial right there to get out. And we're going to see now
big swap
counter attempt. Oh, huge damage coming out on Calvish. And he will kidney him. Get a kidney on Kearney as well. Trying to continue the chain. And now swapping to Nuke here. Nuke taking massive damage as well in that Hammer of Justice. Good swaps back and forth. KAWHI really stressing out Kearney's mana. He's dropping under half already, and Brain still sitting at full suities.
Yep, nice pre-sanctuary from Prev here, reducing those stuns incoming. They haven't got Divine Shield from Brain, no Blessing of Protections. This is terrible for 3.5 men 3 minutes into this game. They're not really penetrating any defense on the side of KAWHI. Meanwhile, we consistently see Nuke just get blasted. Calvish gets swapped to and almost drops. So at any moment, any misstep from 3.5 men, they're going to be knocked out in game one. Can they find their footing and launch a decent offensive push here? Finally, some cross CC. They get a Blessing of Protection from Prev during this assault, but now they're going to be able to just get aggressive onto Nuke. They're using Cloak of Shadows aggressively to stay on target. And it seems like their big play is Drake's blind on Kearney with a Hammer of Justice on Calvish. That's the setup that I've seen consistently get him the lowest. So can they land that again? They go for Blinding Light. Calvish pre-cloaks the Hammer of Justice, anticipating that crowd control chain that I was just speaking about. So nice anticipation on Calvish's part at this moment in time. Now getting aggressive, kidney shot on Prev, but Brain's not CC'd. Brain with beautiful positioning, looking on the corner of that pillar, just avoiding everyone on the side of 3.5 men. You can easily heal during that stun lock and avoid all of the crowd control. His mana is completely top, no advantages there to 3.5 men. We can see Calvish now trying to get aggressive with the Adrenaline Rush, but not finding too much damage here. He's just throwing it at them with no crowd control. Now he's going to get dismantled. Nuke is falling behind, down to half. No alter time. Actually, looks like he just activated alter time. Going to get some value out of that as he goes back. Calvish in the Hammer of Justice. Blind on the Kearney. It looks like he instantly dispelled that, or did he trinket out of it with the human racial? One or the other there. Calvish will survive either way. Now Drake on the back foot as 3.5 men are switching their target.
Yeah, let's see what they can do. Almost into dampening at this point in the game.
Oh!
Calvish going to be moving forward. Big setup here onto Kearney. Can they take him down? They have a long crowd control chain with all those stuns. Just so many stuns that the Ret Rogue has. The long kidney shot into the Hammer of Justice. You can do double kidney shot if you want to. Calvish striking back here with a kidney shot of his own onto Prev. Can they get the Divine Shield? Can they get the cooldowns? He's getting extremely low. Greeting it out with the emblem. Looks like that will be enough for him to survive. Nuked on the back foot once again as Drake and Prev continue this push on the mage. A huge mana lead at this point for KAWHI. Still so many cooldowns left to work with. I don't think Bryn's used a single cooldown this entire game. Big setup on Kearney once again. Hammer of Justice. Is there any follow-ups? No, there's not. Great peels there by Calvish, denying that follow-up kidney shot. But these swaps on Kearney are, they're horrifying. I mean, a kidney shot into a Hammer of Justice, into a Hammer of Justice. I mean, when you calculate how long that is, should be simple math. But, I mean, that's like, 13 seconds of stuns that you have to live as the priest. Not exactly an easy thing to do. So really have to rely on the peels of your teammate. And I think Calvish did a great job there.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the thing. They need to shut down the follow-up stun there, which is Drake in this case. So make sure you gouge him. Make sure you get a counter kidney shot during those setups. But still, I can see KAWHI winning on one of those pre-swaps or one of those rogue swaps, especially later in dampening. Just bop, Drake when you're going for it. But right now, Prev, big trouble here and might actually have to use something. No, he gets a nice heal there with the Word of Glory. and he will stabilize himself there actually with that retribution healing. Still taking some damage though, and he needs to be careful, but again, he gets a nice wings proc there and gonna get offensive with it. Drake in a kidney shot though. Here comes the resonator, here comes the damage. Do they have anything? Drake will trinket and use that feint to reduce that resonator's damage, as it is AoE. And now we're gonna see Nuke actually getting tested here, but he's just gonna duck into soul shape, run away. Prev still taking some damage while Brain sitting through a CC chain. Doesn't have a sanctuary here for that fear, doesn't look like. They continue to chain with another sheep, and they're going after Drake. He has no trinket. This could be Brain sacrifice. No, Brain with the divine, with the heals coming in there as well with the divine favor. He will be able to top them off. And now Calvish and a kidney, but it doesn't look like they're gonna amount to anything. They're just gonna chase Nuked with that. And Kearney has been able to sneak away and get some drinks. He's trying to do it again, and look at that. Drake tries to sap him this time with the Vanish. Kearney, he actually fades the sap, or he holy wards the sap, but then he gets kidney shot. Drake actually wanted to go on him in that kidney shot, but counter set up here with the combustion of the Prev. Huge damage still. Brain, I cannot believe he's not using sacrifice. He's just going for the divine favor. Time and time again, look at that. Nuke tried to spell steal it and counterspell him right there. And that's the risk. If he gets counterspelled in a situation like that, all of a sudden Prev can get master spell on his bubble and they can lose the game. So Brain playing it very greedy, but at the same time it's paying off. And there it is on the final hit that will literally kill Prev. That's when the sacrifice comes in from Brain. Big swap to Calvish. Calvish gets gripped to safety, and I mean, this Scooby-Doo cleave is looking spicy right now, and they're turning up the spice onto Nuke, forcing the ice block, and now swapping to Calvish again. So much damage coming out here from the Red Rogue, and they are looking completely unstoppable right now.
Yeah, another push onto Prev here. No CC on Brain, but Dampening is going to reduce his healing. They won't need it. Nuked is under fire. Are they going to proc his Cauterize? They're so close to it. Prev is moving back, though. He doesn't want to overextend. He's staying with Brain at the pillar, maybe trying to set up Brain for a drink. Calvish harpooning in, kicking the fleshcraft, but he's baited out of range, caught in the Hammer of Justice. Gets dispelled by Kearney. Kearney pre-fades, anticipating crowd control here. Calvish is down at half. Prev is baiting him behind the pillar. Calvish pushes forward, gets a kidney, moves over to Brain. Brain pre-fleshes, gets counterspelled. Drake shuts down the polymorph after the counterspell. Good shutdown by Drake in this position. They need to survive 30 seconds. They'll have Avenging Wrath. They proc an Avenging Wrath. They've got blind in 6 seconds. Calvish has to duck for cover. He evasions, but unless he can reset it, I mean, you can reset it, but is it going to reset in 20 seconds is the question here. Shield of Vengeance. They cut through Shield of Vengeance. Deeper into Dampening. Prev is not looking nearly as stable. Kearney is drinking, but here comes damage on Calvish. I'm not sure if he's going to get away with it. He grips Calvish back to the pillar, away from the Ret Paladin burst. Now swapping some range damage over to Nuked, and Prev is playing a way more defensive game. He wants to wait and make sure that Brain has sacrificed. I think as soon as Brain has sacrificed, they're going to go all-out offense, trade that sacrifice, and run 3.5 men over.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're trying to do. And I mean, they're going to have 2 divine shields to do it with, Blessing of Protection, the ultimate sacrifice. So Prev just really just picking their moment. I think that's one thing KAWHI is so good at, realizing their win conditions, realizing the exact cooldowns that they need to actually close out the match. And so far, this is looking absolutely fantastic for them as they make a push here on the Nuke. The Unbound Freedom will be traded out. Can they take him down? He's got no ice block for another 2 minutes, and they have tons of cooldowns to trade. Nuke is in so much trouble. 30% dampening. Beautiful altar time there. That's the one good thing for Nuke is they're not going to be able to spell off the altar time, but they're just crushing him through those heals. It looks like Kearney will be able to use his IQD. Calvish getting swapped to. Everyone is just getting absolutely obliterated here in this match. Prev down to a kidney shot, a Ring of Fire. His 3.5 men looking to strike back just a little bit. Nuke's going to be blinking away. Prev trying to connect to his target. Keep in mind, Brain has that sacrifice. There's a lot of cooldowns. There's the kidney shot. Nuked. He's got the Cauterize. He's burning down. Can they take him down? Blinding light onto Kearney into a full sap. Beautifully done. And that is a pod, and that should be the game. Unbelievable. KAWHI, they pick their moment. They don't have to look. Divine Shield on Prev. Divine Shield on Brain. Sacrifice trades, but I mean, I would have never anticipated that this composition would be the, something that would be a solid answer in RMP, but KAWHI, they come up with it, and it looks great.
KAWHI with just an absolute curveball here, and what an insane amount of execution here. They don't force they force one sacrifice that whole game from Brain. Prev just absolutely perfect positioning, just like Calvish said in the video. Always avoiding getting double feared, always pre-sanking, always getting aggressive, and you can see it every single one of these replays. Look at that, was the start of the game. Calvish almost just going down immediately. And here, Prev, there's a sacrifice right there on the final Pyroblast that would have killed him if he didn't use it. And Prev as well, he knows, I'm not going to bubble. if I'm dead, it's on Brain. I just put all my trust in Brain. And then what we talked about as well, swapping between the Priest and the Rogue, very clear win conditions, and also the offensive Blessing of Protections on Drake. I do believe they used one on the kill go here, actually. I think it actually was before this, when they pushed for the block earlier. And here you can see it as well at the end. I believe they use it to kill the pod. So they already got Kearney's IQD. They blind him out of the Hodge. And then Drake, he's just chilling here. Gonna sap with the Vanish and then hook back to Nuked. And then here, Drake will get stunned and he will just get a Blessing of Protection and it will take down the pod. Nobody expected this though. This is a bit of a mix. We're starting to, you know what's interesting? The entire AWC, before Sid, just let me finish. Before the entire AWC, we've just been seeing Outlaw kind of be the answer to Outlaw. But now, today, we've already seen Enhance and Fury Warrior beat it, and also the Red Rogue.
I think Ret has been a growing thing. KAWHI has been trying this now for a couple of rounds, I think, and it's looked good every time they've played it. I don't think there was a single time it hasn't. It was the game against Liquid, where Liquid kind of locked weird comps. Like, why did they lock Windwalker DK into it, I think is what it was. But this comp has been... as well. Sorry? They locked double Outlaw, and then they also locked like Windwalker DK, like these cleave stuff. And I feel like there are a lot of Rets on the ladder. Like, the ladder is different representation than the tournaments, and I think that's because Ret is capable of being able to beat an Outlaw Rogue with the tools that it has. Like, it can get rid of stuns, which Outlaw Rogue has so many of with Sanctuary, plus your protection and immunities, and it has, more importantly, it has enough damage that it can cut through the HP that Outlaw has, so that it doesn't just live at 10% and then recover from the Holy Priest coming out of a stun at the last second, which is the big thing. So I'm not super surprised to see this. I also think Turbo is also a really powerful comp as well. So now if we get these teams getting more games on these comps and these specs, it could definitely be a real threat for teams like KUNGARNA who are relying on RMP. Like, it's a solid roster, but like, they have Chaz ready if they need him, would be a question. Like, is this actually going to come to that in a cross-region tournament? Like, can KAWHI come up with some weird comp that can outdo RMP, or maybe LF Org are a real threat, and then suddenly Chaz has to come off the bench? Like, is he ready for that type of situation? Because it could happen.
I will say Chaz is the only player who went through the entire circuit without losing a single game. So if there's anybody who can be up to a task like that against KAWHI, it would be him.
Oh, man. Prev is just inspiration. I made a Retribution Paladin yesterday. It's fun checking out his build. A little Retribuki.
Are you trying to play Ret War with me?
I'm down. It's fun. I like it. Retribution Paladin is actually... It's interesting. The most popular melee in North America are Fury Warriors and Retribution Paladins. I'm curious what it is in Europe as well. It's actually Subtlety Rogue and Fury Warriors. So Retribution Paladin, it's popular in Europe, but I would say it's much more popular in North America. It's interesting to see them kind of lock it in as a pick. You have a lot of utility for dealing with Outlaw. I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't switch over to Subtlety. I feel like Subtlety might have been a little bit better. You just have so many answers for crowd control, right? Like, think about it. For Brain, he's going to be playing Relentless. He's going to be playing IQD. He can use Blessing of Protection to get himself out of crowd control. He can also use Divine Shield to get him out of crowd control. Prev can use Sanctuary to get him out of crowd control. Like, there's just so many buttons that they have to break Outlaw Rogue CC. And if Calvish is having to set up all that crowd control by himself because the nuke's under so much pressure and they're not finding the polymorphs, I mean, 3.5 men have a very small margin to actually like close out the game, and that's why we're seeing KAWHI end with so many cooldowns at the end. So I wonder if they need to switch up, like if 3.5 men need to switch up the way they're playing this one. Maybe they do need to go after Brain instead, like maybe try to set up like some double Dragon's Breath rings on the DPS and just try something different besides just going after the Rep Paladin, because it seems like KAWHI is very prepared for that, and I'd like to see 3.5 men kind of throw them a curveball.
I think 3.5 men, they need to go Ventir if they're going to go after the Ret. If they go after the Ret with Ventir, because a lot of the goes, the Ret like barely lived spamming Word of Glory on himself. So I think in those type of situations, if you have a Ventir Priest, that could be something that will turn the tides a little bit, but doesn't look like Kearney is a Ventir. It looks like he will be Night Fae. And we're just going to see kind of the same. I mean, maybe they swap legendaries or something else or strategy, but first glance, it does look the same here. 3.5 men versus KAWHI. KAWHI right now looking like the unstoppable beast in North America, adding like It's so scary. These guys can play Rogue Shadow Priest, they can play Rogue Mage, they can play, you know, all kinds of things. And now they're just coming out here with the Scooby-Doo cleave, with the Ret Rogue. And they're looking fantastic. Full blind onto Brain. Prev is going to use his human ratio right there to break out. The combustion was used by Nuke, so pretty fair trade right there coming out from Prev. Very scary moments in the opening stages. And they will keep himself alive. And now, once again, it's going to be KAWHI looking to get aggressive here. Who are they going to go after? They're going after Nuke. And they could swap to Calvish as well. Calvish actually just preemptively tried to evasion. Maybe a kidney shot right there. He gets a kidney shot onto Prev. And they have a chastise potentially interfere. Kearney defs the blind right there. What an insane play right there. He gets hodged into... doesn't look like they will get anything. They will get a sheep shot there onto Brain, but no follow-up onto him. And Nuke, all of a sudden, is getting absolutely blasted here. What's happening? Nuke is running for his life right now with the Guardian Spirit. Nuke in that soul shape with the Guardian Spirit should survive, but that is that is what Super Tees is talking about. Ret has enough damage to just delete an Outlaw Rogue, or in this case, a Mage as well.
I feel like it's the 4-piece bonus for Prev here. Whenever he's resetting that Wake of Ashes on his Blade of Justice, it has a chance to. He's just getting a big swing of Holy Power. And look at this chunk of damage coming out on Nuke, man. Like, this is complete domination. KAWHI looked like a brick wall here with this Ret Paladin Rogue. And you would think going into this matchup, like, why on earth are they locking this into Rogue Mage? This makes absolutely no sense, but the synergies between all of these classes seems to be like a solid answer. And also the fact that 3.5 men probably have next to zero idea what to do. Like, no one plays this comp. Literally nobody. Who plays double pally Outlaw Rogue? Like, to be able to get practice against this must be impossible. So they're trying to figure out the matchup. Meanwhile, KAWHI, they've got a limitless amount of RMPs to practice if they want to in the game right now. So this is going to be rough for 3.5 men playing so far behind at the 2-minute mark here. They're going to have to stall for a long time. But Avenging Wrath is coming up for Prev in 22 seconds. That could end the game. He actually procs an Avenging Wrath here. Caught in the Dragon's Breath, has a Wake of Ashes. He could crack a double final verdict here with a Vank Hammer. It could be massive burst damage on this kidney shot. Is he going to go for it? Waynes gets popped. Here comes the Holy Power. Prev gets stunned, though, and a blind onto Brain. They get peeled away by Calvish. MVP save here. Are they going to be able to chain it, though? No, Dismantle stops the sap. They get a Polymorph on Brain instead. Prev is still trying to get aggressive. He might regret it. He's at half health trying to go for the kill. Pops his Battle Master Shield of Vengeance. That's a big shield if it pops on Nuke here with wings. They popped the shield. Oh. Nuke is down to 20%, but he altered the shield pop. He goes back to full health, but Prev is still all over him. Blinding Light on Kearney here in game 2. Prev is chasing him down, trying to get some range damage. Blinding Light finally over. Looks like Kearney pre-Fey Guardians that Blinding Light, reducing damage onto Nuke. Play after play between these teams here in game 2.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see Prev and Drake still all over Nuke, though. There is no Cauterize, there's no Ice Block, there is no Guardian Spirit, but a big push here onto Prev. Can they take him down? He trades out the Divine Shield. So I would say 3.5 men. Looking a little bit better here in terms of offense, but a big swap on a Calvish. He gets caught into a kidney shot. Can they take him down? I don't think they're going to be able to. He trades out the Cloak of Shadows. Drake's going to be completely fine as they continue their push. Sacrifice rotating back up here for Brain. So Prev, his Divine Shield, and the Sacrifice from Brain are going to be kind of the main things to keep Prev alive that are kind of going to be a little bit bulletproof. Drake, though, taking some damage. Prev just trying to slow down the Drake. Kearney baiting him into the open, but Nuke taking a huge hit. Big alter time once again, but he's down to 30% health as soon as he alters it back. Now a swap onto Calvish, really keeping Kearney guessing here in the game. Keep his team alive. I love these constant swaps coming in from KAWHI, but Calvish looking to strike back, goes for a kidney shot on Prev. Now moving over to Drake, gets a dismantle onto Drake, and it's like you said, I mean, for KAWHI, they have infinite practice against RMPs, and this is such an unorthodox composition that they are running.
Yeah, that's the thing. 3.5 men probably haven't faced too much Scooby-Doo cleave here in their days, and Calvish right now about to get taken out there. He gets gripped. He leaps back in now after he's been top nuked. Now, and as soon as one of them gets pulled out, the other one needs to just immediately get away as well because the damage is just so crazily overwhelming. And Drake is helping Prev so much on the Outlaw Rogue to actually get uptime and to get, to connect, which is usually the problem for a Ret. But Drake does get swapped to right there, and he got sacrificed there from Prev. So they still have Brain's sacrifice. Now, that's important because Brain sacrifice is the ultimate sacrifice, which is a lot more powerful, of course. Prev, though, with no Divine Shield, and Nuke getting his Ice Block back. The defense from 3.5 men has been okay so far. Calvish takes a big hit there, and Prev actually will use his human racial to break out of a stun there. So another big win condition is dropping to Brain, and he will get Sanctuary there from Prev. Prev now looking to get aggressive once again onto Nuke, but he does have the Ice Block back. So Nuke will have at least one hard defensive right there that they can't do anything about. So at least he's not in immediate danger. And Drake right now is going to get cleaved a little bit here by KAWHI as well. And KAWHI looking to make his way maybe back to Prev. Nuke really using this large map here to its full potential, just dragging them far, far away, going for the Dragon's Breath, the double BB, and then just blinking back in the open, trying to build up some distance between him and the two melees. But they're just continuing the chase, and eventually when they connect, it can be very scary. But right now Drake, in a scary situation, has to trade out the Cloak of Shadows, and not too big of a trade. And now counter swap onto KAWHI. He will have to trade out his Trinket and the Cloak of Shadows with that human racial. So KAWHI could be a liability here if there's no Guardian. They're trying to get the Guardian out. Oh! Can they do it? They might just kill him through it. Almost taking him down. An unbelievable swap here from KAWHI, forcing out everything. Now KAWHI can die on the next Hammer of Justice unless he gets Leap of Fate. So if they can catch him behind a pillar, he can potentially go down there. He needs to be very careful, but Combustion gets pulled out. Drake in huge trouble. No Cloak of Shadows, and they're actually cleaving Prev as well as Drake. Prev will have his Divine Shield as well coming back up soon, but Drake, with no Cloak of Shadows, is taking quite a lot of damage. Luckily for him, though, Brain in the backline, keeping him safe for now, but still not feeling safe yet. He's dropping to quite low, and he will trade out the Banish there to recover. So now KAWHI looking to get aggressive here once again, but again, it's Prev getting absolutely blasted. Now KAWHI, this is the big swap, but he gets gripped because he was in good position. And now once again, it's going to be 3.5 men looking to get aggressive.
Oh, KAWHI might try and go for a sap here on Brain. He's drinking. Blinds Brain, comes back into the fight. Drake pre-evasions the kidney shot, anticipating the stun here. They have to go after Prev. They're going to Dragon's Breath Drake, try and slow down his assault here during the adrenaline rush. As both teams continue to trade, they're evenly matched on cooldowns and mana at this point in time. Things have evened out for the 7-minute mark. Who's going to swing the momentum here? Prev has massive damage up here. 5 seconds to that Wake of Ashes. If he can get a reset, a double Wake, could be massive damage with those final verdicts. Here comes the Vank Hammer. Prev is setting up for massive burst. Nuke turns it around with Combustion, though, onto Drake. He gets Sanctuary. He got that stun removed almost immediately. Now KAWHI stunned up, getting just destroyed. Kearney pops out the Guardian Spirit. Will it be enough to hold KAWHI up here? He doesn't feel comfortable. Trades out evasion on top of it. Dodge the incoming attacks. They swap immediately back to Nuke, and Kearney has to reposition with Soul Shape. He does not want that cleave on top of him. Brain is drinking in the backline. If Brain gets mana and his team stays alive in this position, they'll be in such a good spot. He got a tiny bit of mana, not as much as he would have liked to, but he has to respect his attack onto Drake. Kidney shot into Dismantle. Prev is soloing Nuked right now. Kearney was drinking. Kearney got more mana amidst all of that chaos than Brain, establishing a bit of a lead now for 3.5 men.
Yep, Drake pushing forward. Nuke just traded out his Alter Time, so could be a little bit scared, but has rotated back up to the point where he has Cauterize, he has his Ice Block, and as well as Combustion is rotating back up. Kidney shot now onto KAWHI, but I think Drake's just trying to buy a little bit of time, just trying to slow down damage, realizing, you know what, maybe they could be in a little bit of trouble, but how much trouble are they really in at this point? I think the main thing that's scary for KAWHI is the fact that Brain is so far behind on mana. At some point, he's going to have to go for a drink. He basically has every single defensive cooldown, and if this moment right now, he's not going for it. Just throws a Blessing Protection onto Drake, trying to keep him aggressive in the match, but they're pushing through. There's a big Combustion push onto Drake. Prev's going to maybe have to throw in some off-fields. It might just kill KAWHI in a counter setup. Double Hammer of Justice. Good night, KAWHI. And KAWHI turned that around in just a quick moment. But this looked a lot better from 3.5 men. Still, though, KAWHI, I mean, they're ending the game with just so many cooldowns available.
If it weren't for those meddling Ret Paladins, RMP would have gotten away with it.
I've been sitting on that one. I like that. KAWHI, man, these guys, what can't they do? All of a sudden, the Scooby-Doo cleave is back, boys. And maybe this will be their main, this will be their answer, you know, and this is what we're talking about, you know, like when people play to their main strengths, I feel like that's when things can happen.
No.
And yeah.
Nobody plays Paladin. Like nobody's played Paladin, right? It's a Brain on Holy Paladin, and I mean nobody's playing Ret Paladin either. But it's just really interesting to see. I mean, when you think about it, this look at how many answers this composition has for all this outlawed crowd control.
Yeah, Brain's he's got 2 buffs. They got 2 sacks and Prev's buffs. They got 3 buffs and 2 sacks. They got Sanctuary. They got double human ratio, IQD on Brain as well potentially. And I mean here, this was a beautiful swap to Kearney. They almost broke his Guardian right there. Yeah, just a great game overall. And this was a scary moment here at the end. Brain trades out the buff immediately on the stun. Good read on the situation. And then here they get the blind. They get the Hodge. They get the gouge into another Hodge into it. Like, I mean, that's just perfect. Drake doesn't want to get Dragon's Breath there when he's going for sap or anything before it happens. So he just goes for an early gouge there to make sure Nuked can't shut him down. So he gets the CC and they're communicating who's going to stun. Just really, really well executed. And it's that's what happens. You have a red paladin. He is one of the few things that can take down an outlaw rogue, and we'll get into game shortly. I'm going to predict we're going to Tolvir as the map, because obviously they need a lot of big space to run around, but it's just a prediction.
I think it's time to go mind games. It's time to go sub. I think it's time to make a change here for 3.5 men. But if 3.5 men, the best RMP in NA, have to change comp, and what does that mean for every other team that's relying on outlaw RMP, like Cloud9 into KAWHI, even Liquid to an extent? Like, there's so many teams that are relying on this to be able to win against KAWHI, and KAWHI is just straight up blind locking this every game now. If they can win on the big map, I mean, they just won on a big map, honestly.
Yeah,
the Imperium's not really much different here. Like, if they just 3-0 3.5 men, the best outlaw RMP, what does it mean for everybody else that's trying to pick it up? Like, you gotta figure out something. You gotta say something else. This is not gonna work.
That's the thing about KAWHI. I mean, what's really interesting about KAWHI too is I think for a long time we could all kind of agree that they were just playing one thing. They were just the Windwalker Fire Mage Paladin team, and it's like, okay, well, that's good right now, but when that's not good, we'll see how they do. And now they play everything. Play so many different compositions. The only thing that's a constant is Brain on Paladin, but even him, he's flexed over to Shaman when he needs to. This team is just super impressive.
Yeah, their teamwork, their work ethic, and just everything, the coordination is super amazing. And we're gonna see Prev actually using the Eternal Aegis right there, predicting that he will get swapped to, and correctly so. He will take not that much damage actually in that kidney, and great trinket usage there from Prev. Will save his human racial, as Brain was sitting through that initial blind crowd control. Now looking to get aggressive here onto Nuke, and they're getting a good uptime right now onto Nuke. He's going to use the Soul Shape, try to get away. Drake is disarmed. Calvish getting a little bit blasted here from Prev's wings. A lot of damage right now, and now Prev, ooh, look at that gouge. That is so annoying. You go for the kidney shot onto Prev, you get insta gouge. And now Brain put in crowd control. Prev's still taking some damage here, and just imagine if Kearney was Aventia right now. Like, that would be Divine Shield. Yeah, but either way, they're not going to get anything, and instead it's going to be Nuked here. He needs to be careful. If he's on top of that red at any point, he can just proc his cauterize. He needs to be extremely careful right now. Goes for the sheeps, the defensive sheeps here. I like it, and he's going to go for the Nova. He has a trinket there for the kidney, so he will use his human racial. Still trying to run away here with the Guardian Spirit, now forced from Kearney. And there's a Hodge onto Calvish as well, so just a lot of pressure coming out from KAWHI. They're just unrelenting in this push. Nuke going for the Ring of Frost, gets kicked. Going for, did Drake just vanish and kick him again? He just double kicked Nuke on his sheep and his Ring of Frost. And Nuke, that's basically summarizes his point of view right now in this matchup.
This is a rough position to be as the mage at this point. You're getting destroyed. Look at the pressure, full blind. He pre-Fey Guardians. Is that going to be enough? Looks like Calvish is slowly recovering his HP, but they're swapping to Kearney in the kidney shot. Rev, does he have any burst, though? I don't see wings up for him. No proc wings at all. They're just trying to kill him with non-cooldown damage. I don't think it's going to happen. Kearney survives the swap here. Doesn't get baited. Goes for a fear. Prev gets rung. Drake in a kidney. Brain positioning to try and stabilize him. As Evasion and Feint get traded for him, he should be able to get topped off by Brain in a moment. Now comes another Avenging Wrath from Prev. We're going to see Calvish devastated here. It's match point. He can't afford to go down. Manages to escape the stun and evasion, but now Newt gets swapped to. The swaps from KAWHI are insane, just constantly yo-yo, just up and down for the health bars of 3.5 men. Kearney having to spend so much mana to heal through this wake of chaos. His Brain gets gouged, but now he's just on poly DR, and this go is going to be pretty much lost for 3.5 men. They're going to have to reposition. set up drinks maybe and extend this game deeper into dampening. But I don't know if they're going to make it.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty difficult at this point. I mean, there are only 3 minutes elapsed in this match, but 3.5 men, they need this win. Kidney shot right now onto KAWHI. Can he stay alive? Kearney in desperation throwing in some flash heals. Looks like he will be able to keep him alive. And normally when the Outlaw Rogue gets out of the stun, he does hold on. KAWHI, did he just throw out his blind? I don't think he did. Okay, so he uses his blind, but he does manage to survive. He trades up the evasion, and these constant swaps from KAWHI are absolutely devastating. Brain moves in, gets a hammer of justice here onto Kearney as Nuke is on the back foot and just being tunneled down this entire game. I mean, you said, Ezekiel, this is kind of the point of view. And Nuke, a big swap here. This is what I wanted to see. Go after Brain more in the matchup. He's not playing double PvP trinket, so he's going to have less stamina and could potentially be an option. Double blinding light coming in. KAWHI still incredibly low, trying to run away, avoiding as much damage as he possibly can, but might just get dropped. Big heal coming in from Kearney, stabilizing KAWHI's health. Now we're going to be turning his attention over to Prev once again. Brain just polymorphed up in the middle of the map. Really like to see them do another swap on a Brain, but it's just so difficult with how many stuns and peels are available. As long as Prev, Drake, and Brain are together as a unit, I don't know if they're actually going to be able to take down the Holy Paladin. You look at Brain right now. He's full mana. It's like the game just started. He has every cooldown available to him. 100% mana. Like, he is super ready for dampening. Meanwhile, 3.5 men, they're a bit in shambles.
Yeah, 3.5 men, definitely in shambles. Still looking to force their first major cooldown here in the match, but it seems to be quite difficult with Drake just constantly playing defense, and also with just Brain's immaculate positioning, just always super far away, knowing exactly how much damage is coming in and how to deal with it. And he's going to be nuked again here using the alter time, so he's going to get topped off after his alter time, and there it is. Now coming in with combustion, big damage, no mind games though. And Prev will be completely fine once again there. Now swap with Kearney, uses the IQD, trinkets out. Double trinket there, I believe, actually, from KAWHI as well as Kearney. The next blind, we could see basically what just happened in game number 1 happen again. Double Hodge into blind sap. And maybe they won't even wait for that. KAWHI is still in a lot of trouble. He has Cloak of Shadows, though. He cheap shots Brain there to actually shut down. Oh, that was really, really nice. So they sanctuated the fear, but they do get the cheap shot cheap. And they stop Brain there from his Hodge blinding light combo, because Drake can also potentially sap those. So really, really nice play there to break up the CC chain by 3.5 men, but they need to get aggressive. And there it is, another Hodge, but it's on DR there. So rare misplay coming out from KAWHI, DRing that Hodge. And now they won't have that much offense here. If they had, this could have been a kill right here. They might, that was definitely a kill right there if they just waited a second or two with that Hodge. But still insane damage, insane control coming out from the Rogue.
What's even crazier is Kearney's deathing multiple blinds, and it doesn't matter. Like, what? You're deathing blind, and it's not even helping your team get any closer to winning the game. Like, this is crazy for KAWHI. This might be the dark horse composition that they need, although they're undefeated in North America. But I'm saying for potentially EU teams as well in the Cross-Region Tournament, just out of nowhere with this Outlaw double Paladin. Kidney shot swap onto Kearney here on match point. Are they going to be able to drop him? There's no damage for it. He should be able to escape as he soul shapes back into midfield. Drake is going to swap back to Nuke. This is Combust, and Prev actually has to finally use Divine Shield. 6.5 minutes in, and 3.5 men get their first major cooldown from KAWHI, and they still need to get through the sacrifice of Brain, that ultimate sacrifice, before they can win the game. If they can manage to do that, though, they should be able to close it out. They're on the back foot. KAWHI at half. Kearney very low on mana at this point. They stun Prev. They're going after Drake a bit. They get evasion from him. Then they're going to try and swap back onto Prev, I would imagine, in the near future. But KAWHI is just getting cleaved. He's going to have to pop evasion just out of nowhere. And Avenging Wrath is up. Prev pops that right away onto Nuke. No alter time for 6 seconds. He's getting blasted. Kearney pre-fades the blind, trying to anticipate it, but Drake holds on to it. Is he going to land this blind? It's super hard to death a blind against an Outlaw Rogue because they have that long range as well. Can Kearney make a big play here? Nuke is trying to escape from the Avenging Wrath, but they're still all over him. Insane damage! Cauterize triggers, he's burning. He gets back behind the pillar. They're ducking for cover right now, just trying to stay alive here against KAWHI. They stun Drake on his way in. KAWHI is just poking at the pillar, trying to find a moment, but Nuke is getting cracked. He's going to pop a DB, a Frost Nova, try and get away. Blinking to midfield, the Kidney Prev, but Drake gouges KAWHI. He's not going to get any damage. Kicks the Ring of Fire. Drake shuts them all down. Brain dispels the poly, and they're still on top of Nuked. At any point here, Prev procs an Avenging Wrath. He is going to smack Nuked out of the ballpark.
I mean, it's not looking good right now for 3.5 men. 20% dampening with a full blind on Brain. Nuked at the same time, taking a massive hit of damage. Drake and Prev looking to connect on their target if they can. Another swap here on Brain, but look at this. Drake and Prev, as long as they're all together, they should be able to stay alive. Big vanish here by Drake, looking to peel up the game. And it looks like they didn't get too much there. Maybe a Blessing Protection there onto Prev, but that's about it. I mean, that was a decent setup there by 3.5 men, but they're just looking bulletproof. I mean, KAWHI right now, they're looking so solid. It's really difficult for the side of 3.5 men to actually find damage and pressure in this match, with Drake just being so disruptive. And if they do get to control their character, then, I mean, they have to deal with the many outs that Prev and Brain do have available, playing the double Paladin setup, both playing Relentless, the IQD, the Blessing of Sanctuary. So many answers. This composition was well crafted here by the side of KAWHI. I didn't anticipate it whatsoever, but they're making this difficult for one of the best RMPs in North America, and KAWHI might just get taken down. That is going to be the Guardian Spirit that trades from Kearney. Drake going to be taking a little bit of pressure, but they make a swap over onto Prev. He immediately uses his trinket. He's trying to get out of there as fast as possible, and it looks like he will be able to hold on. The Shield of Vengeance will get traded, and now a big swap onto potentially KAWHI once again. KAWHI needs to be very careful. Every single time he gets caught into a kidney shot, it's absolutely devastating. They commit the kidney shot onto Nuke. It's an instantaneous ice block. Hammer of Justice on KAWHI. Nuke, in desperation, has to exit his ice block to go for a Dragon's Breath to keep KAWHI alive, but now he could just go down. He's so incredibly low, blinking away in defiance. At the same time, KAWHI is scared to push in. 3.5 men is flailing to survive right now, and KAWHI, they want to end this as fast as they possibly can. Kidney shot on KAWHI, nuked in a gouge on his combustion. Can they keep Prev alive? Looks like it will be the sacrifice trade from Brain. It's big damage, though. This is the first time we've seen Prev actually a little bit scared. He does have that Divine Shield coming up in a few seconds, but I don't know if 3.5 men is going to be able to hold on long enough to do another clean setup here on Prev.
Yeah, that is the question. Nuke's right now getting run down here by the Scooby-Doo Cleave. Can he survive? He has altered time. He just wants to get a little bit higher HP before he can actually use it. He has enough right now. He might need to send it, and he will use all the time there. So Nuke will pause his HP there for a second. Curtis sitting up for a drink. KAWHI going for a re-stealth. Nuke is going to teleport back, though, to the middle of his team. He's going to get caught behind the pillar. That's not great. Nuke is in a terrible situation here. That drink might just cost him the game. Kearney with the longest grip of all time. That map is definitely paying dividends right now for 3.5 men, keeping them in the game. They had 0 mana left to work with right there. But now a Wings proc. This is danger time. KAWHI dropping incredibly low right now. 10% HP. Gets the Guardian Spirit, gets the Cloak of Shadows, gets the Feint. But Nuke, now, what is he going to do? He pops out combustion, big damage coming in here onto Drake. He gets a sacrifice. Nuke with nothing left, only his aggression, really. But is it going to be enough? They proc him, they pod him, and they take it down. KAWHI almost going down to just tab damage, just getting accidentally deleted there while they're blending the egg, man. That is incredible damage here. And I guess, Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? That's what they say.
What to do now?
This is crazy. KAWHI. I mean, it's so wild because KAWHI, I was like, all right, you know what looks really convincing from KAWHI is their Shadow Priest. Like Shadow Priest, Outlaw, Rogue, Paladin, or they were playing Assassination at first. It's like, okay, the Assassination, Rogue, Shadow Priest, Paladin, that's convincing into RMP. And then RMPs are getting a little better. Then they switch over to Outlaw, and it's like, okay, well, the Outlaw looks really good. Like, I don't know if an RMP is really going to be able to beat them. And then without even losing as that, they just bring in a Rep Paladin, and now this looks even better. Like, they're just looking bulletproof in these games.
Yeah, that's it seems pretty tough to play into, but I still think 3.5 men. I would have liked to see a Ventier come out because I feel like there's a lot of moments in this game where they could have, forced a big cooldown. That's the thing. If you get close to forcing a big cooldown, but you don't actually force it, then it's, nothing really happens big picture. But once you get that big cooldown, you can start snowballing your lead. And that's what we're seeing right now from KAWHI. They got no ice block. They got no ulti time. They got no cauterize. And if they can just get uptime with the Nuke tier, he's going to go down. The damage is unhealable. Kearney didn't def that blind, but he defed like 5 others in that game. And he did a great job keeping his team in the fight. But that's really all he can do in this matchup is give his team more chances, basically, to find the kill. So I think Kearney, he had a really good game, but It just didn't look like they could actually connect and with enough damage to actually force like Divine Shield and things like that.
Boy, the amount of 3-0s we've had today also is weird. I mean, I know you guys already mentioned
Every
single
series, yeah.
literally every single. We have 2 more left. But just kind of looking at it, I don't know. We'll see if we can if we keep going with 3-0s. The next one we've got coming up here is Golden Guardians versus Powermen. They're both kind of at the same spot in terms of standings. We know both of these teams, I think, have only won 1 game throughout the entire circuit. So we're gonna head to a break. When we come back, it's this next one coming up here, and we're gonna see if we get another 3-0 in the day. We'll see you soon. Everybody, and welcome back. We're about to see Golden Guardians face off against Powermen. Both of these teams have the same score currently in the standings. They're both 1-4. So they're both, kind of struggling a little bit here within the circuit. Golden Guardians, just seems like the story with them is they haven't really been able to find their, a comp within the meta that works for them. And then Powermen, maybe just the synergy's not there or something. What would be your suggestion for them, Ben? Either of these teams, what do you feel like is going on with them?
Powermen. So I would say the difference between Golden Guardians and Powermen is Powermen, even though they're 1-4, their matchups look a lot more convincing. Like all their series are really close, and you get the feeling that like if it went a little bit more in their favor, they could have won. Whereas for Golden Guardians, like their series weren't necessarily the greatest. Maybe some of them are close, but I feel like for Powermen, they've kind of had, they have been playing the most meta compositions. They were playing Mage Lock, they're playing Destro Warlock, Rogue, Destro Warlock, Frost Mage when it was really strong before the Destro Warlock nerfs. Now they're playing Rogue Mage, so they've kind of just been playing all the best comps the entire way through. Whereas for the Golden Guardians, they've been like experimenting, playing stuff that a lot of people don't think is super good right now. Absurge coming in on the Restoration Shaman. I don't think Restoration Shaman has actually won a single game in the circuit so far. So it's definitely rough. I feel like Golden Guardians, maybe if Absurge had like fully dedicated himself to Paladin, but you always want to try to play the classes that you're best at. Ezekiel kind of mentioned it earlier today. Like if you actually want to win this thing, you kind of have to play to your strengths. You could go a little bit further in the tournament maybe, but at the end of it all, I mean, having a mirror match against some of these amazing teams, I just feel like, I'm not sure what they're going to have prepared here. I mean, maybe they'll have an answer for the RMP, but the question is it too little, too late? And really, what are they going to do? Because, Golden Guardians has definitely struggled a little bit. I wouldn't say this is their meta. It doesn't seem like they've been able to really come up with an answer for RMP.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as most teams really haven't been able to. So I don't blame them for struggling. It is interesting that we have two teams here that, both in the same region, they both have the same standings as of now, but they're kind of battling different demons at the same time. So it's quite a bit of a juxtaposition between these two teams, and I'm interested to see who comes out on top. What do you think that we're going to be seeing in terms of comps in the blind pick, Zico?
Ooh, probably. Well, from Golden Guardians, I would bet that we're getting RPS, probably with an Outlaw Rogue. Probably with an Outlaw Rogue. And from Powermen, I think we're gonna see their RMP. That's what I would have to guess. For Golden Guardians, it makes sense because the one thing they usually do kind of okay into with their RPS is RMP, but Powermen at the same time, RMP is really good and RMP is really strong right now in the meta. I think if the Golden Guardians play a Shadow Priest Rogue with a Paladin, that will give them the best edge in the blind pick. If Powermen locks in the RMP. Oh, and that's what we're going to see. An
right
absolute spot-on prediction once again here.
Sticker
but
for
it's
you.
Okay. It's okay. You can give one to Sid as well.
Okay.
What? I didn't even get to talk yet. What do you mean?
I'll just show you. Wait, one quick point, though, about both of these two teams. Both of them want Cloud9 to lose, because if Cloud9 loses both of their games, well, either of these teams are still in the running for the last spot. So they're going to give it their all. It's qualification on the line as far as what they can, affect. And now let's see what happens.
All right, let's see who takes it here. I feel like Golden Guardians, they're like taking Kawhi's tech, but it's outdated tech now. Like they need to have like double pally Outlaw Rogue ready to go for RMP, because I'm not sure if this is going to be a 100% win for them. They're still playing the Night Fae Shadow Priest, even though they don't have an Assassination Rogue. So I mean, it's going to give them an extra damage reduction cooldown if they want to be really tanky. But I'm pretty sure Prev was playing Necro Shadow Priest when they were running this matchup with Outlaw Shadow, so his damage is going to be a lot lower as Night Fae Shadow Priest here, and I don't know if it's going to work out for him. I feel like even last week when he was ranked Kyrian Shadow Priest, it seemed a bit strange for the Covenant lock-in. I'm not sure if he was expecting Pikachu to be Assassination, but maybe it'll work out for them with that extra damage reduction, getting deeper into dampening. But I would suspect that this game is going to take some time for either team to get pressure with how many heals they have available on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, let's see what they can actually get done. Golden Guardians right now, They were trying to get aggressive, but haven't forced out too many cooldowns. They're going to have to find some really solid extended crowd control chains if they want to close this one out. I mean, that's one of the things that makes KAWHI so special. Big setup here, though, coming in from Powerman. WizK is forced into the dispersion. We need to see the crowd control come in from Golden Guardians. Needs to be, you know, a blind sap onto Tuna, into a silence, you know, blinding light, things like this. And that's going to be their opportunity to actually push and get Aang down. But it seems like Golden Guardians is just really far on the back foot. They haven't had an opportunity to actually push in and get aggressive. WizK right now will use his Void Form, trying to get some pressure rolling onto Aang. But unless they can kind of collapse on Tuna, I just do not see them actually getting a single cooldown here from Aang. So Golden Guardians, at some point, they're going to have to get proactive. They're going to have to get crowd control on Tuna, or I don't really see them winning this game.
Yeah, and I also don't like the positioning. WizK and Absterge are a little bit too close to each other. I feel like you need to try to play on opposite pillars or more in midfield. Yeah, I like this more opposite pillar style because it's going to make it a lot harder for Daze to go for a kidney shot on one target and then you know, go for damage on the other, get a blind on Absterge, go for a kidney on WizK, etc. It will just be a lot easier for him to kind of maneuver around it. He's almost in kick range at this point, which just makes it harder for Absterge because he can't go for, you know, those Divine Favor heals as easily and things like that. But WizK will survive another kidney shot, and Aang actually gets blind sap there on his combustion. So nice defensive maneuvers here from Peekaboo. They're going after Dazed here. So nice pressure actually coming out from the Golden Guardians onto the Rogue there, but he will get back to full HP. Now Absterge in a kidney shot, and Dazed actually poking off his Fleshcraft shield a little bit there in that as well. Maybe signaling that they want to swap, but I think Absterge walked into the Ring of Fire there and DR'd himself on that Ring of Frost there. So really nice play there from Absterge. And going to break himself out of that crowd control, and it looks like Aang as well will be stabilized here from Tuna with those Fey Guardians as well running in the back line, and WizK is going to be the next target. They're all stacked up here, and they are going to go after Daze, trying to get him off of WizK. He will use his Trinket there, I believe. Maybe got the spell there. And double Ring of Frost coming out here onto Absterge as well as Peekaboo. 3v1 on WizK. Dangerous situation. Absterge does snipe a heal in, and that Battle Master as well coming out for WizK will be enough to keep him alive. But that was a great push there from the Powerman. They can repeat that a few times. That could be some openings. Because right now, Golden Guardians, they're not in a bad position. They got a mana lead slightly, and they got some good pressure right now to Daze. Tuna's really far in the back line. WizK's sheep, though, so he can't silence. Really nicely done there by Aang. Shutting that down before he gets started. And honestly, WizK has his dispersion as well, so defensively, Golden Guardians not looking too bad.
I feel like Golden Guardians are the only team that has a shot here, because I'm pretty sure Cloud9 beat Powermen is in the previous weekend or the weekend before, and if you beat that team, it means that if you're tied, you go into the top 4. I think Golden Guardians are the only team that could still qualify right now, but they have to win here. And they're very close, Dazed at 30%, but they've also got to rely on Cloud9 losing I believe both of their series. So this is going to be a long road for the Golden Guardians. They decided to run with the classic Shadow Priest Rogue, but they're getting overwhelmed now with WizK down at half. It looks like they had to blind the mage Aang during that attack to try and slow down the pressure, but that is the main point for the Golden Guardians. They just need to do damage and stay alive. Put as many points of damage onto the board, run Tuna out of mana, stay alive as long as possible, and that seems to be their main way to try and win this game. Whether or not it's actually going to work, RMP is actually going to be able to outdo them on that strategy has yet to be proven just yet, as we're at the 5-minute mark. Dampening has begun. Absterge is behind on mana. Peekaboo with limited cooldowns. We have yet to really see moments here, other than that one moment just a second ago on Daze, where it felt like they could swing momentum. So I'm still waiting for Golden Guardians to show us what they've got here in Game 1.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they can do. Aang right now going to be getting interrupted. Peekaboo going for a cheap shot. Now looks like potential kidney shot on Tuna, but no, not able to find it just yet. We need to see the setups coming in from the Golden Guardians right now. Aang taking a little bit of pressure. Can Tuna hold on? That really is going to be the question. Mana is a little bit lower here for the side of the Golden Guardians. But yeah, I guess Master Spell, all it's going to take is one clean setup. Tuna with Relentless, and Aang, of course, with Ice Block. If WizK, if they can do a big push and get the Master Spell out, then I could see Golden Guardians just winning in one solid push. But the game becomes really, really unstable for both sides. I feel like WizK tanking all this Outlaw Rogue damage, especially as Dampening gets higher, it's going to be really difficult for Absterge to kind of sustain through that. I don't know if I necessarily like WizK and Absterge position so close, because it makes it really easy for Daze to just get these off kidney shots. Aang, though, taking a little bit of pressure. A blind sap. This is the push I'm talking about. If they can get the Ice Block, they can get the Mass Dispel, they might be able to just win the game in one solid setup. Swap now over onto Daze. Tuna into Silence, and incredibly low, but it looks like he will be able to hold on. Big heals coming in from Tuna as Powermen do stabilize. That was a great push, and those are the kind of setups you want to see from the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. Good push there by Golden Guardians. Unfortunately, they didn't really net too many cooldowns. They didn't get the Ice Block, but it was extremely close.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there. Nice push from the Golden Guardians, and it could be how they can snowball a win there in dampening with that blind. And we're going to see now Whiskey looking completely fine here. He's got the Fey Guardians protecting him, and a kidney shot onto Absterge. Hodge onto Tuna. Peekaboo pushing in. It's kidney shot onto Ang. Ang will trinket out of that one. Going for the sheep, Scourge on it. Whiskey sitting through that kidney with the Fey Guardians. Not going to be a problem. Goes for the disarm with the Tuna. Potential silence there as well. This could be the cauterize easily here. They do get it. And Ang will pop his alter time there. Should recover with that. But that's a big push there from the Golden Guardians again. And we're seeing them 2 back-to-back now. So if they can get another one, that could be the Ice Block. That could be the Master Spell situation that Venruk is talking about as well. They're starting now as dampening gets higher to build up that momentum from the dots, from the damage over time. But right now, Whiskey in a lot of trouble. And that will be his dispersion there. They get the sheep. They get the resheep. They get the combustion. And they can continue the chain here. They get a full fear onto Absterge. Whiskey is still in a little bit of trouble, but he has the Gladiator's emblem as well to keep himself top, and gets blinded into a sap. Very annoying here from Peekaboo, but that's what he needs to do. He needs to try to slow down Ang. Maybe even the next blind has to go on Ang, actually, if they don't have good pressure on him, because Ang definitely can get a lot of work done when that dispersion is on cooldown. Whiskey forced to use his trinket here, gets the silence onto Tuna, trying to get aggressive onto Ang, but Ang does recover there. Apotheosis for Tuna is running here. And Whiskey will catch a big heal as well in the backline with Absterge having his wings running. But again, I feel like they're just way too stacked right now on the side of Golden Guardians. They're going to get triple feared out of that. And Whiskey actually responding with a double fear, though, before he ducks cover. Really nice counterplay there by Whiskey. And honestly, if that fear didn't break on Whiskey and they set up out of it, that could have easily been a Divine Shield or, a major defensive there like the Void Shift. So I really don't like the positioning. If they can if Whiskey can play on the same pillar as Tuna right now, they can try to take that pillar over. I feel like Tuna has to kind of respect it and run away, and that could be a little bit better for Absterge. But Absterge doing a good job so far, holding on. He gets full blinded though. Whiskey in a little bit of trouble right now. He's going to go for the Greater Fade. Shadowman's coming out. Ang not able to connect with too much damage. They get the sap, and they get the silence there onto Ang defensively as they blind sap Tuna. So Peekaboo and Whiskey playing it, making it a 2v2 there. Really nice, and then they're just going for the silence, slowing them down and surviving another dangerous setup. Whiskey has his dispersion again. He might have to use it, but that's a big heal and will be completely fine in that situation. Dazed as well on the opposite end. Will get the Guardian Spirit and survive that one as well. Both teams stabilized yet again.
Golden Guardians holding on. They need that deep dampening, reduce the healing, and overwhelm the Powermen. Can they make it to that deep dampening point? We are starting to see their damage start to stick with Tuna at 60%, Ang at 60%, but Whiskey's falling behind. They overlap. A big mistake on the side of the Golden Guardians. Sacrifice and dispersion in one go, and it wasn't even a combustion go. This means that Powermen have a big opportunity to be able to close this game out. Still have Void Shift at least to rely on, but their mana is looking thin here. Whiskey's trying to push out. He's going out into midfield here right when they made that overlap. Maybe he's trying to bait them into a bad position. He's going to Void Shift and get aggressive. That might be what they're trying for. Decent damage onto Ang here. He Dragon's Breath the Shadow Fiend, but they're reconnected. Both Peekaboo and Whiskey tearing into Ang. Ang blinks away, getting a Blazing Bear. Peekaboo chasing him down with the grappling hook, trying to stay and maintain pressure onto Ang here. Tuna's mana almost completely tapped, trying to dispel off some crowd control here as we see a blind onto Dazed. Defensive blind, still just trying to protect Whiskey, trying to get a little bit deeper into the darkness of dampening. Can they get there into those dark, damp waters to be able to have this damage start to have an impact against the Powermen? Because so far it hasn't. Now we can see Whiskey crossing the midfield, has to stop the drink, but the damage is already done. Tuna's back to half mana. Now Whiskey's out in midfield, getting blasted by combustion. Has to Void Shift, but it's overlapped with the bop. They purge off the bop. Absterge could just die to cleave. He's getting pyroed around the corner, almost goes down. He has to IQD himself to heal. Whiskey is rotted down, and suddenly it's their team on the back foot. Powermen have all of the pressure. Golden Guardians need to pull something off right here and now. They go for a double stun. They've got pressure on the board. Can they ride the momentum? They need to win here. Tuna is spamming out heals with Guardian Spirit, denying the kill. One once again. Whiskey needs to live for 4 more seconds. He's going to have that dispersion coming off cooldown. Absurge is into a full sheep. Whiskey wrapping around the corner. Double fear onto Peekaboo. Dazed in pursuit. Grappling hook to reconnect. He could solo force dispersion. He does. Dispersion forced from Whiskey. 0 mana for Absurge. That drink from Tuna has put the Power Men in a checkmate position, and they are just running a rampage over the Golden Guardians right now.
Yeah, WizK is in a lot of trouble. Absurge now in a kitty shot. He will break out with his will to survive, but where is the healing? He needs 5 seconds on sacrifice. Just 5 seconds, and he can keep WizK alive. It's so close. WizK trying to line aside. He's got the sacrifice. Can he actually trade it out? Absurge gets kicked. WizK so low. Sacrifice does trade. He's got 3 seconds on fade. Golden Guardians just barely coming up with the answers at the right time. WizK does get interrupted. Sacrifice has fallen. WizK in a lot of trouble. I would not be surprised to see him just trade up the fade very soon. That's a full blind. There's the fade, but I think they're just going to kill him through it. The Double Fear comes in from WizK in the nick of time. Beautiful plays defensively, but I don't know. They get the ice block. Beautiful counter pressure. The Golden Guardians have nothing. WizK, he has to avoid damage, but he can't. He gets caught into a kidney shot behind the pillar. He's got a trinket. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to trade it out, and he will get potted. Aang and Daze, can they take it down?
He's feeling it! Peekaboo's saving the pod!
They're keeping it alive. He's doing a great job. Gouge on Aang. Kidney shot on Daze. Somehow they survive, but it is going to be WizK ultimately falling. Power Men with a great push, and I just... like, Golden Guardians was really, really close in this game number 1, but I just feel like we're not seeing the confidence to, like, push in. I feel like that's what you have to have as this composition if you want to win. It's you've got to be pushing in, getting your long extended crowd control chains. They're kind of just, I mean, the game started at 1 pillar, and I would say 95% of the match was played at just that front left pillar right outside of the Golden Guardians starting room. Never really pushing in for like the CC you would normally expect. I think that's the one thing we got to see is just more confidence in the offense from Golden Guardians.
Yeah, I mean, they lived for an insanely long time. And, credit to Absurge. He really did a great job on with the healing role. But I would say I didn't like the positioning overall. And you gave up the entire map. Like, look at Tuna. He has an ocean to swim in. He can just go and drink, swim back, trade out a little Guardian Spirit, do whatever he wants, essentially. And look at these fears he's getting as well. He's getting multiple, double and triple fears. WizK also, when was pushing in his credit, did get those as well. But ultimately, I would say for Tuna, what it comes down to is the fact that he can drink, and Absurge really wasn't able to drink like ever. So it just came down to basically doing damage to WizK, stopping Absurge from drinking. Drink whenever you want, and eventually you're gonna get the win like that. This was a great push onto Aang, almost getting him down there with the counter attack. But then WizK gets stuck here. I'm not sure if he had trinket or if it's a UI bug or something, but either way, it wasn't looking too good for him. They, Absurge and full CC chain had basically nothing left in terms of healing or cooldowns. And they still had Cauterize on Aang. They still had some answers on the other side. So overall, nice try from the Golden Guardians. I like the comp, but I do agree with Van. We need to see more confidence. We need to see more playmaking. We need to see more, don't just sit back and do nothing. At some point, like, you can do that, if you don't have dispersion or, but we need to see the classic Golden Guardians all over the map, swapping to the healer, swapping to the rogue, doing damage on the mage, doing whatever they want. So that's the Golden Guardian. Maybe that's not even the best strat. I can't speak to that, but certainly that's the confidence level that we need to see when they're not afraid to make any pushes and get aggressive and make plays.
Worried they might just fall into the trap of trying to do the do damage and don't die strat that I feel like even Maro's team as SK might be falling into with his RMP meta. Like, you have to mix a little bit of offense. You're not going to be able to just kind of stranglehold the other team here into dampening, because even the Outlaw RMP can still pull off wins at that stage of the game. So moving into game 2 here, we're setting up Ashamane's Fall, picking a big map, which makes me think they're going to try the similar strat, but hopefully Absurge will actually be able to drink. It would be nice if they could trade Dispersion for a full mana bar, for example, or trade a Degrader Fade even. Just get Absurge mana. Like, he's going to have to drink if they want to take this game on 10, 12 minutes. Otherwise, they have to do what you've been suggesting, where it's like get aggressive, get some cross CC, and try and go for a kill.
Why I feel like those two things go hand in hand, right? Like, the only way he's going to get a drink is if they're playing aggressive, because if they just sit back and they're at the pillar, how on earth could Absurge ever drink? He's just eating every kidney shot, getting Blade Flurry down. You know, like there's no way for him to really get out of combat. So the only way I could really see Absurge getting a drink is if they have Powerman on the back foot, but they're actually going to be mixing it up. Marksmanship Hunter.
Yeah, Hunter for Jelly Beans.
Am I weird for really wishing Peekaboo was sub?
No.
Is this comp? I feel like they could actually win with sub. I actually think they could kill the healer as sub. Get a good opener, you get everything, and then go back on the healer again.
I would like to see it. I think they need that. Like, I think they need the explosiveness of it.
I'm not actually against the Outlaw pick. I'm more against the MM pick.
No. Yeah, my big problem with MM that we've seen so far, like, not that I'm not super excited to see Jelly Beans on the MM Hunter, but my big problem with it, just like stylistically, it's a rough into the Outlaw Rogue, right? Like, MM Hunter is all about, you know, throwing out your cooldowns and doing these big aim shots, getting out a ton of damage in like a really short period of time. And I feel like that's the thing Outlaw excels at shutting down. Like, oh, look, Jelly Bean's going to try to do some damage, dismantle. Oh, Jelly Bean's going for his aim shot, gouge. Oh, Jelly Bean's, oh, kidney shot. Like, they just have so many things that they can do to shut down Jelly Beans when he's going for, like, you know, these huge hits of damage that we haven't really seen it be successful so far. But maybe Jelly Beans will get it done. We'll have to wait and see. I just think that, like, on paper, I've never really liked it that much. And from what we've seen and experienced, like, the Outlaw Rogue is extremely good at denying the damage that a hunter has, specifically a marksmanship hunter.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm for the same reason I'm not a big fan of the MM Hunter. I don't know what spec I would rather see though. Like maybe BM could work, but just running the run strategy, the patented run strategy. And the other thing actually that I wanted to ask, these guys used to play Ret Hunter as their counter to Cleaves. Whiskey was the Ret.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who sees the obvious here? Like, has Whiskey been playing his Ret? Because Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where's the Ret, man? We need to see some Ret Rogue, dude. That's what we need right now. Just send it, no practice. If they lose gear, just send it. That's what I want to see. Just, you know, take an extended little pause to pick your comp, go back in the VOD, copy pasta the talents that Trev was running, and just run it down and see what happens.
He has to have not been practicing Ret, right? I feel like they must have just shelved that. I think they were anticipating Shadow Priest Rogue to be better than it ended up being. I think that's what the Golden Guardians fell into, almost like a trap. Like, wait, RPS could be good, RMP's good. RPS, we do well into RMP. We'll just run some RPS. Shaman got some buffs. Like, they maybe just fell into a trap and relied too much on that comp, and then let the other options that they had kind of fall away, expecting that to be good. So here it's like a last-ditch effort for the Golden Guardians. If they can win this series, they might still have a chance to qualify into the top 4. Powermen look to rob them of that opportunity. They've brought in Jelly Beans on the Marksmanship Hunter, a high burst spec, but Daze is right on top of him, almost seeing him here. He's going to open up on Jelly Beans, and why did he leave the game? He left the game after the gates open. That's a loss. Why did he... Wait, what? Did he DC or did he leave? This is awkward.
We'll have to find out, but we'll have to see exactly what's going to happen with that one. But yeah,
was a talent wrong, a legendary wrong, and he's like, wait, maybe if I leave, we can get a reset or something. Like,
yeah, maybe it must have been something wrong.
Are we remaking this? Because the gate was open. I feel like we're stalling right now to figure out what happened. I don't know if he realized too late. Like, what could he have done possibly wrong? Legendary? Between BM and MM, conduits. There's a lot of stuff you could forget that I'm thinking might have happened here. We'll wait. Yeah, it's conduits. I'm looking at his gear. He has no conduits. Well, right. But the gear update has been wrong in the past too. So, but considering he left the game,
traits as well.
Yeah, considering he left the game, I'm going to assume he has no traits or conduits, and that was where the mistake was. Legendary is pretty standard for Hunter. Like, you wear the Feigned Death one plus your Covenant one, so you can kind of, that'd be a mistake. So I think that is a win, though, technically. There's something different here, which is really disappointing now for the Golden Guardians. I don't think you could be put into a worse spot than this, especially with the tilt that could have gone into that situation.
Yeah, definitely really unfortunate, but we'll have to see exactly what does end up happening with that one. But if this is the same matchup that we do see, I mean, what is the path of victory for Absurge, Jellybean, and Peekaboo with this one? I mean, how are they going to win this matchup?
I think you go
Red
sub.
Rogue.
Well, I think you go sub Thug. I think you go sub MM. You do triple CC, and you just try and win with aggression and triple setups. And you bank on that being like a strength of your team for a really long time, and the other team not being ready for it. Sure, it might not work on paper, but that to me would be their strongest option. Or WizK goes back on Shadow Priest, but he plays Necro instead of Night Fae. I think the extra damage from Necro actually might have been able to make them win game 1 compared to lose game 1. So those are the two routes that I would like to see them take. But I think they're just going to
Red.
Does he even still have it? Like,
I mean, he's played it before. It wasn't.
It's different now. I think Red is a bit different because you proc so many things. Like you have to line your Van Hammer up. But in the past, you played Divine Toll and you just played Judgment Lottery. Now it's like trying to line up your Van Hammer when your wings proc and you had a Seraphim proc. Like you're trying to constantly look at these things line up as they're happening while you're doing your damage. It's a bit different than the previous versions of Red. So if he hasn't played Necro Red at all, which in the last patch no one played Necro Red when he was playing Red, it might be a bit difficult for him to jump onto right away.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Either Red Rogue or SP Rogue Paladin again. I don't think game number 1 looked bad for them. It's just that it felt like, okay, you got Ang's block like right at the end there, but that was like almost an offensive block to kind of close out the match from his point of view, So I feel like, yeah, with more offense, game number 1, they could have gone their way. So I think that is an option. And also, I think the Red Rogue, again, we don't know how much Whiskey's played it, or if he has played it at all since last season. But if he has, or if he's just used to it a little bit, like at least so he has like his keybinds, memorized. I feel like that could definitely be a good line of play to make. At the same time, though, before today, no one expected Red Rogue to be a comp that can win against RMP. So
no,
I don't think he's been. Like, I don't think he's been unless he was practicing it while. No, actually, yeah, there's no way. I don't think he has it prepared. But yeah, I think those are the two lines of plays for Golden Guardian. And with that game 2 being the way it was, it feels really kind of bad no matter what you do almost with Jelly Beans. Because if you play the next game with Jelly Beans and you just instantly lose because it's a bad matchup, then it's
no more chances.
Yeah, there's no more chances. So it's like, really wish you found that out in the previous match, instead of losing a game and then now finding out, like basically taking 2 losses to get the same lesson that 1 loss could have done, So that's just really unfortunate for them. I don't know, like do you gamble Jelly Beans MM again and send it on Tolvir? Like, can that win a series as well? Like that's an important thing to know as well.
I don't know. I mean, if you're a Golden Guardians fan, you sure hope so, but I think it's going to be an uphill battle at this point. I mean, you're down 0-2. Second game, obviously going to be extremely disappointing with how that one did play out. But we are going to be seeing Golden Guardians go back to the...
I think this is safer.
Yeah, safer,
like
small
this.
map. But it makes you wonder why they even picked that other composition to begin with. Like,
experiment. If it worked out really good, maybe that's their new blind lock.
But it's too risky for a game 3, you mean?
Too risky now when you don't have any wiggle room. The only data you've got is we lived a really long time at Shadow Priest Rogue and got block. That's the only data points they've got. And the data points could be KAWHI has won with this comp too, whereas literally nobody is playing MM Thug. So you've got like a little bit of a proven track record here with this comp. It's also their main comp, I feel like. Like they've got more games with this. I do want to see him switch to Necro Shadow Priest though. It's almost like
Really?
it's like I feel like it's a safety net to be playing Night Fae. It's like you get an extra wall, but I'd still rather see Necro. I don't know if they're gonna have the damage to win the game. He's not Necro. I'm just worried the damage will be too low once they get to the point where they can win.
When we'd see Prep play this matchup, though, he was always playing Night Fae.
Was he? I'm gonna look at the VOD. It wasn't.
Okay.
I'm checking the VOD.
You do that. We'll start off this one. Day's going to be moving forward. Gets a sap onto Absurge. We did see in the last game, Golden Guardians playing very passive overall, and already a Psychic Horror on Daze. So, I mean, they're not going to have that available for crowd control onto Tuna. Super unfortunate. I mean, at least we have the silence on Tuna, but we need to see these crowd controls chained together. This is just not normally what you'd expect. The Psychic Horror into the silence, into the fear, blind sap into a silence, just throwing one out after another. I mean, this is definitely not the best start here for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, definitely not great, but they can definitely recover. It's still very, very early in the match here. Let's see what they decide to do. A kidney shot onto Daze, doing a little bit of damage there, but not going to be connecting too much. Tuna is ready to heal, and Tuna's pushing in aggressively right now in enemy waters, looking for the fear. Gets the chastise into the full fear. Kidney shot onto Whiskey, and that is going to be an early dispersion traded out right there. And actually, the Fey Guardians there as well onto Aang. So really, really nice stuff there. He's going to have another combustion coming up here. And Whiskey, he is going to be in big trouble because for the next one, he will not have his dispersion. Full Hammer of Justice there onto Dazed. Sheep onto Peekaboo. So not going to be too much trouble there for Dazed. And he just gets to sit on his target here. And I really wonder if the small map is going to favor the Golden Guardians or Powermen more. So far, seems to be the Powermen. Tuna has a really easy time just skipping over there to Absturge, and like he's doing right now, and then boop, gets a Chastised Fear. They have a kidney shot. They don't have a combustion. Aang hasn't been able to get too many fireballs out, and as a result, they won't have too much pressure there. But still, they can rinse and repeat. That's what Tuna though drops quite low here. Can they force something though? They will actually get the Guardian Spirit. He also gets a sheep on Peekaboo at the same time. So I'm not sure if that was 100% necessary, but Tuna will get blinded on that Guardian Spirit, and now maybe they can snowball that pressure. Peekaboo gets Dragon's Breath on his Vanish, but he gets dispelled beautifully down there by Absturge, allowing him to get the sap. He's going for a kidney shot onto Whiskey. Peekaboo trying to get some pressure onto Aang here, and even though Tuna was in that big CC chain, it doesn't look like Aang's taking too much damage, but it's still ongoing. They get the disarm, they get the silence. Aang super low right now, and they stop the casted heals from Tuna though. Peekaboo gets kidney shot, and he's the only one with a ranged, well, semi-range interrupt, so they're not going to be able to do that. They're going to recover. Symbol's going to come out as well. And once again, Powerman in control.
So he was running Night Fae. It prevented some really weird stuff, though, in this series against Cloud9 earlier on his Shadow Priest for this matchup. Like, he went Megalomania on one game, but then he swapped out of it. Whiskey in trouble here, has to disperse. Mana slightly behind for Absturge. And the Golden Guardians mount up enough damage later in this game to overwhelm the Powermen, because if they can't, that's going to be it for them. They're going to have no shot of qualifying, and it will be the end of their run. They'll have one more day to play out tomorrow to try and get their best standing, but they will be unable to qualify into the top four. And the devastating Game 2 loss there with Jellybeans not having his conduits in and leaving the game, so they're going to have to bank on this Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin, but I still think it's possible. The Golden Guardians have done this so many times in the past where their back's against the wall, cornered, with nothing left, and they have to pull it off, and they have before, so they could do it here. I think this matchup is still winnable. We've seen other teams win with this matchup as well, with KAWHI versus Cloud9, so we'll see if they can execute on it. The practice of this week is going to be enough for Absturge on that Holy Paladin to overcome the Powermen. The Powermen have been a very solid RMP, leveling up over time here in the North American region, but crowd control has been found. Absturge finally gets out just in the nick of time, gets a big kill into WizK. I love these defensive blinds on Aang in the early game. Just every combustion, blind Aang, remove that kill pressure, especially when there's no cooldown, because you're going to need to get into dampening. So the blind onto Tuna is not going to win the game. Better to use the blind to stop the game from ending and adapt that crowd control this way. What the Golden Guardians really need to focus on, though, if they're planning this dampening strategy, which is what it looks like so far, is Absturge needs to drink. They need to have pressure, and they need to push Powermen away and have dispersion, and just drink the full mana and trade dispersion if you have to, if they want to win later in the game.
I think it's going to be really important. I mean, that was the main thing that got them out of that game number 1 on the Grand Arena. WizK getting interrupted. He does have the dispersion. At the same time, Aang finally being forced away here. Peekaboo getting a lot of pressure out. Tuna head on mana over Absturge once again. Absturge in a kitty shot. This could be the time to potentially go for a drink, but no, just going to power through. Try to keep WizK alive as Golden Guardians looking to get aggressive, taking the fight off their own pillar for the first time in the series, and they're actually looking to get CC on Tuna, but Tuna in a very good position right now, uses the Holy Ward. Silence, though, onto Tuna. Do they have any follow-up? Do they have a Psychic Core, a Fear, anything? No. Tuna with a great Holy Ward. A full blind, though. That could be a full sap out of that as well. Absturge right now sitting down. Is he recovering his mana? Is he drinking? Doesn't look like he's really able to get too much mana left, and as a result, WizK has to trade out the dispersion. Absurge isn't able to recover his mana. I would say that wasn't a super great push there for the Golden Guardians, but at least they're starting to get active in the match, and there has been really significant pressure onto Aang in this match as well. I just worry that if Absurge runs out of mana, we're going to see a similar result as to game number 1.
Yeah, but I think he still has some to work with here, and the Golden Guardians getting offensive, so not completely over for them. They still have an open window, though, on the side of Powerman here with no dispersion on WizK, but look at Tuna taking a lot of damage here from Peekaboo in the backline, and a lot of the time when the Golden Guardians had success with the Rogue Shadow Priest, it was of Peekaboo basically soloing healers with WizK and Absurge kind of playing a 2v2. So they're maybe going back a little bit to that strategy. WizK gets kidney behind the pillar, and this is danger time because he doesn't have dispersion right now. Ring of Fire coming out. Chastise gets broken up. Full fear, though, onto Absurge. He's going to trade out Divine Shield and the Sacrifice, and that is Powerman taking that open window of opportunity and really banking on it. Now, what can they get back on the side of Golden Guardians? Tuna is still low. There it is. Horror coming in. Psychic Horror into what? They don't have the silence, unfortunately, and Tuna will just duck away here and survive without really having to use anything. He's got Guardian Spirit rotating back as well. He's got some Serenity charges. He's got the Fey Guardians onto Dazed in the kidney shot, and Dazed should be able to completely survive that one. Symbols in the backline. Peekaboo moving over there, and his mana is not looking too good for Tuna as well. He's getting blinded here defensively by Peekaboo, and Peekaboo going after the healer, blinding the rogue, I think is something that makes a lot of sense. Peekaboo gets a sap, cheap shots, Aang gets a kick onto Tuna. One-man army here. Peekaboo going for the kidney shot potentially onto Tuna as well. He tries to Holy Ward it, gouges it off, and then gets a full kidney. And they have a silence here, but WizK is stuck in a stun. I would like to see a Blessing of Protection here. They don't have it. Otherwise, maybe they would have sent that, because that was a big opportunity there for the Golden Guardians to get aggressive and to actually potentially push for the win. I'd like to see that, but now how much is it going to cost? Is it going to cost a dispersion? Because Peekaboo was just leaving Dazed free for a long time there. Doesn't look like it just yet, at least, but Aang with the combustion ready is just waiting to find that CC chain and pounce.
Let's see if they can find that moment to strike. 7.5 minutes in, pressure on Aang. Disarm onto Daze, trying to slow him down. Peekaboo pre-evasioning, anticipating crowd control onto himself here, but Absurge eats the kidney shot. And do they get anything out of the kidney? They go for a blind. WizK now in a kidney shot. They have combust, but Aang is gouged. Is he going to connect here? Doesn't look like it, as Absurge is out of crowd control. I think he used the Blessing of Protection there on the blind. Now Dazed is stunned. Pressure mounting for the Golden Guardians. They need to swing this momentum, but Tuna is blocking them with Apotheosis and Fey Guardians. It's going to give him a lot of damage reduction and a lot of healing here at the 20% dampening mark, but he's silenced. Aang blinks behind the fence line with Alter Time. Peekaboo chases after him. Dragon's Breath Peekaboo looks for a Polymorph. Alters back to midfield. Now Tuna in the midfield has 2 Serenity charges, but he's trying to be greedy. He's going to use one here. Save the other one for later. Mana is dicey between both sides. Here comes Combustion onto WizK. This could get a dispersion. This time around, the Golden Guardians playing it calm, cool, and collected. No overlap. They're going to be able to extend their cooldowns a little bit longer this match, but the Ring of Frost is found. Tuna's on top of Absurge. WizK's trying to escape, but Dazed is all over him. It's match point. Are they going to go down? Full fear onto Absurge. I don't think he can escape. WizK is interrupted, and this could be it for the Golden Guardians. They proc the wild, so he's got sack. He can sack the seed. He can sack the seed. No, he's blinded. For 2 more seconds, he still has sack. Peekaboo's peeling the world right now to buy time, and Absurge connects the sacrifice. Peekaboo with clutch CC. Buys time for his team. This was their last chance to qualify, potentially. He's pulling off a miracle, but Dazed is still just all over WizK with damage. He's down at half. Is he going to be able to recover? Vampiric Embrace for WizK. He's going to get a little bit of extra healing and support from that cooldown. Aang is at half. They really need to start getting caught and block right here if they still want to have a shot. Tuna snuck in a drink. He's got a tiny advantage, but he's in a fear. Can the Golden Guardians win with this? It would be unbelievable. A massive turnaround for them. Aang retreats behind the pillar. Dazed gets stunned up in midfield. Aang is in a kidney. Tuna trades out Guardian Spirit. WizK's taking Dazed behind the pillar for a one-on-one, but Absurge is stunned up. I'm not sure if he's going to win this 1v1. He gets kicked on Shadow Man, goes for Mass Dispel, gets kidneyed, he can't Mass Dispel, and Tuna's in position, going for Mind Control, and this could be it for WizK, and I think it will. He's on 10%. No, Absurge saves him again at the last second with Avenging Wrath. I cannot believe this right now. Peekaboo with peel after peel is just blocking Power Men from their victory. But still, they're going to have to find an offensive footing eventually. Here it comes. Big damage on Aang. They get a block. They're showing that they could still do it. They can still win at this point.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, WizK with this dispersion, that's going to trade a lot better than what Aang has available. It's a big combustion. WizK not going to mess around whatsoever. realizing that Absurge doesn't have any tools to actually keep him alive, so he's just going to deny the damage with the dispersion, but now doesn't have it available. He's still on the run. Peekaboo the swap over onto Daze, just trying to slow down the damage. This is a mind control from Tuna onto Absurge. Absurge has to get there and will protect WizK, but now we need to see some offense from the Golden Guardians. They've lived for quite some time, and Aang, with no ice block, going to be very vulnerable. A cheap shot onto Tuna. Is there any follow-up? No, a kidney shot here onto WizK. Aang gets interrupted on fire. Silence now. Aang getting incredibly low. Can they keep him alive? They might be able to actually do it. The altar time comes in. This is the Guardian Spirit. Big heals coming in from Tuna, but now Powermen find themselves in a situation where they have no cooldowns. I mean, Tuna, no Guardian Spirit, no mana left whatsoever. A kidney shot on the Absurge. Tuna has to go for a drink. Is he going to be able to? Peekaboo maybe goes for a sap. Does he find it? No. Tuna does recover a little bit of his mana in that situation. Peekaboo puts him back into combat, but Absurge, he's got his Divine Shield rotating back up. 30 seconds left on on the Dispersion. And honestly, Golden Guardians are in a pretty good position to win this game.
Yeah, as long as they can just live for a little bit, they're going to be completely fine here. Absurge with the sacrifice rolling right now, trying to make some work happen. And we're going to... no, the sacrifice icon is actually frozen because he used it on the pod, I think. So I don't know if he actually has it or not, but right now Absurge in a fear. WizK's in a kidney shot. He trinkets out. He doesn't have dispersion for a couple of seconds. Absurge with the wings right now, keeping everybody alive, but he has basically 0 mana left. Tuna trying to duck away here for some cover, but Aang is getting absolutely blasted. Aang on his last leg is running around. Peekaboo's all over him.
Procced him!
Procs the corner.
5 seconds!
I can't believe
4,
this. And they
3,
keep it alive.
2.
He almost can survive here. WizK has got dispersion. He's completely fine. Aang will survive in the backline as well with the Guardian Spirit. And WizK on 1 HP. Forced to use the dispersion here as well. This game could go down to a 2v2 cross kill. They get a full fear onto Absurge. Can they take him down? They get the sacrifice. Absurge has it in his back pocket, keeping WizK alive. WizK fake casts the kick of Daze. Full blind onto Daze. Daze stuck in that one. And WizK is actually going to be surviving here. He's got the Fey Guardians as well active. Aang has no combustion for 30 seconds. I don't think WizK is going to fall. I think Aang actually is the one in big trouble here, potentially. They got a full Ring of Frost. Oh, miracle work from Aang. They force out the Divine Shield. Saved by the Light Procs. WizK on his final leg here, defiantly trying to survive the Rogue Mage Absurge with one last heal. Blessing of Protection.
Triple fear!
They get it. Can they get any follow-up onto Tuna? Anything will make this game work in Golden Guardian's favor. He's got 0 mana left. It's a race to the finish. WizK on 10% HP. Aang on 10% HP. No! 30 seconds left on block. He blinks. He lines the combustion on the blink. WizK will fall. Can they take down Aang is the question now. Peekaboo's going to try. You bet he will. And Peekaboo, though, getting clothesline, gets stuck in a kidney shot. He trinkets out. He gets disarmed here. Aang knows he is completely dead. He needs to run. He's got ice block in 10 seconds. Guardian Spirit connects for Tuna. And I think that is it. Peekaboo in a full blind. Power men do it. They take down the Golden Guardians. But I think that was the game of the day for sure. Peekaboo and the Golden Guardians coming back from being a seed, basically being dead the whole game, almost taking down Aang there at the end. What a close call, what a close match. But ultimately, it is Power Man. Too powerful today. I will take the 3-0.
I can't. Oh my god, I thought they were going to do it. I thought this was it. Like, everything was spelling itself out. Like, we had the tarot cards out, all of the readings. Like, it looked like, what? How did he survive there with the pod? How did they survive 20 seconds later? How did they survive for the last 5 minutes? And then it was like, oh, they're so close, but just a little bit too short here. And that is going to be the end of the Golden Guardians' run for qualifying into the top 4. And this was the miracle moment where Peekaboo disarms Daze, gouges Aang, and protects the pod, kidneys Aang to buy time for Absurge to sack the pod so it goes immune to damage and it brings WizK back to life. Really sick plays. This was the moment where Mind Control and Absurge, I'm thinking it's over, and Peekaboo rolls up when WizK's at 10%, kicks Tuna on the Mind Control, getting Absurge back in line so he can heal WizK and keep him alive. It was just play after play on the side of the Golden Guardians with Peekaboo to try and get his team into deep dampening, and then they got the ice block, and it's like, oh my god, wait, what? Mana is evening. There's no caught, there's no block. Like, they can win. They're so close. The sacrifice comes up at like the last possible second here. WizK's at 10%, just trying to Shadow Mend, and WizK's basically like, all right, Peekaboo, win the game. I'm going to press Shadow Mend and hope I don't die. But he gets kicked on Shadow Mend, and he can't keep going after that. And then Absurge gets feared by Tuna, and then that's all she wrote with Peekaboo and a sheep. There's no way he's surviving on his own. Valiantly fought in the last game. Kind of heartbreaking game too, right? Almost makes me wish they just played this the whole series and didn't veer off of it. because of how close this was.
My gosh, Powerman. I mean, Golden Guardians held on for so long at the end there, but just an unfortunate way to end it. I wonder how that would have gone if they had maybe another game. Kind of unfortunate game number 2 there, but we're going to move on from that. It is a 3-0 to Powerman, so that's going to look very good for them. And I guess mathematically, they still have that small window of opportunity to maybe make it into the top 4. So we'll keep an eye on those guys, but that's our second to last game of the day. I'm looking at who they play tomorrow. It's actually going to be against Novus. Super Tees, what do you make of that series?
That's a tough one to call. Novus, they haven't had the greatest performance. I feel like they were the wild card RMP when sub was still kind of the main flavor of RMP, but since Outlaw has become the main flavor, they're kind of falling a bit out of style. So they've like had a couple surprise kills, some really cool moments in their games. But I'm still waiting for them to kind of like fully ascend into a power spot with the RMP. So right now, I'd say Powermen are probably favored, maybe 15 to 20% favored over them. And I think they both lost to Cloud. Did they both lose to Cloud9?
Both of whom?
That's in the previous rounds of the circuit. If they both lost to Cloud9, it doesn't matter who wins, even if Cloud9 loses twice. I think Cloud9 is qualified. So I'm not 100% if Powermen or them have lost to them, but I don't think they did.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We'll have to go look back on records, get some confirmation on that from the admins. But we'll see how that series goes tomorrow. We've got North America in the second half of the day again on Sunday. But now we're going to move on to our very, very last series of the day here. It's Cloud9 versus Novus, Seco.
Yep, Cloud9 versus Novus. It should be a pretty good one. I think Cloud9, we've been talking about it. There's a lot of teams rooting for them to lose. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to matter with what you guys just broke down with the Golden Guardians losing in this game anyway. Yeah, Novus. For them, I think this is just because I think Novus haven't won a single game yet in the circuit. So I think they had some nice performances during the Cups when it was sub-meta. But I think for them, this is a good chance for them to just pick up their first win for Cloud9. There could be some standings on the line and also potentially solidifying, the fact that they will qualify as well. So Cloud9 probably going to take this one very serious. And if I had to guess, we're going to some RMP mirrors.
All right, let's see it. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, Cloud9 versus Novus facing off in the last game of the day. We'll see you soon. everyone. Welcome back. It's the last matchup of the day about to kick off here. It's Cloud9 versus Novus, and we know how both of these teams have been doing, and I feel like maybe, at least on the side of Cloud9, Venriki, what do you think? Just maybe not performing where we would think they would be, at least in the beginning, but lately they seem to, kind of been catching up and feeling more comfortable in the comps that they're choosing.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think for Cloud9, a lot of it was just kind of like growing pains, like coming together as a team. They made a lot of roster adaptations. Wealthy Man, Cubsy, kind of the core of Cloud9 that stuck with it. But Cubsy taking on a different role as DPS, bringing on Flop as the healer, bringing on Chun-Li as kind of the melee expert. They tried to play kind of their main, so Windwalker Monk with Chun-Li wasn't working out so great, so now he swapped over, playing the Outlaw Rogue a whole bunch, and it seems like Flop well practiced on the Holy Priest. They have Wealthy Man holding it down on the Mage, as always, and now Chun-Li playing Outlaw. They've kind of really come into their own. It's just, adapting to the meta, I guess. Just trying to figure out a composition that works better for them, and that seems to be the one that does. And in mirror matchups, they've been doing phenomenally well. And I think if you play RMP and you could do well in mirrors, you're probably going to have an overall pretty successful circuit season, and that's what we've been seeing. But now they're going to be going up against Novus, one of the most experienced Rogue Mage Priest, kind of just an RMP main team. If they can beat them, I think that's going to be really solid for Cloud9.
I think so too. Let's see how this one goes. Game number 1 here. It is Cloud9 versus Novus in another RMP mirror.
All right, and we are going to see an identical mirror here, except one little tiny detail. So we're going to see double Night Fae Priest, and then we are going to see Wealthy Man playing with no Relentless, no Trinket, nothing. He's just going to play with 2, dampener trinkets, basically. And Dopamine is going to play the Relentless, so that's the big difference. And then everyone else, I would assume, is running pretty similar stuff here in terms of covenants, traits, talents. And we're going to get the game started. Chun-Li actually using his cloak and his evasion instantly there on that first combustion pop from Dopamine. Dopamine going after Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man going after Dopamine with his combustion. He got a full blind sample to Whaler. Dopamine quite low already. If they had a little Kyrian Priest in this situation, I think that could be a nice block, but they might still be able to push for it if they can get a little bit more CC. No, Dopamine will survive with the Guardian Spirit, and so far both teams dead even.
Yeah, let's see if they can start to get a lead here, hitting the 1 minute mark between both sides. Really surprising to not see them lock in Kyrian, running the double Night Fae. So interesting how both regions are adapting their covenants back and forth. Like it seems like NA is RMPs with the aggressive covenants, and EU is Night Fae. Now it's shifted with NA mostly playing defense-oriented ones. Without that big boon of Ascended, though, the chances of forcing a Cauterize and block are going to be a lot lower, and this could just come down to cleave damage. And right now, Palomar and Dopamine have been putting pressure onto both Chun-Li and Wealthy Man. We can see that because Chun-Li's used evasion and cloak, whereas Dopamine seems to be the focus target. And right now, that's working out for them with a powerful Whaler, but the chain gets dropped. Whaler gets some heals out onto Dopamine here. Chun-Li now getting aggressive once again, chasing down Dopamine as he blinks to get a Blazing Barrier. He's going to kidney the blink, holding him in place, trying to take him out here, popping Combustion. And they strip off the Combustion. I'm not sure. Dopamine alters, but it's quite late. He's not going to get big value out of this. Now they're turning it around, swapping onto Chun-Li, getting cloaked from Chun-Li. Dopamine is still just getting shredded. They proc his Cauterize, and that is a lead right now for Cloud9. And they maintain it and close out the game from here.
I mean, that really is going to be the question right now. Chun-Li still pushing forward. Damage. Actually, a full blind, defensive blind coming from Palmer. The biggest swap on Flop. Can they take him down? They're just isolating Chun-Li, taking him out of the game so he can't peel, but they don't really get anything from that swap. That's unfortunate. I do like that tactic, though. Normally, it is the Outlaw Rogue who's going to be the main kind of disruptor. Throw a blind on him if he's relentless. Go after the Priest if he's already used his IQD as an escape. And maybe they could get a kill that way. So potential another win condition here for RMP as this matchup continues to evolve a little bit. Chun-Li going to be running away, use the evasion. I think he actually evaded the kidney shot there from Polymore. Nicely done, good avoidance. And now Dopamine's in a lot of trouble. Big kidney shot. Whaler into a gouge. I think he actually faded the kidney shot of Chun-Li as well. So just solid plays from both these teams. Dopamine's actually going to be forced into the ice block. And now Cloud9 has a massive lead.
Yeah, they got that ice block. They got the Cauterize. Next up is Seed. Now, if they can proc that, that's game number 1 going for Cloud9. And so far, Chun-Li's been a little bit tested, but he just gets gripped back, has a solid defense, and he goes in, full blind onto Whaler, going after Dopamine here. And honestly, I don't necessarily like that blind that they just threw here. I like it more when the Outlaw Rogue is already on the Mage, you know, setting him up, getting him a little bit low maybe forcing him to use, you know, an Alter Time or something, and then go for it, but it doesn't even matter. Right now, Wealthy Man with the Combustion gets a full counterspell onto Whaler, and he's not done yet. Wealthy Man still doing tons and tons of damage here. Actually, spell stealing the Combustion from Dopamine there. Dopamine basically getting zero value out of his Combustion, getting sheeped on it now as well. Chun actually using his Human Racial to break out of a stun right there, essentially trying to close out the match. Whaler going for the Apotheosis right there, getting some big heals in the backline, resetting his cooldowns, but this could just be it. Whaler into a full CC chain. Dopamine getting absolutely destroyed. A little bit more damage could do it. Can they connect? No, it is going to be Whaler denying the kill once again, and NOVUS stay in it. The question is for how long. Super.
Yeah, I mean, staying in it is one thing, but then also winning the game. It seems like they've been doing some reckless stuff, like going after Flop, trying to go after Chun, and trying to really create some chaos in the game, which is good for when you feel like you're a team that's not going to be able to win the standard strat, is to just create chaos, mix things up, and catch somebody off guard. But they're running out of time because Cloud9 is playing the standard strat and just getting ahead every time they get a clean setup. So one more setup, this is going to be the end of the game. Whaler's trying to preempt it with a Holy Ward and with his Fey Guardians, but those defenses are going to start to falter, and after they have, I can imagine Cloud9 is going to strike. Here comes Combustion. They're not even going with CC. They're just overwhelming damage onto Dopamine. He blinks into the enemy lines. Whaler isn't going to death the blind. He deaths, but Chun-Li holds onto the blind. Smart play here. Chun-Li's feared. Chun-Li sneaking up on Whaler, looking for it. Is he going to go for Kidney Shot into blind just to make sure he doesn't immune it? Possibly, as he's got him in a kidney, but why isn't he going for blind? He goes for Polymorph instead. Chasing down Dopamine, trying to cut through the Blazing Barrier, trying to finish him behind the pillar, but I'm not sure if he can solo him. Dopamine alters back to midfield. Excellently positioned Alter Time. Whaler does ultimately get feared, though, and Chun-Li has reconnected. Dopamine blinking, getting those Blazing Barriers. They purge them off. It's another Blazing Barrier. So many shields for the Fire Mages here with that talent Blazing Soul. Just constantly absorb these attacks of their opponents, chaining them together. Big swap on a Chun-Li. A Hail Mary by NOVUS to try and pull off a win, and they do net some powerful cooldowns from the side of Cloud9, but the kill is denied.
Yep, right now, Dopamine's still in trouble. He said really good evasive maneuvers for quite some time in the match, and there's solid pressure here onto Chun-Li. Polymorph might be looking to make a swap. He goes for a blind on Chun-Li. Who are they going to be going after? Maybe they swap on Chun-Li. They're doing it. Preemptively setting up against Polymorph. Big king shot.
No way!
Chun-Li, can they take him down? Big setup here by NOVUS, and they drop him. Surprise. Is that the first Resonator of the game? Just saving it for that perfect moment. And Cloud9 kind of cannot believe what just happened. I really like the setup from NOVUS. This is something I swear Polymorph does so often. He pre-blinds his kill target, kind of telling what's going to happen, but they underreact to the situation. And that was just a really nice kill attempt there by NOVUS.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't expect the Outlaw Rogue to go down, but he gets blinded. You know, he's kind of low already before the blind, and then they just have that perfect execution. That's what can happen, and that game was not looking good for NOVUS. I mean, they were getting absolutely crushed in the mage race, but here they forced out Trinket Cloak, and that's where they allocated most of their offense, you know, going after Chun, getting his Trinket Cloak, getting his cooldowns out of the way, so they can set that up. Now, I don't know what Flop had in the end. I think he was in a Fear, but I don't know if he had IQD or if he already used that. Either way, definitely a surprise attack there, and you can see there Polymorph going for the blind, and Flop here actually running further away from Chun-Li, so it doesn't even occur to him that this is gonna happen, and he gets chastised, he gets feared, and that's it. They just delete him behind the pillar, and the way to stop that is obviously moving towards Chun while he's in the blind. You gotta immediately run to him, but that also, you know, that means that you also gotta expect it, which clearly Cloud9 didn't.
All right, NOVUS, this is kind of their strength. It's just absolute chaos, just like trying to pick these strategies, force these strategies, right? Rather than sticking to the books. Like they're going to improvise, they're going to mix things up, they're going to throw things you don't expect, and they're going to take risks. So while they might not be the most consistent team, this way of play is going to allow them to pull off wins that other teams wouldn't be able to. So I am curious to see if they can do it 3 times, so 2 more times now. Against a team like Cloud9, because Cloud9 is just playing very clinically, just standard plate, train down the mage, set up. I want to see them swap to some boons. I don't like the Knight Fae priest. I really feel like the boon is such a power play. Like, if flop was boon, I think they could have just won this game like 3 minutes faster. And Whaler's team, maybe not. Actually, I don't know if they get like a boon swap to flop at that one point where they got him low. Maybe he died. So I want to see some changes on the covenants for the Holy Priests. Either way, Cloud9 can't let this get to them. That's the thing. With a team like Novus, if you let that type of strategy get to you at all mentally, that's when they're going to start to run away with the series.
Novus confidently locking in the Rogue Mage Priest. I think that's all we're going to see. More than likely. I don't really think Cloud9 will mix it up. There's potential. Maybe we see some Mage Lock. Cubsy's been practicing a lot of Demonology. I don't think it'll happen.
Map is good for it.
I think they have confidence in their mirror match, but they did pick a good map. Are we going to see the Mage Lock? I would love to see it. Let's go. Wealthy Man flop. Can they do it, Cubsy? Probably not. I think they're just going to go with the Rogue Mage Priest. But yeah, I think you said something really smart, CPTs, and I mean, they really just can't let that kind of matchup get to them, because in like kind of like a standard matchup, they were winning, right? Like things were looking really, really good. That was a very nice, like kind of beautiful swap coming in from Novos, trying to find that kill condition, and they did. They found the perfect window where there's no life grip. Just Chun-Li was just locked down from the full blind, the Resonator. And I really do. This is something we talked about as well. The Resonator seems to really kind of mix things up, and it gives you enough damage to actually take down the Rogue. So I feel like the Resonator, even if it's just the Outlaw Rogue that runs it, just having that as kind of a win condition to go after the Rogue seems like it's super worth.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, we got Palomar. He's not wearing a dress today, but he's got a little dance for us. Yeah, that's what happens when you beat Cloud9 right there. You unlock one animation. Hopefully they beat them again so we can get another one.
He's got the water bottle. You saw it earlier. Yeah. I think he pulled out the water bottle, and we know what happens when he loses. He's going in the dunk tank, his own personal dunk tank.
Oh, yeah, that's true. That's true. The water bottle is ready in case. That's the thing about Palomar. He's really a showman. He's got something for every occasion here. When he's winning, when he's losing, it doesn't matter. You will get something. And it's a big reason why Novus, they're a new team, but already winning over some hearts here. On the desk, in the crowd, I'm not going to be specific, but yeah. And they are going to lock in the same comp here on Cloud9 side, RMP. You're just going to shake that off. And I completely agree. This is something we talked about before as well, but yeah. Outlaw Rogues, I really feel like if somebody can get away with it, it's got to be them getting away with those Resonators. And they do add extra spice. I really feel like the RMP mirror matchup is not figured out, because we have yet to see an Outlaw mirror RMP game where somebody ends the game by killing the priest. I think that's a viable strategy if you can kind of recognize the defensives that need to be out of the way at that point to be able to perform a swap like that. And yeah, the rogue kills as well. Like it almost never happens in Europe. It's something that we see from Nova specifically, going after the rogues with Resonators. I think that could be a viable play that we might see more teams pick up.
Wait and see. It could be a good move.
Spices things up, mixes things up, makes it spicy, keeps these rogues honest. Can't be trading out all your offensive cooldowns. Can't be trading out your will to survive to get out of a stun to try to kill the mage. And I think that's the most important thing, right? Is I love in WoW when if a target is playing too aggressive or out of position, you can take them down. So seeing Palomar be able to do that, really, really nice. Chun-Li getting a sap on Palomar. It looks like he will open up with a cheap shot, a Ring of Fire, decent damage, but this is just kind of a bait go, just trying to get the damage rolling. Palomar actually going to be going for a gouge onto Chun-Li, trying to get that damage rolling onto Wealthy Man now. And are they doing a swap? What are they going to do? Chun-Li preemptively evasions. Palomar actually vanished cheap shots him, so trying to take advantage of the combustion that Dopamine did use. I do believe that was an evasion on the kidney shot from Chun-Li, so really nicely done. But that grip is going to be more than enough for him to survive. And Wealthy Man actually taking some of that residual combustion damage and getting blasted, but he will be topped off. Kitty shot now over onto Whaler. As you can see, Wealthy Man in hot pursuit of Dopamine, who is stunned in the open. There is no pillar to line of sight. It looks like he might be able to hold on. Big healing coming in, a full blind on flop. And both the teams just exchanging crowd control, exchanging damage, as no one really has a clear lead at this point.
Yeah, and we're going to see Chun getting tested here a little bit, but he doesn't want to trade out too much here. actually doesn't have a Cloak of Shadows or Evasion already, so Chun not in a great position here already. Going for Palomar. Now, they are allocating a little bit there onto Palomar. They do get a Cloak of Shadows there from Palomar. Now going back onto Dopamine. Both of these rogues kind of respecting, the fact that they might get swapped to more, because that's what we saw in game number 1, but still trying to default back to the Mage Trace, which is kind of what you have to do in the RMP mirror. Mage just being the better target to consistently hit, or they can just take over the game with too much crowd control. Dopamine going for combustion play here onto Chan, but he gets gripped by Flop. Nice fade there by Flop as well. Trades at Guardian Spirit for the combustion, and Chan will recover. Has his evasion back off cooldown, but no Cloak of Shadows, so Chan's still a little bit scary. Oh, blind onto Wailord. Can they get something? Wealthy Man goes for the Ring of Frost. It misses around the corner. Chan, though, with the hero sap right there, but where's Dopamine? Like, where are they? What are they doing with the swap? They're going after Palomar, but Palomar is not going to trade anything. Just actually goes for a defensive blind here. He's taking a little bit of damage there, but Wailord going to be greedy in the back line, and now they're going to swap out of the blind onto Chan. This is how he died in game number 1, but with Flop right next to him on that pillar, Chan is going to be completely fine. Everybody survives, and now it's once again back to the Mage Race here, trying to find an edge.
It's very interesting how Novus have now, like, Cloud9 are like, we should go after the Rogue, and that's what I meant by, like, getting in your heads, because they're not playing the same game that they did in game 1. They're falling behind here as Wealthy Man is dangerously low, flops into Fear in game number 2, into a Chastise, combustion up for Wealthy Man. He's trying to turn it around with a Poly on a Whaler. It manages to recover. Not finding too much damage on Dopamine. He's avoided Chun-Li's advances here as Palomar has to get swapped to, but now he's got Chun-Li and a kidney shot on his evasion. Wealthy Man's just AoEing down Palomar, shifting power and Ring of Fire. Chun-Li going to trade out Cloak of Shadows. I think it's more than fair here against the combustion, although it's overlapped with Flop's Apotheosis as well as Fey Guardians, and that actually lost them the game in game 1, was overlapping Priest cooldowns and Rogue cooldowns. So this Guardian Spirit that Flop has, he has to be very careful with where he allocates it. Dopamine is stunned, blind on Whaler. Big opportunity for Cloud9 to get a cauterize here, but that Blazing Barrier is going to get so much value on Dopamine. Even the full blind, he hasn't even broken through it. Now finally, with halfway through the sap, can they pressure through? Dopamine's blinking away, has bought time, and Whaler gets a big heal. Now a setup on a Chun-Li. Can they drop him in a 2-second kidney? Can they really drop him in a 2-second kidney? Flop breaks free and connects the Guardian Spirit. And I would say the Rogue swaps to Chun-Li have been consistently looking almost lethal for Novus, whereas Cloud9 have been struggling to find their target.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes it really difficult. If you're Chun-Li, you're being pulled out into the open consistently in the match, and if you have Palomar just holding onto his kidney and trying to go after you, it can be really, really rough. At the same time, though, Dopamine going to be taking a little bit of damage, but he's just constantly just bringing Chun-Li across the map, trying to make him a viable target. You can see Chun-Li, no Vanish, no Evasion, no Cloak of Shadows. He knows he basically can't overextend at this point of the game, or it could be over. And it's interesting. We don't normally see the Outlaw Rogues so afraid in the matchup. There's the kidney shot. Chun-Li immediately trinkets and gets gripped. So slight overlap there by Flop and Chun-Li, but don't want to risk it. They want to remain to be aggressive, and now swapping on Palomar. And this game is all of a sudden turned into a rogue race.
Yeah, but the problem now, Chun has no trinket, and they don't have grip from Flop, so combustion ready for Dopamine. They could actually take Chun down here in the next kidney shot. They get a full counterspell onto Whaler, though. Dopamine in a lot of trouble. Wealthy Man trying to hard carry here. Can they get something? They blind Flop. They go after Chun, but look at that pre-vanish. Chun is not going to allow himself to be caught like that. He knows the danger he was in there because he didn't have a Guardian Spirit as well for a couple of seconds, and now all of a sudden full blind onto Whaler, going after Dopamine. Wealthy Man and Dopamine in a mage battle here. You get the kidney shot into a full sheep. Chun cloaks the Nova. You can tell he hesitated when he pressed that cloak right there for a second. Whaler deaths the Ring of Frost. Dopamine will connect, will recover. And Chun, can they get? Actually, they might proc him. Can they do it? It was very close, but Dopamine will survive. And now Chun, no Cloak of Shadows on this guy. And he just got it back, so that doesn't feel too good. But it's going to be Wealthy Man on the back foot right now, trying to recover behind the pillar. Palomar disarmed right next to him, not able to do too much. Flop is now out of crowd control and potentially has some heals to work with here. Dopamine has a blink counterspell for Flop though, but not able to find it. He's forced to counterspell Wealthy Man right there, so that means Wealthy Man will recover with a big heal. Whaler in the backline go for some heals as well. Wealthy Man gets Dragon's Breath Sheep, and Whaler actually has no IQD for about another like 30 seconds maybe. So there is some opportunity if they want to swap to him when he doesn't have that. We talked about it a little bit, but those opportunities, I would like to see somebody take them with a combustion and try to set that up. Palomar in a blind. Oh, they're going after the mage once again here, but it looks like they're just trying to win on mana now on the side of Cloud9 here, because at this point they're just doing damage. Just do damage, don't die. You have a mana lead on flop, and I think that's how they're going to try to snowball this into a win. Whereas on the side of NOVUS, well, we know what they want to do. They want to delete Chun from the game.
Let's see if Palomar can get a setup here. No blind for that blind in the kidney, though. So he's likely going to go after Wealthy Man in the meantime. We can see Flop activating that Fey Guardians. It's actually just faded. Palomar gets the kidney shot onto Flop, gouge onto Chun, setting up Ring of Frost, kick onto Wealthy Man. Nice crowd control, beautiful execution, but Chun-Li intercepts the kidney onto Dopamine's combustion, totally shutting down the damage. But maybe there's still damage to go as Wealthy Man barely survives. Flop gets a big hill, repositions far away, and Cloud9 are focusing on just trying to avoid Novus here. And I was not expecting them to be on a defensive footing here against Novus in this series, let alone being down 1 point in this series as well. So let's see if Novus can move to match point here. They're in a good position. The kidney shot Chun-Li, but they get intercepted by Wealthy Man's Dragon's Breath. Now here comes Combustion from Wealthy Man. Palomar actually holding on to his Cloak of Shadows for that. Gouges Wealthy Man, evasions to prevent Chun-Li from swapping, but blind is available for both rogues. Are we going to see a rogue swap with a Resonator here, or the blind's going to be going on to the Priest? This is what I'm looking for. Chun-Li pre-evasions, anticipating a blind, I think, in this position, but now won't have evasion to survive. He gets swapped to, but he's got Dopamine all alone in the corner here as Whaler's into the full blind. Chun-Li commits that. They get a Polymorph out. They're trying to even the score here with the Mage cooldowns. Can they get something from Dopamine? Palomar grappling hooks over, stuns Wealthy Man, denies the damage, gets dismantled by Chun-Li, can't get pressure out on his own. And both of these teams just have answer after answer. Wealthy Man is 36 seconds away from evening out the cooldowns, but will he survive that 33 seconds here as Flops in a blind, Chun-Li's in a poly. Palomar is all over Wealthy Man, into a full Ring of Frost, into a poly on Chun-Li. Dopamine just needs to connect. Here comes Combustion. They're ripping in onto Wealthy Man in game 2. Can they close out the game? The kidney shot Palomar. They prevent him from advancing. And now Dopamine on the back foot as Wealthy Man is tearing in and forcing his block. What a turnaround from Cloud9 here.
Yep, that emblem paying dividends for Wealthy Man. Still the only mage who's not using any kind of crowd control trinket in the match. And he's able to hold on with that emblem, turn it around onto Dopamine, get the ice block out of the way. And now Wealthy Man actually has his ice block back available. Swap here onto Chun-Li, as it looks like Palomar just trying to create as much damage as possible. But now you see NOVUS actually has the mana lead. A big setup on Palomar, though. Whaler's going to have to keep him alive, and does manage to do so with the grip. Is there going to be a blind? Flop sitting down for a drink. Palomar trying to shut that down. Can he keep him in combat? Looks like he will be able to, but he gets feared as a result. And now Dopamine in a lot of trouble. A beautiful setup by Cloud9. They really capitalized on that situation. Flop able to recover his mana. They had a nice setup there on Dopamine, starting to generate some pressure. But, I mean, Dopamine has its combustion rotating back up soon. They need to try to get something done with it. It's a cheap shot right now onto Flop into a full blind. Where are they going to go? What is Palomar? What are they going for here? There's the sap. Kidney shot. Does Chun-Li have a trinket? Oh, beautiful denial by Wealthy Man. A beautiful Dragon's Breath on Palomar with a sheep on Dopamine. I think Chun-Li is going to be able to survive that one. Wealthy Man MVP in that situation. Palomar tried to set it up, getting the crowd control on Chun-Li, getting the crowd control on the Flop, but Wealthy Man shut him down.
Wealthy Man and forcing the Guardian Spirit with Dopamine's combustion. And guess what? He has his own combustion right now. If they can get more CC, he can send it, and he will. And here we go. Dopamine in big trouble. Whaler gets mind control, maybe back into the ring. Did they have enough damage? Do they have enough CC? They do proc his Cauterize, but I don't think they have enough damage to actually take him down. Dopamine catches a couple of heals there. They did proc the Guardian Spirit as well as the Cauterize there, though. So literal zero defense here for the team of NOVUS. And they overlap the blink with the grip. That's what that means. And that means Dopamine is in a full kidney. He can't blink and he can't get grip. They have a counter spell. Wealthy Man sneaks it in. I think that's it. Dopamine is about to get sent here. He blinks. Finally comes back off CD. He gets the Blazing Barrier. He gets the reshield. And he gets a flash heal. Unbelievable. He survives that situation right there. His healer was kicked on when he was 20% HP, but a nice kiting there coming out from Dopamine will allow him to survive that situation. He's got combustion in 4 seconds, and that might be Wealthy Man who has combustion in 4 seconds if it plays out like the last one did. Chun in a blind. We've seen this movie before. They will potentially sap or swap to him. No, Chun will just get the spell into a restaff here, and he's going to get back on track right now onto Dopamine. Palomar going in for a disarm. He gets disarmed as well by Chun, and Whaler here just trying to find some mana. Flop as well, I assume, in the backline somewhere trying to find some mana. No, he popped Holy Ward. He's pushing in for CC. They got a full kidney shot here. And Flop not able to find it just yet. Wealthy Man with the combustion once again, getting very, very aggressive here onto Dopamine. Dopamine counter combustion. They grip Chun-Li out of his line of sight, but Chun is just walking by. He's like, hey, we have combustion there. We need to go. Get a full cheap shot onto Wailor, into a full blind. Do they have IQD? He does, and he will use it. The problem for Wailor is he has basically 0 mana, and he has a lot of damage that he needs to heal, but the Flop has the same problem right now. Chun, no Cloak of Shadows, might be getting too aggressive. We don't want a repeat of number 1 here. Chun needs to be careful right now. Palomar is all over him. He smells blood in the water. Dopamine is just kiting beautifully. Chun will trinket there with his human racial, but now he truly has nothing. Flop sitting up for a drink. Wailor with the symbols in the backline, and Chun might actually go down here. Flop in a full blind. Chun is trying to kite here, trying to stay alive, and gets a gouge onto Palomar to stop that Cloak vanish. Now feeling confident to push out in the open. Still without Cloak of Shadows, though. He's putting a lot of trust here in Flop. He has the Guardian Spirit, though, and Chun will vanish here as well. Now, finally, will reconnect on his target. He's got 20 seconds on blind, and Dopamine has an ice block, though. So, again, Novus are staying in it right now, and Chun has no trinket. There's a big opening here for Novus if they can find the kidney shot, potentially, onto Chun-Li.
This is an impressive showing from Novus to stay alive for this long against Cloud9. Can they close it out? Flops into a fear. Wealthy Man down at 30%. Can they connect? Dopamine's throwing out the combustion. Chun-Li's going to Cloak of Shadows it. Keep him at bay while Wealthy Man's at 30%. Chun-Li is as well. Flop has got basically no mana. He's slow casting heals in midfield to try and stabilize, but Chun-Li's into the kidney shot. Is he going to go down? Wealthy Man drops a Rune of Power, but it might be too little too late. That will be it. Another Resonator kill for the side of Novus. And are they starting to get into Cloud9's head here?
I mean, this is just a really interesting development in this matchup in general. I mean, game number 1, Novus did a few kind of swaps over to the Priest, but for the most part, it was just a strict mage race until they took down Chun-Li. In game number 2, it was very clear that both these rogues were, a primary target in the match. Well, lots of setups on them, and both teams opting to just do kind of more overall damage. I mean, still crowd control the Priest, but whether they're going to commit the stun onto the rogue or the mage really was the question. I actually really like this style. Chun-Li has a few close calls, living at 10% health at this point in the game. And I mean, as this replay goes on, this is a really long game, Zico. There was a lot of close calls.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing... You don't expect it from Novus, but that Resonator is getting big value for these guys. And honestly, this time around, Chun-Li was, he was paying some respect. He was, playing very cautiously, I would say, pre-vanished sometimes when he thought that he was going to be the target. And I feel like the problem for Cloud9 is they don't have enough finishing power. They need the Kyrian Priest. If they're going to play this style of RMP, where they're going for the mage race, I feel like they need the Kyrian Priest, the Night Fae. It's not doing anything anyway. They're both like the mana is the same, and in terms of cooldowns, I feel like dampening is doing more than Fae Guardian. So I would say for them, that's what they need to do. And here, I mean, this was the second attempt, by the way, on Chun. He was really close to going down. And I mean, I gotta say something, guys. Every single series today has been a 3-0. Novus right now is up 2-0 against Cloud9. I'm just putting it out there.
If the trend continues, it could be a curse or not. Maybe we could you just commentator cursed it though, and now it's like a reverse sweep. You're like, it's gotta end this way because it has the rest of the day.
It's so hard, man. Like, even just like what this series means, like moving forward into the finals and beyond, like, it's really interesting. Like, these teams that are kind of like alting RMP, like Chun-Li, Wealthy Man, and Flop, like that's obviously not their main game. Their main game is when Flop's on Druid, when Chun-Li's on the Windwalker Monk. Like, that's when they're really going to excel. But they've made it work, right? Like, they're going to be in the top 4. And yeah, they're looking extremely solid overall. But when it comes down to these mirror matchups against these teams that have just played so many matchups as a Rogue Mage Priest, and it makes you wonder if they need to figure something else out going forward, because these matchups are incredibly close. And if they have to go up against, 3.5 men in a mirror, for example, like, how is that going to play out for them?
That's the thing. If your answer to RMP is RMP, just make sure that you're good enough to beat the people who main it, because you're going to go up against them, and that's going to be your best answer. So, it's a tough situation, right? Because it depends on which spec you look at, but for like John and his Windwalker, people just don't lock in Windwalker that much. They can very easily die to RMP specifically. So I feel like his strength would be sticking to the Windwalker, but it's a tough meta for that. And same thing with like some Resto Shamans and things like that. But that's the thing. You just like everything isn't 100% figured out, and that's what like every class needs somebody who figures out just that one thing that can win, and then other people are like, oh yeah, wait, I have played that class as well. That's that's something I'm very comfortable at. I've played it a lot more than Outlaw Rogue, and then maybe they can bring that in, and that's what we saw today with some of the EU teams, and that's why like. For some of them, it works, right? Like for Blizzo, LF, Org, and them, it did work today. And for some teams, it don't. And I'm thinking about, like, for example, MYWAY. So, but I think ultimately, and you never know what happens in the future either, I think the best thing to do is just stick to your guns, stick to what you're the best at. Because you're going to go into a tournament where you need to be the best. So if you're playing, your third alt or fourth alt or something that you just picked up, fairly recently, and you're going to go against somebody, with decades of experience, that's very significant as well to consider. It's not only about the right class.
Yeah, really, really curious to see how that all is going to play out. We'll find that out later as this story continues. But for this match, Novus right now up 2-0. The last 6 series today have been 3-0s. Is Cloud9 going to be the one team that can kind of defy that 3-0, or is Novus going to be able to clean it up here and actually take down Cloud9, which I don't think a lot of people were really expecting. I mean, Novus hasn't necessarily had the best circuit season. Cloud9's been kind of heating up, but I would say Novus really trying to put on a show here today. Really like their swaps onto Chun-Li. Now let's see if they can take him down again. Yeah,
that's the thing. I feel like Novus, it's what Sid was talking about. They're starting to get into their head. Big opener onto Chun-Li. They will only get the Guardian Spirit, though, this time. So they won't get the Cloak of Shadows, the Trinket from Chun, which is the human racial, or, any of those juicy evasions. So Chun will hold on with the best possible trade. We are going to see double Night's Fae in the Priest department, and I don't think it's going to be changing. Chun has his blind ready, and they're softening up Dopamine right now. If they can get something on Whaler here, that could be an opportunity. They're actually going after Palomar, and this is exactly what Super is talking about. Now they're copying Novus kind of game plan. In game number 1, it looked like they were just owning the mage race, and it just kind of came down to a mistake. But now they're like actively trying to go after the rogue themselves, and I would say that's Novus getting into their head, full blind on the flop. Chun gets stand up. He will trade out the evasion, hold on to his Cloak of Shadows, blind onto Whaler. They're going after Dopamine with it. Dopamine will use his human racial, get a full sap onto Whaler, and it looks like Dopamine will be able to survive here. He blinks away behind the pillar. He gets caught in a stun, and he's able to blink away once again. Dopamine will survive that situation. He had to use his human racial in the mix of things, but once again, another big swap here onto Chun-Li. They got a cheap shot on the flop. Can they push in and get some crowd control? They get a gouge after, while Dopamine is just teeing off here with the combustion. They get a fear onto flop as well. Huge setup, and that is going to be the cloak from Chun. And I gotta say, these rogue goes are very deadly so far for Novus. They're playing a very different RMP mirror game, and they're making it work.
Yeah, they're just trying to play their own game here, and this is what they were known for qualifying from the Cup stage, is just absolute chaos, running down teams. Remember when they 3-0'd Team Liquid in the Cup stage? Nobody saw it coming. They didn't know what to do, and now this is starting to happen to Cloud9. They're in their heads. They're forcing them to take their strategies, which were honestly a little bit unorthodox because none of the top RMPs have been executing in this manner. And if you're playing from behind in terms of strategy, like how much experience do you have trying to kill the rogue? Like I don't even think Chun-Li's playing a Resonator, so unless he is swapped over to a Resonator, which I don't think he has, I don't even know if the rogue swap is on the table as an option. That seems to be, I mean, that's how both wins have happened. Palomar Resonator, Chun-Li. So unless they change that, I don't think they should be copying the strategy, but they still are just going after Palomar here. They get evasion and feint from him, but Chun-Li is falling behind. Mana's in favor of Whaler at this point. He pre-Fey Guardians, anticipating crowd control here, but there's no blind though. He's just activating on cooldown maybe for the mana retention, knowing that this game has come down to mana a lot of the time as well. Chun-Li gets gripped on the kidney. Nice play from Flop here on the balcony side. Putting a Whaler together, resetting that combust, getting to now popping it, going after Chun-Li, trying to blast him out here. Is he going to fall to the combustion of Dopamine on match point? They cannot afford any mistakes here. If they really want to have a good confidence level and morale moving into the top 4 and moving into the Cross-Region Tournament, they cannot be going down to Novus here in this series. It could spell disaster for their momentum overall. They need to reverse sweep. Kidney shot onto Flop. Whaler in position to chain this into a Psychic Scream. And they've got Chun-Li and a Polymorph. They're going after Wealthy Man. Can they force his Cauterize here? He's on the run behind the pillar. Flop into Chastise, but he's managed to avoid the reconnect. Now blinking into line of sight to help Chun-Li. They swap back to Chun-Li. It's match point! He almost goes down. Cloak, Vanish, and Evasion. Wealthy Man is still rotted down. Flop is struggling. Look at the damage on both of his teammates right now. He has a Serenity charge, but he's caught into a Polymorph. Looks like he deathed it, but Wealthy Man is still just dying. He's just falling over to nothing. Wealthy Man throws out the combustion in desperation to get something going on Dopamine, but he gets purged on it. No value whatsoever there. And mana is still slightly in favor of Novus. Flop has managed to recover his team, but now he's into a full blind. Triple crowd control. Kidney shot. Where's the Resonator? Chun-Li could go down. He gets gripped away. Flop saves, but that was the IQD. He's dying anyways! He's dying anyways! It doesn't matter. Novus, insane upset against Cloud9.
I mean, this is unbelievable. Novus, the beautiful performance on the Rogue Mage Priest, showing that, you know what, they still got it despite not necessarily having the best circuit season. That was a beautiful performance by them. 3 kills onto Chun-Li. Unbelievable. I mean, this is not something that you normally see, but these Rogue swaps really worked out for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. I am now a Polymorph fan. That was insane. That was insane. They 3-0. They're only. We were just talking about this like before this game. How Cloud9 is probably gonna walk away with this one. How Cloud9 has been looking better in the circuit.
Yeah.
How Novus hasn't won a single series yet, and then all of a sudden they just show up big time. Polymorph, he's just wearing a big hoodie this time. He means business, and he shows up in a big way, getting so many crowd controls. Honestly. The way he was setting up his mage was really, really nice to see. He literally tells his mage, don't even go for the poly. I will just do everything. Blind, kidney, gouge, like everything. And it works out. And then here at the end, a beautiful Chastise coming in from Whaler there, who's been having a little bit of a rough season, but it's nice to see him finally. He's off the vent here and onto something else. And he's been contributing in these games as well. It's nice to see because this is a team, they competed for fun. They came in here. They didn't even expect, when they signed up for the Cups, to be making it to the circuit. They didn't expect, to be doing well, but they ended up signing up as a group of friends, beating some top tier teams in the Cups, qualifying for the circuit. And despite having, I would say, a pretty bad circuit run, the fact that they're able to show up like this, it just shows, with enough practice, if this team sticks around, this is a team that can definitely get up there in terms of experience and skill.
Oh. The scoreboard, I've never seen the mage top damage. I think the mages are normally like half of the rogue every single game.
Just farming.
Yeah, like what? Like normally the mage is half the damage of the rogue at the end of a score screen with these mirrors. He's top damage. How?
Why not?
Just dopamine things.
Yeah, seriously, right. But on that note, I mean, absolutely crazy series by Novus. It's cool. To your point, Zico, that when we were first talking to them in the early games, that they were just kind of a group of friends that got together, and they've been having fun this entire circuit. They told me a couple of weeks ago when I was talking to them, but now that they're finding success in those games, it's really cool to see them be able to pull it together. And they actually do have a chance to qualify for the top 4 as well. So Novus can qualify tomorrow if Golden Guardians beats Cloud9 and if Novus beats Power Men. So we'll certainly keep you guys updated on that status. But did you say no way, Zico?
Yeah, I'm generally.
Wait, who can qualify?
Novus can qualify.
Oh, Novus can qualify.
So because of this win against Cloud9, they have a chance to qualify in the top 4 if Golden Guardians beats Cloud9 and if Novus is able to beat Power Men in tomorrow's games. There's still a chance.
Wow. That would be an insane run.
That it certainly would be, especially
tomorrow,
considering how today they've only had one win, I think, heading into this weekend throughout the whole circuit. So that win just totally just blew everything up in terms of standings. So very crazy win, and certainly unfortunate for Cloud9. So we can take a look at the games that we've seen today, as well as the ones we're going to be seeing tomorrow. We are, of course, starting off in the morning with Europe, as we always do, starting off with MYWAY versus Bugs. You can see on that right side there. But how do we feel about this last day of games, Ben?
I mean, it was crazy. Every single series was a 3-0.
Yeah, that's so weird.
I don't recall that's ever really happened before. So it's a really convincing series coming in. I mean, things are just shaping up so interestingly in both North America as well as Europe. There is really some top contenders, but outside of KUNGARNA and KAWHI, the competition is fierce. I mean, these teams are so evenly matched, and that's why I love the circuit. I love the round robin format. You get to see matchups like this. And NOVUS, I mean, before today, they were 1-4. Things were not looking good, but that was a massive win over Cloud9 for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Sidun just even tweeted that, don't sleep on this team. NOVUS, they're a really solid RMP, and I would certainly agree with that. So we'll see if they have a chance tomorrow to get up to that top 4. We can see where they currently are after this, today's games. And then, we've yet to see Unitas as well. They're going to have a game tomorrow. So we'll have to see at the end of Sunday where these North American teams end up and who makes it into the top 4 to get to that finals for North America. But it's been a crazy circuit, and I agree with you, Ben. I love being able to see the round robin format. I love that we kind of get to see these teams develop, rise and fall over the course of the four weekends as they play every other team, and it's a really cool and I think refreshing format as well compared to the earlier cups leading into this. So that's North America, and kind of over in Europe as well. We can take a look at where they currently are, and KUNGARNA is 7-0. They don't have a game tomorrow, so they made it through the entire circuit. Supatees with no losses. And other than that, obviously, we're all impressed with KUNGARNA. What are some other favorite teams in this region?
I mean, right now it's like KUNGARNA are just Goku, and it's like who's going to power up to actually be able to go against him? Like Bugs had a really interesting performance today as well. So like who's going to get into that top 4? What's going to happen? Who can challenge them? Now moving into we've got all this data points now from the circuit. It seems like LF might be their biggest threat now. Given that they've got more practice, they're experimenting with things, they're broadening beyond. Like, to me, SK Gaming, Outlaw RMP Alt, I don't think is going to be good enough. Casual Dads, we just saw them get crushed outright today, so unless they're going to change something, it seems like LF is maybe the most likely one to be able to actually take down KUNGARNA in a rematch.
Mm-hmm. Excited to see the results of that one. And on that note, on Sunday, it is also Father's Day. Make sure you are in the States at least. So if you're, if you want to celebrate that, make sure you've already messaged them and getting your gifts ready and all that for Father's Day. But here's a Warcraft tweet. I haven't seen this actually. PSA, it's Father's Day on Sunday. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Warcraft. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's Daddy. Thank you. Thank you. It's Daddy Denathers. If for some reason you missed that tier, the number 1 daddy. Actually, honestly, I think Sylvanas is the number 1 daddy. Okay.
Everyone disagrees with you in unison, I think, at this point.
Literally undead.
Yeah, after what Sylvanas has done, there's no way.
Exactly, though. Oh, okay. Well, no. Agree to disagree. But yeah, happy Father's Day tomorrow. And with that, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. And we will be here tomorrow, same time, same place. It's going to be at youtube.com/Warcraft. Make sure you guys are subscribing. Make sure you're hitting that notification bell, and make sure you're following us on Twitter as well, at WoW Esports. It is going to be a great day. A lot of things are still on the line here to determine who will finally make it into the top 4. So make sure you're tuning into that. 10 a.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. CEST, and we will see you guys tomorrow.